So this is a compilation video of all my Rick and Morty retrospective videos. I wanted to just combine these videos to make it a whole lot easier to watch them all the way through. So thank you for clicking on the video, and I hope you enjoy my retrospective on the whole Rick and Morty series. Also, I'm trying to hit 20,000 subs by the end of the year, so if you enjoyed the video, please subscribe. Rick and Morty is a confusing show for me. First off, the fan base sucks.
To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand Rick and Morty.
That's one of the reasons why people are embarrassed to call themselves a Rick and Morty fan.
My beloved dog! I can't do Rick! Rick!
But not me. It's pretty hard for me to be embarrassed. I made an hour-long video essay on a Minecraft roleplay. You think I would be embarrassed for liking Rick and Morty? Secondly, there's the whole Justin Roiland thing, which is an awful situation. And finally, I seem to like the same amount of stuff I dislike in the show. Of course, I love the first 2 seasons, some of season 3. 4 and 5 I hated, 6 I liked, and 7 I liked but had some really awful episodes. But it's been a while since I went back and watched the entire series. So I'm going to be doing videos on every season, going episode by episode, ranking them, and seeing if any of my opinions change. So obviously, I'm going to start off with season 1, episode 1, which is called Pilot. The episode starts with introducing the main duo of the series named Rick and Morty, obviously. This episode follows Rick taking Morty out of school to go on an adventure to find a rare seed. We find out later that Rick has been doing this a lot and is hiding it from Beth, who is Rick's daughter / Morty's mom, and Jerry, Beth's husband / Morty's dad. Rick and Morty go to another dimension to get the rare seed, but Rick runs out of portal fluid, so they have to go to interdimensional customs, which also means Morty has to shove the seed up his ass since they are illegal. They get caught, and one chase scene later, they are back in their universe, but oh no. Beth and Jerry find out about what Rick has been doing and are going to send him to a retirement home. But Rick proves that Morty doesn't need school by asking him questions, which Morty only knows because of the seed dissolving in his ass, giving him temporary intellect. Then we end the episode with Rick's famous speech. God, I forgot how funny this show can be. This episode has some great gags, like Summer, Morty's sister, saying hi to a bully that Rick froze and he falls down and breaks. Or when Rick tells Morty the fly-type things chasing them are robots and he shoots one, then everyone starts freaking out and saying someone call his wife and kids. Then Rick responds with, "It was a metaphor." Comedy gold! A big reason why the comedy works so well in this episode is because it's not reference humor.
Oh my god, Scott the Wise.
Hey, Peter.
I can't recall them ever referencing something in pop culture a single time in this episode, and I'm glad. The later seasons rely heavily on it, and I don't like that very much. But this episode just focuses on having funny jokes and character interactions. Then there's the animation, which I really like. The characters look so goofy, and some of the facial expressions are priceless. Sure, the animation of later seasons are better, but this season just has a charm to its animation, and I love it. There's one clip I want to show you.
Holy crap, Morty, run! Morty, run! I've never seen that thing before in my life!
I'm not going to bring this clip up right now, but I will be talking about it in a future video, so don't forget it. I love how the A and B plots merge. If you see my adult animated pilots video, you will know that I love when the A and B plots merge. It makes the episode feel more connected, and if it's done well, it's very satisfying. And this episode's use of it is super satisfying. Rick taking Morty out of school to go on an adventure, then Morty's parents getting mad at that, then the seed they got on the adventure making Morty smart, proving to his parents that he doesn't really need school, is just phenomenal writing. There's one thing wrong with this episode, but it's not really the episode's fault, it's the later episodes. And that's the interdimensional customs. These bug guys come back later on to try and get Rick to give them the power to travel dimensions, but in this episode it seems they already know how to. So I'm guessing they just retconned it later. I could also just be wrong about this, so leave a comment if I am. What a great episode. This is going to be at the top of the list for now and might stay there for a while. Episode 2 is Lawnmower Dog. This episode follows Rick and Morty going into Morty's math teacher, Goldenfold's dream to try and convince him to give Morty an A+. They keep going deeper and deeper into the dreams. They eventually meet Scary Terry and are being chased by him, but then they go into his dream to convince him not to kill them. It works, and Scary Terry helps them escape the dreams and tells Goldenfold to give Morty an A+ in math, and Goldenfold gives Morty an A+ in math. While all this is happening, the family's dog, Snuffles, becomes smart because Jerry was mad at him for peeing on the carpet. So Jerry asks for a device to make Snuffles smarter. This backfires with Snuffles becoming too smart and holding the family hostage. Snuffles even renames himself to Snowball. Rick and Morty help them escape, but then Jerry has the perfect plan to end the dog rebellion.
See that? I'm peeing all over your special guns. Bad person. Bad.
Morty becomes Snowball's pet. Then Snowball enacts the plan to take over the world. Many months go by, but then Rick comes in and reveals that they are in Snowball's dream and makes Morty's kidneys fail, which makes Snowball realize that the dogs are not like the humans, so they head to a different universe. Another great episode. There are pop culture jokes in this episode, but they are few and far between, so it's still good. It's not like the later seasons that shove these jokes down your throat constantly. I love the concept of continuing to go into more and more people's dreams, and there are some really funny moments with it. This episode does start an unfortunate series of jokes that will plague the series for seasons to come. They make their first incest joke. I'm not gonna play the clip, but just know, this is the episode that started it all. I like how Rick can't just obliterate Scary Terry. It puts actual stakes in the episode. If this was Rick from season 4, he would have just blown up Scary Terry. The A and B plots merge, so that's extra points. This episode made me realize that I missed the family plots. In later seasons, there are hardly any episodes that focus on the entire family. In terms of the ranking, I'm gonna put this underneath the pilot. If you are liking this video so far, please consider subscribing so you'll know when my season 2 video comes out. Also consider liking and commenting. Okay, the self-promotion is over. Back to the video. Episode 3 is Anatomy Park. Rick has been constructing an amusement park inside of a human named Ruben, but something goes wrong, so he sends Morty in to try and figure out what it is. Morty meets many wacky characters inside of Ruben, like Dr. Zeno Bloom, the head of the park, and Poncho, Zeno's bodyguard. The more they explore, the more Morty gets comfortable and actually has good ideas to solve their problems. Then it turns out that Poncho is the one causing problems inside of Ruben, because he hates Dr. Zeno Bloom, and Morty stops him. Then the group is whittled down to Morty and his love interest Annie, and it turns out that Ruben has died. Rick comes up with a plan to enlarge Ruben and rescue the duo through his nipple hole, and the plan works. Then Rick blows up Ruben so it starts raining blood on Earth. Finally, Rick shrinks Annie down so she can make another anatomy park. Morty is obviously mad about this. In the other plot, we follow Jerry inviting his parents over for Christmas, and it turns out that his mother has a new lover, and his father likes to watch them do stuff. Yep. Jerry's not happy about this, but Beth and Summer see it as a beautiful thing, and Jerry runs off. Then when it starts to rain blood, the family runs to Jerry to find out what is happening, and Jerry apologizes. Another great episode. The A and B plots merge, and you know by now that's epic. I forgot this episode was a Christmas special. I usually don't like the episodes and shows when a character goes into another person's body to try and figure something out. They all feel the same and are pretty boring, but this one puts a Rick and Morty spin on it with being a Jurassic Park parody, and it works pretty well. I love John Oliver, and he plays Dr. Zeno Bloom, so that gives this episode extra points. I like seeing Morty being capable without Rick this early on in the series. It's just neat to see. And seeing him actually getting a girl by himself is nice to see as well, especially when Rick shrinks her down, ruining Morty's chances with her. Such a good end to the episode. Same with Rick's speech where everyone is on their phones at the end and he starts talking about how Christ was born that day, which is hilarious coming from him since one of his first lines in the series is God isn't real. I don't like when shows pull the whole we are so disconnected now because of technology, but you can tell this is tongue-in-cheek, so it's fun. Rick's obsession with his ride at Anatomy Park is also pretty funny, especially since it's called Pirates of the Pancreas. In terms of the ranking, it's going to the bottom of the list, but it's still great. Episode 4 is M. Night Shyamalan Aliens. In this episode, we follow Rick, Morty, and Jerry being stuck inside of a simulation by Zygerian scammers who are trying to find out how to make concentrated dark matter from Rick. While Rick and Morty break out of the simulation, Jerry is having the best day of his life, even winning an Appley, which is an Apple commercial-based award. Rick and Morty escape and head back to Earth so Rick can put crystals he stole from the Zygerian scammers into his safe. But then it turns out that they were still in a simulation and the Zygerian scammers apparently already know how to make concentrated dark matter, but they wanted the code to Rick's safe. Rick and Morty run to try and make it back to Earth before the scammers do and find Jerry, who has lost his Appley award. They hijack a spaceship and escape, but since the Zygerian scammers know how to make concentrated dark matter, they are catching up to the gang. To get faster, Rick tells Morty to make some concentrated dark matter and gives him instructions to make it, but then it turns out they were in another simulation. Morty was fake and the Zygerian scammers actually don't know how to make concentrated dark matter. Jerry and Rick leave defeated, but then it turns out that Rick gave them a recipe that causes the Zygerian scammers ship to blow up. Then Rick sings the saxophone part from Baker Street. Man, this is how you write Rick. He is the smartest man alive and actually uses his wit to get out of the situation and not high-tech weaponry. I love this episode. All the twists are great. Even though I've seen this episode 5 times, it's still super satisfying to watch. Especially the last twist where it turns out Rick knew it all along. Oh, it's so good. David Cross plays the leader of the Zygerian scammers, so that's a plus. It's also a really funny episode.
Listen to me, Morty. Get your clothes off and get in the shower right now, Morty.
This is definitely my favorite episode of the series so far, so it's going to the top of the list. Episode 5 is Me Seeks and Destroy. This episode starts off with Morty having to capture a version of his family from a different dimension with a pretty gruesome trap. When he and Rick get back to their own dimension, Morty stands up to Rick saying that he has had enough. He's tired of Rick always dragging him around and doing these insane things. So they come up with a bet where Morty gets to lead the next adventure, and if it is successful, he gets to pick every 10th adventure. But if Rick wins, Morty can't complain anymore. Before they set off, the entire family comes into the garage and asks for Rick's help with mundane tasks. Rick's solution is giving them a Meeseeks box. This box spawns Meeseeks, who are creatures who help complete tasks, and when completed, they disappear. Don't worry, they want to disappear. Then Rick and Morty head off to a medieval dimension, where they find a village that is in need of a hero. One of the villagers asks Rick and Morty if they can go up to the clouds and steal gold from a giant, and they accept. They climb up a beanstalk and enter the giant's castle. They hear footsteps and then a giant enters the room. Holy Christ, what are they gonna do? Well, they didn't really have to do anything because the giant slips and busts his head on a table. Then the giant's wife comes in, sees Rick and Morty, calls the cops, and the duo are sent to giant jail. During their trial, Giant Saul Goodman reveals that they were not read their rights, so they are free to go. But the steps down the courthouse are huge, so it takes a bit. They find a tavern in one of the stairs and go inside. During the entire adventure, Rick has been complaining, and Morty finally snaps at him and says if he doesn't start enjoying himself by the time Morty gets out of the restroom, he'll flip his lid. He goes to the bathroom where he meets Mr. Jellybean. And at first he seems nice, but he starts to get more and more creepy, eventually holding Morty down and trying to have his way with him. Morty rightfully beats the shit out of him and runs to Rick crying, saying that Rick wins and to take him home. Rick realizes what happened because he saw Mr. Jellybean walk out of the restroom all beaten up. Rick tells Morty that he's been winning a lot of schmeckles so they can use them to ride down the stairs and give the rest to the townspeople. They do that and the town is thankful and wants them to meet their king, but it turns out that it's Mr. Jellybean, so they leave. But Rick comes back and blows up Mr. Jellybean. Deserved. In the other plot, we follow Beth asking the Meeseeks to make her a more complete woman, Summer, who asks the Meeseeks to make her popular, and Jerry, who is sensible and asks them to get 2 strokes off his golf game. Beth and Summer's Meeseeks fulfill their request pretty easily, but Jerry's Meeseek is having trouble, so that Meeseek asks other Meeseeks for help, and so on until there's a whole bunch of Meeseeks. They are starting to get uneasy because it is unnatural for Meeseeks to live this long, but Jerry doesn't care and goes out to dinner with Beth, who is considering divorcing Jerry. The Meeseeks have had enough and plan to kill Jerry to get all strokes off his game. They ambush him at the restaurant and Jerry and Beth run to a freezer and trap themselves in it. But the Meeseeks have hostages and are going to execute people if Jerry doesn't come out. Beth clutches and makes a makeshift club and gives Jerry the motivation to finally get 2 strokes off his game. Then all the Meeseeks disappear. This is the first episode I can truly call fantastic from start to finish. The comedy is great as always, with some really good moments, like when the hostages react to the crazy situation that is happening with the Meeseeks. Speaking of the Meeseeks, they are a really fun concept. Add that in with Jerry being incompetent and telling Summer and Beth to do something simple, and then he requests something that the Meeseeks can't complete, creates a great B-plot. The only thing wrong with this episode is not the episode's fault, because it's one of the first times they bring it up, and of course, that is Jerry and Beth's relationship. I forgot a lot of the early episodes have something to do with their failing marriage, which is good in this episode, but there is plenty more to come, which might become grating. That is one thing I like about the later seasons, is that Jerry and Beth aren't just miserable and sick of each other. I like how since Morty did complete his quest that the every 1/10 adventure thing comes back in later seasons, and I always love to see it. Now the main reason why I love this episode, the Mr. Jellybean situation. Obviously, I'm not saying that the situation itself is good because it's not. It's awful, and that's why I like it so much. That sounds really bad, but just hear me out. Morty going to Rick crying is so sad, but Rick actually taking the situation seriously and trying to comfort Morty by saying they can still complete the quest is amazing. This is the type of stuff I miss. I miss these genuine moments that aren't played as jokes. It shows that Rick might have a hard exterior, but he still cares about Morty. Fun fact, Tom Kenny is Mr. Jellybean. Man, I never realized the range of Tom Kenny. He plays SpongeBob, Ice King, and Mr. Jellybean, and so much more. What a great voice actor. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in first place. Episode 6 is Rick Potion number 9. It's the day of the flu season dance, and Morty wants to go with Jessica, his crush, but she already has a date. When Morty goes home, he asks Rick if he can make some type of love potion to get Jessica to fall in love with him, and Rick reluctantly gives him one. Morty leaves for the dance and puts the potion on Jessica, and she falls for Morty. It turns out Jessica has the flu, and she infects everyone with the Morty love bug, and now everyone wants Morty. Rick comes in and saves Morty and has apparently come up with a solution to fix the Morty love epidemic, but instead he accidentally turns everyone into praying mantis creatures. It goes airborne, and now everyone in the world is a praying mantis monster, but it doesn't affect Rick or any of the family because they are related to Morty. Rick comes up with a new cure, and it turns everyone into Cronenbergs. During all of this, we follow Jerry becoming a badass and saving Beth. The only reason why he's trying to find her is not because of the monsters, no. It's because he thinks she's cheating on him. They find each other and eventually summer. Rick has one last plan, and that is to go to a dimension where Rick solved the Cronenberg problem, but shortly after, him and Morty died. So our Rick and Morty can slip into their place. They also leave Beth, Jerry, and Summer behind, so that's not very nice. Then we get the final scene with Morty looking petrified after burying himself, with Look On Down from the Bridge by Maisie Starr playing. You know it, another great episode. Jerry being a badass is super funny. Even though it is centered around another Jerry and Beth having marriage issues plot, this episode is great, but I do have a problem with it. Morty keeps taking the high road in the situation, saying the situation is Rick's fault, which a part of it is his fault since he did give his grandson a potion that would make anyone fall in love with him, but it's mostly Morty's fault. He's the one that asked Rick to make the potion. It's also a really creepy thing to ask for, especially after what happened to Morty last episode. Making someone love you unwillingly is just a really messed up thing to do.
No shit.
Sure, Rick forgets to tell Morty to make sure she isn't sick, but once again, Morty is a creep. And sure, Rick does turn everyone into Cronenbergs, but it wouldn't have happened if Morty didn't want to get laid. This wouldn't be as big of a problem if Morty admitted that it's his fault, which he does, but then right after says it's mostly Rick's fault. What a dickhead. Other than that, I like how the blood looks in this episode. It has a really weird texture to it, but it's cool. Even though most of what I've been doing is complaining, I still love this episode. In terms of the ranking, this is going above M. Night Shyamalan Aliens, but below Me Seeks and Destroy. Episode 7 is Raising Gazorpazorp. This episode starts off with... I forgot about this episode. This episode starts off with Rick buying Morty a sex robot, which Morty impregnates, and out pops an alien child. Yeah... Rick, being the base person he is, wants to kill the child, but Morty won't let him, so Rick tries to find his home planet. This is, of course, so he can abandon the child on that planet. Once again, pretty based. He finds the planet and is about to head out, but Summer wants to come. Rick says no, but it doesn't matter because Summer is dragged into the portal by the planet's inhabitants. Rick kills the captors and plans on returning Summer back home, but Rick's portal gun gets destroyed. Eventually, a giant head comes out of nowhere and drops off some sex robots. Rick and Summer go into the headship and finds a society of only women. It turns out that the women of this planet have separated from the men for being too aggressive and have been deploying sex robots to the men so they can keep their populations up. Rick and Summer have to pretend that Rick is Summer's slave or else Rick will be executed. They dick around for a little bit and then Rick gets sick of the alien shit, so he farts, which of course is illegal for a women's society. Good writing with that one, Justin Roiland and Dan Harmon. You did great. They are both planned to be executed, but Summer gives a speech and the aliens forgive them and give them a ship to get back home. In the other plot, Morty is raising his child, which he named Morty Jr. What a narcissist. Morty Jr. rapidly ages, and it turns out that he wants to kill everything and everyone he comes across. Morty lies and tells him that the outside air will kill him so he can't hurt anyone. When he's in his teens, Morty Jr. runs off and starts a rampage, but Morty calms him down and convinces him to become a creative because, I shit you not, the writer of Marmaduke comes in and says he has pent-up murderous rage that he channels into Marmaduke. What? Did I miss something? Why the creator of Marmaduke? I do think it's pretty funny though. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this episode. Everyone is kind of an unlikable asshole. From Jerry and Beth disapproving of Morty raising his kid and also just bickering with each other, which holy shit, I'm so fucking done with already, to Summer being a brat, to Rick being a sexist asshole for not wanting Summer to come on the adventure because she's a girl. I don't like when shows make characters out of nowhere become sexist, like Rick. I also generally don't like episodes of TV shows that are boys versus girls. Not to say this episode is all bad. I really like the plot of Morty raising Morty Jr., even though how it got there is a bit awkward. This episode is also still pretty funny.
They get to play outside.
I think this is the first time Rick says wubble-up-a-dub-dub, so Yeah, I honestly don't remember because I took like a 6-month break in between these episodes because I felt super unmotivated to do anything. Anyways, overall this episode is still pretty decent. In terms of the ranking, it's gonna go in last place though. Episode 8 is 60 Minutes. In this episode, we follow Rick and Morty watching Interdimensional Cable, which is basically TV with infinite possibilities. This plot is mostly the creators of Rick and Morty doing improv skits, and some of them are really funny. In the other plot, we follow Jerry and Beth having marital issues. Yay, my favorite. They discover that in an alternate timeline when they aborted Summer, Jerry became a big-time actor and Beth became a human doctor. They are, of course, both assholes about this and make Summer feel like shit to the point where she wants to run away and do something with Turquoise. Morty finds out about Summer wanting to run away, and he talks to her about how he had to bury himself and continue on living with that knowledge. I forgot about this moment. It's sweet to see Morty actually connect with Summer for once. Then the plot ends with it turning out that Beth and Jerry from the alternate timeline still love each other and regret the abortion. This makes Beth and Jerry realize that they did the right thing so they don't get divorced. Ooh. This episode was really funny. I love most of the interdimensional cable shows, especially the Two Brothers one and the Baby Legs one. They're all great though. I also find it really funny when the actors break character and start to laugh.
And it's called Two Brothers. Two Brothers. It's just called Two Brothers.
The second plot is pretty good, even though I'm sick of Beth and Jerry being assholes. I forgot about how much I hated them in the first 2 seasons. I know I keep saying this, but goddamn, they are so unlikable. In terms of the ranking, I'm going to be putting it above Lawnmower Dog and below the pilot, even though it's a really close call. Episode 9 is Something Rick This Way Comes. Oh my god, that's such a bad title. I also forgot about this episode. The first plot is about Summer getting a new job at an antique store, but oh no! It turns out the boss is the devil, giving away items that will benefit a person in some way, but will also curse them. Summer doesn't care, though. Rick does care, surprisingly. Not because he wants to stop the devil, but because he's jealous of him getting along with Summer. Rick opens a business that can decurse items, leading to the devil trying to kill himself, which Summer stops. Summer motivates the devil to keep going, which he then creates a business that's worth millions. But then he does what any devil would do and kicks Summer out with no reward. So Rick and Summer do the obvious thing and get swole and beat the shit out of him. In the other plot, Jerry says Pluto's not a planet. So this episode was... Okay, fine. Jerry says Pluto's not a planet, so him and Morty get kidnapped by Plutonians who are the residents of Pluto. They all love Jerry saying Pluto's a planet, but it turns out the rich are making Pluto shrink by mining plutonium, basically their power source. Morty tries to convince Jerry that he has to tell everyone about this, but Jerry's an asshole, so he disregards Morty. But then Jerry sees how the king of Pluto treats his son and tells everyone Pluto's not a planet. Then it ends with Jerry and Morty having a sweet conversation. So the devil side of this episode was great. I love seeing Rick being this petty. It's really funny. Then Rick getting bored and burning down his curse removal business is a highlight of the episode. I also like Summer and the devil's dynamic, up until the betrayal, of course. The other plot is pretty boring. I always forget about this plot on rewatches, and I'm probably gonna forget it again. Jerry and Morty's conversation at the end is sweet, but everything else is Jerry being arrogant and telling everyone Pluto is a planet. If that's your thing, then this episode's for you. It's definitely not my thing. If there was a better B plot, this episode would definitely be higher, but as it is now, I'm going to put this above Anatomy Park, but below Lawnmower Dog. Episode 10 is Close Encounters of the Rick Kind. This episode is a doozy. I'm telling you this now, don't drink every single time I say Rick, because you'll be dead in a couple minutes. It starts off with Rick and the family eating breakfast. It seems pretty normal at first until another Rick and Morty comes out of the portal, kills Rick, and takes Morty. It turns out that the Rick that was killed wasn't our Rick. To make this less confusing, I'm going to be calling our Rick and Morty C-137 since it's revealed this episode that's the universe they're from. While Rick C-137 is enjoying breakfast, a bunch of Ricks barge in and take him and Morty. They take them to the Citadel of Ricks, which is basically a government of Ricks. They lead them to the Council of Ricks, who are the rulers of the Citadel, and it's revealed that a bunch of Ricks have been murdered and they think Rick C-137 killed them. Rick and Morty C-137 escape and find the Rick who killed all the other Ricks. I'll call him Evil Rick. Evil Rick wants to download Rick C-137's mind and kill him. But before he can finish his plan, Morty C-137 starts a Morty revolution and kills Evil Rick. At the end of the episode, it's revealed that Evil Rick was being controlled by Evil Morty.
What a twist!
In the B plot, the Smith's house has been taken over by Ricks who are trying to find Rick C-137. Jerry befriends Doofus Rick, who is apparently the worst Rick. They hang out and bond, but then Doofus Rick leaves. So sad. What an episode. To start off, I love the concept of the Citadel of Ricks. It expands this universe so much and shows how our Rick is different from most Ricks because he refused to join the Citadel. Speaking of expanding this universe, this episode has a lot of lore dumps. like them mentioning the central finite curve, and the reveal that Ricks keep Mortys around because they are basically a cloaking device for Ricks since their dumb brainwaves cancel out Rick's smart ones. This obviously makes Morty a bit mad at Rick, but this is solved by the end with Rick telling him he's the Mortiest Morty, which is sweet. Also, Evil Morty introduction. He's a major player way later on the show, and I love the concept of a Morty going against Rick's. The song they play when it's revealed that Evil Morty was orchestrating the whole thing is fire. The chase scene where Rick uses his portal gun to get away is also really cool. The Jerry subplot is also really good in a different way. It's just kind of sweet seeing Jerry and Doofus Rick become friends, and their eventual split up is tragic. These are the kinds of plots I want to see done with Jerry, not him being an incompetent asshole. Anyways, this episode is going above Rick Potion number 9 and below Me Seeks and Destroy. Episode 11 in the season finale is Risky Business. In this episode, Beth and Jerry entrust Rick with watching the kids while they go to a Titanic-themed getaway. Beth tells Rick if anything happens to the house, Morty can't go on any more adventures. Rick and Summer don't care and throw a party. Morty is freaking out since the house is getting trashed, but then he gets time alone with Jessica in Rick's garage, so he calms down. Morty gets startled by Squanchy squanching, don't ask, and knocks over a device that transfers the house to another dimension. Once again, Morty's the only one freaking out. Rick tells him to get some crystals that will supposedly help with getting the house back to their dimension. They also send Summer's uncool friend Nancy and Rick's creation Aberdolf Linkler. Once again, don't ask. During their mission, Linkler dies. Morty and Nancy go back to the house and tell Rick about this, but he's too busy snorting the crystals to care. Morty finally gets fed up with Rick's shit and ends the party. He then forces Rick to bring them back to their dimension. He does, and everyone leaves except for Bird Person, who tells Morty Rick is in great pain. Morty acts like he doesn't care, but still makes Rick solve the problem so they can still go on adventures together. Rick freezes time right before Beth and Jerry get back, and the trio hangs out in the frozen world cleaning up the mess. In the other plot, Beth and Jerry are in a replica of the Titanic, but Beth isn't into it because she's a bitch. She then asks a cleaning lady to take her place for Jerry, and she obliges. Her and Jerry start to bond, but then she forces him to draw her naked and almost rapes him. Wow, that escalated quickly. Beth saves Jerry and they go home, and that's where the season ends. This episode was pretty good. There are some really funny moments, and seeing all the wacky characters at the party is cool. Rick and Summer are insufferable in this episode, but they're supposed to be. They do get their comeuppance at the end, at least Summer does. The Jerry subplot is uncomfortable to say the least. I remember watching this episode when I was like 10, and the plot fucked me up. I do find the emotional moment in this episode where Rick says I love my grandkids sweet, but also a bit out of character for him. Last episode he couldn't say he cared for Morty, let alone love him. That's just a nitpick though. In terms of the ranking, it's gonna go below M. Night Shyamalan Aliens, but above the pilot. So that was Rick and Morty season 1. Now to answer the question, was it any good? No. It was great. The comedy of the first season is just so good. Even though Justin Roiland is like the worst, he has great comedic timing. Most of the plots are fun and inventive. The world building is fantastic, with them introducing so many different worlds and concepts. Most of the characters are great. The only two I can say are not are Jerry and Beth. They just got on my nerves a lot, and they are both so unlikable. They're probably the worst part of season 1, but that being the worst part is pretty damn good. So yeah, season 1 of Rick and Morty was as good as everyone remembered. Season 2 of Rick and Morty, like most people, is my favorite season. There's just something about it. Most of the jokes are hits, the concepts are fantastic, the drama is great, Rick is at his best. Jerry and Beth are really bad, but we don't talk about that. I haven't watched the second season in years, so like the first video, I'm here to ask the question, was season 2 as good as we remember? I really hope it is. So without further ado, let's get into Rick and Morty season 2. The first episode of season 2 is A Wrinkle in Time. Spoiler alert, I love this episode. It starts off where season 1 ends with time being frozen, and Rick, Summer, and Morty are the only people not frozen in time, cleaning up the mess from their party. It's been 6 months since then.
6 months. 6 months. 6 months. 6 months.
They unfreeze time, and Rick tells them not to touch their parents or they might shatter into many pieces since their time has to sync up with everyone else's time again. Rick gives Beth and Jerry money to get them out of the house, and off they go. Rick, Morty, and Summer are talking when suddenly the screen splits into 2. Uh-oh. It turns out that Summer and Morty were uncertain about something, so they got split up like this to show their uncertainty. If they don't get back to one reality, they will die. Rick makes a device that will combine the two realities together, but Morty and Summer are still uncertain, so Rick sits them down down and mathematically proves how they are both a pain in his ass. That's such a good bit. After that, Rick tries again, but this time it's him who's not synced up, so he does the rational thing and attempts to kill the other Rick. This leads to the screen splitting into 4 separate realities. All 4 Mortys knock out all 4 Ricks and put them in a cage. Rick tries to prove all the Ricks are cool now by leaving a voicemail, which all 4 of them do. Morty still won't let him out, so he just busts through the cage.
Morty!
Then this testicle creature from the 4th dimension played by Keegan-Michael Key comes and gives them collars that brings them to one reality again. But then he says they're going to time jail, so Rick makes everyone take off their collars and starts being uncertain to split the realities again. They get to like 32 different realities and all the Ricks start beating the shit out of the testicle creature and defeat him. Then Rick fixes the collars and tells everyone to put them on. Summer's collars work, but one of the Morty's collars isn't working and he accidentally falls into the void. That Rick goes down to try and fix Morty's collar, but he had dropped it. Then Rick sacrifices himself and gives Morty his collar. But then he finds the other collar, fixes it, and they're all saved. At the end, Beth and Jerry come in and make fun of the collars. In the other plot, Jerry hits a deer and Beth tries to save it since she wants to prove that she isn't just a horse doctor. Then this hunter comes in saying that it's his deer, so even if she does save it, he's just gonna kill it anyways. Jerry eventually comes to the rescue saying that he found guys who can take the deer across the border and take it to a deer hospital to save it and make sure the hunter can't have it. But it turns out that Jerry lied and he takes Beth into the woods to finish the surgery. That's actually really sweet. So yeah, this episode is amazing. The concept of uncertainty splitting the timeline is so original and cool, and they use it to its fullest. I also love how Rick sacrifices himself at the end. It shows that he cares for Morty even though he doesn't like to show it. I also love when Rick starts praying to God. It's just so funny. There's also the Barry and Jeff? My god, I'm so fucking stupid. There's also the Jerry and Beth plot, which is pretty funny, and like I said before, the ending is sweet. It's neat seeing Jerry doing something for Beth and not just arguing with her. Beth is a little mean, but also it works for her character. I also like them having a plot about her being a horse surgeon. In later seasons, they kind of forget about that, except for the giant sperm episode, but the less said about that episode, the better. Finally, this episode is, in my opinion, one of the funniest in the entire show.
That guy is the red grin grumble to pretending he knows what's going on. Oh, you agree, huh? You like that red grin grumble reference? Well, guess what? I made him up. Think for yourselves, don't be sheep.
In terms of the ranking, this episode is going above Rick Potion number 9 and below Close Rick Counters of the Rick kind. Episode 2 is Morty Night Run. In this episode, we follow Rick selling a gun to an assassin. Morty isn't happy about this because he's a bitch. Rick's right, he's going to kill anyways, might as well get some cash. And of course, with the cash, they go to Blips and Chips. Hell yeah. Blips and Chips is a big space arcade. And here we get, in my opinion, one of the best gags in Rick and Morty. Roy. To calm Morty down, Rick puts a helmet on Morty's head and he wakes up as a child. It turns out that what we have been seeing is a dream of a kid named Roy. Then we go through his entire life, finding love, getting cancer, beating cancer, and then living to an old age, but unfortunately, he dies at a rug store. Morty then wakes up terrified and he's obviously confused and scared since he just lived a whole different life. Then it turns out it was just a video game. It's so morbid and I love it. After Morty is traumatized for like the 10th time in the series, he leaves with Rick's trash ship to go find Crumbopulous Michael, the assassin. But then he accidentally kills Crumbopulous Michael. It turns out that Crumbopulous's target was this fart with infinity stones in it, who is being held at a government base. Rick finds Morty and complains to him, saying that they should go back to Blips and Chips, but Morty wants to save Fart. Yes, that's his name. Rick gave it to him. Rick leaves and the guards are about to kill Morty and Fart, but then Rick uses his portal gun to fill the room with water and drain it. This is so cool. The writers kind of forgot in later seasons that the portal gun can be used as a weapon. I hope they bring back this concept because it's so cool. They escape. Then they go to Gearhead's planet to get the ship fixed since Morty kind of fucked it up. If you don't remember, Gearhead is from the party episode of season 1 and it's nice to see him again. It is revealed that Fart just wants to go home and Morty agrees to take him there. It also turns out that Fart is a psychic and shows Morty what he can do with this really cool sequence playing out with him and Morty to a legitimately amazing song.
Goodbye, Moon Man.
I've been listening to this song for weeks now on my runs. It's so good. After that masterpiece, it's revealed that Gearhead turned Rick and Morty into the police since they are wanted now. So Rick replaces his mouth with his balls. Damn, that's a bit much. One chase scene later with the police and they are surrounded. Fart leaves and uses his sidekick powers to make one of the police officers think about his wife cheating on him, which makes him crash, killing hundreds of people. I love Rick's comeback of how saving one life has ended so many more. They make it to the portal that will take Fart home, but then Fart reveals he's going to come back.
Oh yeah!
And kill everyone.
Oh no!
Morty obviously won't let him do this, so he shoots him. He finds his way back to Rick, devastated, and Rick makes fart jokes at him. In the other plot, we follow Jerry being dropped off by Rick to a Jerry daycare. I love this so much. Such a funny idea. Jerry's not happy at first, but when he tries to leave, he finds out that he wouldn't be able to survive, so he comes back. When Rick and Morty go to pick him up, Morty loses the ticket they gave to him to remember which Jerry is theirs, so they take one and leave. It's later revealed in season 6 that they got the wrong Jerry, which is hilarious. When I first started watching this episode, I was not looking forward to it. I never really liked this one, but I don't know what I was on because this episode is fantastic. There are so many funny gags with Fart, like him reading Rick's mind.
Located in what you call, get out of my head, Fart, I know you're in here, la 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 la.
And the whole ending bit with Morty doing all this, hurting so many people, and it turning out that Fart is a genocidal maniac. Blips and Chips is a pretty cool location, and I wish they did more with it. Like, what other wacky alien games are there? They do go back in season 6, but it's only about Roy, which is kinda lame. Once again, the Moon Man song is such a banger. Go listen to it if you haven't yet. I never really brought this up, but I love how colorful this show is. It's very pleasing to look at, and the colors just kinda pop. I don't know how to say that without sounding like a 5-year-old, so I'll just keep it like that. The Jerry plot is one of my favorite B plots in the entire show. It's just so funny seeing how pathetic Jerry is. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going above Rick's Ski Business and below M. Night Shyamalan Aliens. Before we get into the next episode, if you are enjoying this video, please like, subscribe, and comment. It really helps the channel out. Also, if you want to see me do more videos like this on any other series, I'm open to suggestions. Anyways, let's get back into it. Episode 3 is Autoerotic Assimilation. Wow, that's actually a fantastic title for the episode. It starts out with Summer, Morty, and Rick running into a hive mind called Unity. It turns out that Rick and Unity used to date. There's actually 3 plots in this episode, so be ready. In the first plot, we follow Rick and Unity reconnecting. Rick is a really bad influence on them. They are both now completely wrecked. In the next plot, we follow Summer and Morty just kind of hanging out on the planet. Summer finds it wrong that Unity took over an entire planet of people, so she tries to revolt. I mean, Summer is right. It's really messed up. Eventually, due to Unity being wasted, they let some of the people go, and they immediately start a race war. I love Morty's line to Summer.
Summer. First race war, huh?
Morty and Summer escape and go back to Rick and Unity. There they try to convince Rick to leave with them, but he's like, nah, I get it.
I want milk.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm sorry for that one. Anyways, they leave Rick. Before I get into the ending of that plot, let's talk about the Jerry and Beth plot. You know, the last 2 plots with Jerry and or Beth were actually great, so was this one?
No.
Jerry and Beth discover Rick's secret lair under the garage, and they go into it and find an alien chained up. Then they fucking argue for the rest of the episode. Eventually, the alien breaks out just to tell them how annoying and awful they are. Favorite character right here. Hopefully after this, they stop being so awful. I do remember it getting worse in this season, though.
Oh, a man can dream, though. A man can dream.
In Rick's plot, Unity wisened up and realized Rick is bad for them, so they leave him. Then we get one of the most iconic scenes to come out of Rick and Morty, with Rick almost killing himself with the song Do You Feel It by Chaos Chaos playing, which is a banger song, by the way. I don't know if this is a hot take, but I'm not the biggest fan of this episode. The ending is obviously fantastic, one of my favorite sequences in the entire series. It shows that Rick actually does have emotions and is deeply disturbed, but everything else was just alright. The Rick and Unity stuff was fine. Summer and Morty's plot was actually pretty funny, but it has a weird message that some people should have their minds taken over, which is a weird thing to push, but And Jerry and Beth's plot is the worst thing in the series so far. There is a community reference in this episode, so it does get extra points. And like I said before, the ending of this episode is fantastic, so it does bump it up a couple points too. In terms of the ranking, this is going above Something Ricked This Way Comes. Yes, I saw the comments. I know I pronounced it wrong. I'm sorry. And below Lawnmower Dog. Episode 4 is Total Recall. This episode is one of my all-time favorites. The basic premise of this is, what if Family Guy was sci-fi?
You gotta put these seeds inside your butt.
What the fuck?
Okay, just hear me out. We start off with the Smith family eating breakfast with Jerry's brother, Steve, who's apparently been living with the Smiths for a year now. Rick comes in and sees right through Steve's BS and does what an average American would do and shoots him. It turns out that Steve is a parasite that implants false memories into people's heads so they can leech food and shelter off them. It seems like the problem is solved, but then a character called Mr. Poopy Butthole comes in and everyone is all buddy-buddy with him. Then the intro plays and Mr. Nope. Not calling him that anymore. I'm going to be calling him PB from now on because I can't keep saying that. The intro plays with PB now in most of it. Such a great intro. The Smiths and PB are in the living room and Rick writes the number 6 down on a piece of paper to ensure that they all know how many people are there. He also puts up blast shields around the house so the parasites can't escape and take over the world. And here is where the Family Guy sci-fi thing comes in. PB says this.
Reminds me of that time we all got stuck in the elevator together. You remember that?
Then we get a cutaway gag of the Smiths stuck in the elevator after Hulk the Musical. A character called Cousin Nicky comes in and saves them. What a hero. Then he shows up inside the house with the family. Everyone's acting like this character didn't just appear. Rick realizes something is wrong and shoots Cousin Nicky. But more and more cutaways keep happening and eventually the house gets full of wacky characters like Sleepy Gary, who is Beth's husband but is also cheating on her with Jerry, Pencil Jester, Ghost in the Jar, Hammer Eye, and so much more. Everyone now is trying to get Rick to lower the blast shields, but he won't do it. So Morty takes Rick into the garage to kill him. Right before Morty shoots him, Rick starts yelling at Morty, saying what a horrible nuisance he is. This makes Morty realize something, that you can only have good memories of the parasites. This is just a fantastic twist. Morty and Rick start rampaging the house while finding the people who aren't parasites with cutaways that are so funny. I especially like the one where Summer just walks up to Morty and kicks him in the balls. After the family eliminates all the parasites, they sit down for dinner, but oh no, PB is still alive, so Beth shoots him. But then it turns out that PB is not a parasite, and the episode ends with the family trying to help him as he bleeds out. What an episode. In my opinion, this is the funniest episode in the entire series. The character interactions are hilarious. There are so many great cutaway gags and some very memorable lines. There's a cutaway of all of Rick's catchphrases, and I still say, grass tastes bad to this day. I love how the line's delivered. It's just so good. And it's so fucking stupid, but I love it. All the designs for the parasites are so good, and I know the crew had a lot of fun coming up with them. The concept of this episode is also really damn good, and the way they solve the problem is actually genius. This is also, in my opinion, one of the best written episodes in the show. My only problem is how PB wasn't a parasite. How did the parasite spread more after Jerry's brother got shot if PB wasn't one? I don't know, maybe one was just hiding in the closet. But the ending gag with PB not being a parasite is really funny, so I don't really care. In terms of the ranking, I think we have a new #1 spot. This episode is going to be really hard to beat for me. It's just so goddamn good. Episode 5 is Get Swifty. It starts with this giant alien head coming to Earth and demanding the inhabitants to show him what they got. Rick and Morty see this and go to a US military base to help out. And here we get introduced to one of my favorite characters of the series, the President, who's played by Keith David. I love Keith David, so I was already gonna love the President, but he is also one of the funniest characters in the show. Rick reveals that the alien wants them to perform a newly written, catchy song. But disaster strikes at the Grammys. There was an earthquake due to the head, so now all the popular musicians are dead, except for Ice-T. So the President asks Rick if he can perform a new song, and Rick says, yes. Rick and Morty go on stage, and Morty is really nervous since he's never done anything with music before. But Rick reassures him and they perform the song Get Swifty.
He said it! He said it!
The alien enjoys the song and disappears. It seems like the day is saved, but then the Earth is teleported to a place with a whole bunch of alien heads. It turns out that that was an audition for a music competition show, where if you lose, your planet gets vaporized. Now Rick, Morty, and Ice-T only have a couple hours to come up with a new catchy song. Morty is freaking out because Rick and Ice-T seem to not care. He wants to at least grab the family just in case they fail so they can leave with them. I mean, it makes sense. Morty's already had to abandon one family, so I don't think he's in the mood to do it again. Rick lies to him and says the portal gun is almost out of juice, so they'll have to win the competition. Morty finds out that he lied, so he steals the portal gun and runs away into a random portal. This is the first time Morty's ever used the portal gun, so he doesn't know how it works. He's just going through random portals, and eventually he ends up on Bird Person's planet. There, Bird Person tells Morty that he should go help Rick because it's a dick move not to. Morty says that Rick's always a dick, which is very fair. Then Bird Person tells Morty that Rick is the reason they know each other and why he's alive. And for some reason, he has a picture of Rick holding baby Morty, which is really weird. It's just kind of hung up in his house. Like, is it Bird Person culture to have a picture of your best friend and their grandson? I don't know. Bird Person asked Morty just to have a little faith in Rick. Back with Rick, it's revealed that Ice-T was an alien called Water Tea who was turned to ice and banished from his home planet for not caring at all. Then he leaves Rick because he doesn't care. Trust me, this is important. After that, a big military guy knocks out the president because he doesn't believe in Rick and wants to launch nukes at the heads. Yeah, that will definitely solve the problem. Rick goes on stage alone and is failing. During this, Morty ends up back at the recording studio and finds the president tied up. Together, they go to Rick and the president tries to stop the attack, but it's too late. The bombs do absolutely nothing to the head, surprisingly, and Earth is now disqualified from the contest. They're about to be blasted by a death laser, but then Ice-T comes in and deflects it, saying he cares now. What a character arc. Truly one for the ages. Then the group performs a song and they win the competition. In the other plot, we follow Summer joining a potato-loving cult, worshipping the heads and becoming a much better person. At first, Jerry and Beth are loving it. The cult offers Beth to become head of surgery and Jerry to be their marketing manager, but they decline. They realize that even though Summer is better behaved, they'd rather have their actual daughter and denies the cult. So the cult ties them to balloons and are about to let them float off. But then the heads start saying boo due to what's happening in the other plot. Then the cult realizes they were in a contest and the heads weren't really gods. Overall, a great episode. Like most episodes, this one is really funny. One of my favorite jokes is when the cult is sending off sinners into the sky and they have a goth girl there, and the reason why they are killing her is because she's goth. That's just so stupid, I love it. The concept of a singing show to the death is an entertaining idea and they did it well. I'm gonna say it. Get Swifty is a jam. The ending song is also pretty funny. Why does Morty sound like that though? Ice-T being an alien is so random but really funny. Until they made a terrible episode about him in season 7, but we'll get there when we get there. It's neat to see the continuity with Tammy being with Bird Person since he takes her home after the events of last season's finale. Even though I do remember where this leads for Bird Person. The Beth, Jerry, and Summer plot is also good. I love Principal Vagina, not related, starting this cult and just going with it. Sending sinners off into the sky with balloons is so brutal, like, come on, man. He does get his comeuppance at the end, though. I also really like Jerry and Beth denying their dream jobs just because they want their daughter and not some brainwashed zombie. And then they also say they love each other, which is sweet. In terms of the ranking, this is going below Morty Night Run, but above Risky Business. Episode 6 is The Ricks Must Be Crazy. The episode starts off with Rick, Morty, and Summer in a dimension with Ball Fondlers the movie, but also giant psychic spiders. Rick tries to turn the ship on, but it's not working. Rick finds out that there's something wrong with the battery, so he and Morty go into it. Yes, that's right, I said go into it. It turns out that Rick created a micro-universe where the inhabitants stomp on this thing called a Google box to generate power for the ship. Morty isn't happy about this because it's basically slavery, but Rick just brushes him aside. Rick disguises himself as an alien, which I don't know why he has to, they're not human. He goes down to try and find out what's wrong, and it turns out that a scientist named Zeep created a mini-verse where the inhabitants generate power on a flubel crank. Rick has the same exact reaction as Morty and tells him it's basically slavery. Then they find a scientist named Kyle in this universe that is creating a teeny verse in which he's going to make the inhabitants generate power using a blubel yank. I'll let it slide, Kyle, you are played by Nathan Fielder. Then Zeep says the same exact thing that Rick says about slavery and realizes that Rick created his universe. They start fighting when Kyle crashes the ship they came on into a mountain because he can't handle the fact that his universe was made to create power. Then Zeep and Rick fight for months. In the Teenyverse, time runs slower, and Morty joins the Tree People. Morty forces the two to work together to get them out of there, and they start to get along. But when they get out of the teenyverse, Zeep betrays Rick and starts running to get to the ship that will get them out of the miniverse. There's too many verses, I'm starting to go crazy. They both get back into the microverse and race to get out of there. Rick makes it to the ship first, but Zeep gets there and they fight. After one actually raw as fuck fight scene, Rick and Morty leave. The car surprisingly turns on. Morty asks why it's working, and Rick reveals that Zeep knows if it stops working, he will just throw the battery away. Damn, that's actually so fucked. In the other plot, we follow Summer and Rick's ship. Rick tells the car to keep Summer safe, so it slices a man who was harassing her into meat cubes. Then another guy comes and Summer tells the ship not to kill him, so it paralyzes him. Damn. Then the cops come and Summer says don't hurt anyone, so it creates a replica of one of the police officer's dead son and makes the son say don't hurt the car and then melts the kid. Holy shit. Eventually the ship helps make a treaty with the psychic spiders in the US, so they leave the ship alone. Both plots were fantastic. Rick and Zeep's rivalry is hilarious. Them being so arrogant, saying that the other person's verse is messed up was damn funny. I also like Morty taking initiative and making them work together. It really shows his growth throughout the series. The summer plot is just so funny. The escalation of the situation is both funny and terrifying. I also love how a seemingly throwaway line about psychic spiders at the beginning comes back in the end. They do this a lot in the early seasons and it's always cool to see. It's just really good writing. The whole dead son thing is awful. In terms of the ranking, this is going below A Wrinkle in Time, but above Rick Potion number 9. Episode 7 is Big Trouble in Little Sanchez. This episode starts off with the Smiths sitting at the dinner table and Morty tells them that one of the lunch ladies from school was found dead with 2 holes in her neck and no blood. Rick says that it was a vampire, which are real in this universe. Summer asks Rick if he can de-age himself and come hunt a vampire with her and Morty at school. Rick tells her the idea is stupid. But then the next day of school, Rick shows up as a teenage boy. He explains that he got bored and might as well hunt vampires with his grandkids. They find out who did it. It was their gym teacher, Coach Ferratu. I never really bring up the post-credit scenes, but this episode's one is the head of the vampires learning that Coach Ferratu got killed, and he's like,
why the fuck would he name himself after a famous vampire movie? Was he doing a bit?
That's a really funny gag. Rick, or as everyone calls him now, Tiny Rick, is a big hit at school. Rick explains that he didn't de-age himself, he just put his consciousness into a younger clone of himself, and the real him is floating in a vat of liquid. He's about to go back into his old body when Summer's crush, Toby Matthews, asks if they could have a party at their house and if Tiny Rick will be there. Rick agrees to stay in his teenage body for a little bit longer and party. At the party, Morty and Jessica start talking and hanging out. Everyone's having a fun time when Tiny Rick sings a song. Now, you might have not caught this in the episode, but Rick is trying to send a message to Summer and Morty that he needs to be put back in his old body.
I'm really old, this isn't me. My real body's slowly dying in a vat.
It's very subtle. Morty's stupid and also only paying attention to Jessica so he doesn't notice, but Summer does. The next day, she tries to get Tiny Rick back into his old body, but he refuses. They go to the dance that night and Rick suddenly sends a message again.
Let me out! Let me out! This is not a dance!
Summer gets Tiny Rick expelled so he would want to go back to being old. That doesn't work, it just kind of ruins Summer's social life. Back at the house, Summer and Morty jump Tiny Rick and force him to get back in his old body. It turns out that real Rick's thoughts would only come out when he does something with teenage angst, or something like that, I don't know. Then he murders a bunch of his clones naked. In the other plot, Jerry and Beth go to marriage counseling. Oh yay. It is space couples therapy, so it's a little more interesting. There, the therapist has a device that creates a creature that looks like what a person sees their spouse as. Beth is a giant terrifying spider thing, and Jerry is a worm. They go through a tour of all the couple's monsters and they kill each other. But Jerry and Beth work together to escape and rampage the facility. The therapist tells them that they have the worst marriage he's ever seen and then abandons them on the planet. Beth gets captured by Spider Beth, who wants to create a whole army of Jerrys. They are kinda useless, so I don't know why. She does this by putting the device on Beth and keeping her still with a metal beam. But then Jerry mans up and starts killing the worm Jerrys, which makes Beth see Jerry as a badass, creating more badass Jerrys who aid Jerry in the fight. They try to free Beth, but they can't bend metal, so Jerry puts the helmet on one of the buff Jerrys and spawns a goddess Beth. She destroys the spider Beth and takes the Jerrys with her. Marriage saved. This was a pretty good episode. I like that they focused mostly on Summer in this one. I really like her character, and her somehow realizing that Rick needs to be put back in his body is impressive.
I'm dying in a vat in the garage!
Morty is a little bitch in this episode, but it works. I love the scene at the very end where Rick is killing all his clones. It's so brutal and funny, especially since Summer only cares about him putting on pants. Surprisingly, I actually like the Jerry and Beth plot. I remember hating it, but it's actually got some really funny moments.
I'm here to save you, or my name isn't Jerry Smith. Aha! Yes, Jerry Smith.
The concept of this plot is fantastic. Also, Bill Cipher reference.
Yeah, baby.
I know you probably already knew that part of this episode, but did you also know Alex Hirsch, the creator of Gravity Falls, plays Toby Matthews in this episode? That's pretty neat. Another reference I noticed was the Rick that Tiny Rick drew looks a lot like the original design of Rick, but the less said about that short, the better. In terms of the ranking, this is going above the pilot and below Rick's business. Episode 8 is Interdimensional Cable 2, Tempting Fate. This episode starts off with the Smiths at an alien hospital since Jerry got an alien disease. Summer, Morty, Beth, and Rick go to the waiting room where they watch Interdimensional Cable. Part 2, baby! But more on that later. The other plot follows Jerry having to choose to remove his penis to save an alien called Shrimply Pibbles, who is one of the most influential civil rights leaders in the galaxy. Jerry agrees due to his ego, but tries to weasel his way out of it by getting Beth to say no for him. At first she does, but then she sees what they're going to replace it with and tells Jerry that he has to make the decision himself. The doctor allows Jerry to use his computer to jack off one last time. Jesus Christ, what is this plot? And there, he finds a file about Shrimply Pibbles. Apparently, he has a heroin addiction. So at a press conference, Jerry brings this up to try and weasel his way out of giving away his junk. But it turns out that Shrimply Pibbles' home planet has an atmosphere of 10% heroin, so he has to breathe it in or he will die. Everyone's booing Jerry, and it turns out that they are now going to use a synthetic heart to save Shrimply Pibbles. But Jerry wants people to like him, so he goes into the operating room while the surgery is in progress and tries to make them put his penis into Shrimply Pibbles. Once again, what the hell is this plot? He rightfully gets shot. But it turns out that the hospital is so advanced that Jerry is fine. I've heard that most people don't like this episode, but I thought it was decent. The interdimensional cable definitely carried this one though. I love the Jan Michael Vincent bit, the Little Bits one, and the personal space one. The rest are really good though. They also introduced the Plumbus. The Jerry plot was fine. Most of the time watching it, I was thinking, man, they should really go back to interdimensional cable. That kinda sucks because the first one had a really good side plot. I felt really bad for Jerry in this one. It is a legitimately tough decision to make, and after all the turmoil he goes through, it turns out they could have just used a synthetic heart the entire time, and now everyone hates him. Poor guy. In terms of the ranking, this is going below Lawnmower Dog and above Autoerotic Assimilation. Episode 9 is Look Who's Purging Now. This episode starts off with Rick and Morty in the ship going through space, and suddenly a giant bug splatters on the windshield. The ship's out of wiper fluid, so they go down to a nearby planet to get some. It turns out that on that planet, there's a big festival where all crime is legal to allow people to get their frustrations out. Once the sun sets, the festival will begin. Rick calls out that it's like the movie The Purge. Really quickly, I want to clear something up from the first video. I said I liked the earlier seasons because they don't make many references. I should have worded that better. What I really meant was I like how they don't shove it in your face. Like in the episode Lawnmower Dog, Scary Terry is a reference to Freddy Krueger, but they don't go, holy crap, it's just like Freddy Krueger. They do this sometimes in the early seasons, like this episode saying it's like The Purge. But the thing is, it's few and far between, so it doesn't annoy me much. But later seasons, it's just so often. But we'll get to that when we get to the later seasons. Anyways, tangent over. Rick wants to hover above the ground with the ship and watch the festival, but Morty is against it. Rick does it anyways, but gets grossed out quickly. They're about to leave when Morty sees a girl in danger and he wants to save her. They do, and they get back into the ship with the girl. Her name is Arthrisha. After Morty fails to riz her up,
Mission failed. We'll get 'em next time.
she then remembers that her grandma is in danger. Rick calls bullshit on that, but still goes to help her. They go to the house of her supposed grandma, and Rick tells Morty to wait in the ship. There's a couple of gunshots, then Arthrisha comes out with Rick's gun and steals the ship. Morty hurries into the building and sees Rick, who has been shot. Rick makes a call back home to Summer and tells her to deploy something that will help them. During all this, Rick has to fight off purgers and is getting more and more frustrated with Morty not wanting to kill anyone. I'll go through the other plot real quick because it's really short. Jerry attempts to talk to Summer, but it's not working. After Summer deploys the package for Rick, she asks what's up with him, and it turns out that he just misses hanging out with his daughter. Aw, that's pretty sweet. But then he asks for money. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. And that's the end of that plot. Back on the Purge planet, Morty and Rick go to this lighthouse to put up a device so they can receive the package. An old man answers the door and tells them they can if Morty listens to his tale. It turns out that his tale is a screenplay which is extremely bad. Morty listens to all of it, and the guy asks for criticism, so Morty gives him a little bit, and he immediately tries to kick them out. Morty is fed up and pushes him down the stairs, killing him. Morty and Rick go outside to receive the package. It gives them suits of armor, and they start killing Purgers. Morty is liking it a bit too much. They find Arthricia and are about to kill her when she tells them that all she wanted to do was kill the rich people who made the festival. Morty is so pissed off he doesn't care, and even threatens to kill Rick, but then Rick just tases him. Rick gives Arthricia the armor and they go to town on the rich people. At the end, Rick and Morty leave, and the townspeople create a plan to have one night every year where they can commit any crime. What a genius plan. Morty's embarrassed for what he did, and Rick tells him that a candy bar he ate earlier contained Purginol, which makes you super aggressive. But then it turns out there was no Purginol in it the entire time. Another great episode. I like the idea of the Purge, even though it makes no sense and also the movies are terrible. It's kind of funny that the best thing to come out of the Purge is this episode. The hyper-violence is fun. I don't know how other people feel about Morty being this angry and violent, but I like it. If I had to deal with the stuff he puts up with throughout the series, I would also have a lot of pent-up anger. This episode once again reminds me of one of the biggest flaws of later seasons. Rick is too overpowered. If this was a season 5 episode, Rick would just kill everyone. But no, Rick has to use his wits to get out of the situation. And I like that way more. I know I keep saying this about all the episodes, but it's true. This episode is really funny.
A little help? A spoon? I'm sorry. There's a pile of silverware next to you, and you throw me the one thing that can never kill anything?
I also like the bit at the end where Morty tries to rizz up Arthricia again, and she keeps saying that she has a boyfriend. Like, she didn't have to say it that much. The Summer and Jerry plot was fine. It's just a couple minutes, and the reveal of why Jerry needs the money is hilarious. It's so he can call a guy who charges $1.99 a minute to be his friend. It's so pathetic, and I love it. In terms of the ranking, this is going below Get Swifty and above Risky Business. And finally, episode 10 is The Wedding Squanchers. This episode starts off with the Smiths eating breakfast and Beth telling Jerry to get a job. Then out of nowhere, this flying flesh mound comes in and gives Rick an invitation to Birdperson and Tammy's wedding. Oh god. Rick doesn't want to go, but is forced due to them accidentally sending Jerry as a present. So off to Planet Squanch they go. Once they arrive, Rick is still pissed off. Jerry comes in shortly after. Everyone makes small talk except for Rick, who is getting drunk at the bar. Morty goes over and tells him to stop being such a downer since he's surrounded by all his friends and family. Rick, of course, ridicules him. Birdperson and Beth are talking, and Birdperson reveals that there are 17 individuals at the wedding who are wanted by the Galactic Federation. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Then the wedding happens, and Tammy and Birdperson are now married. At the reception, Rick makes a toast, which at first seems like it's going to be terrible, but then says that Birdperson is his best friend, and if he's happy, Rick's happy. That's pretty sweet of Rick. Rick finally opens up about something, and it's nice to see. I really hope nothing bad happens after this. Tammy stands up to give a toast.
No. Wait.
She then reveals that she was an undercover agent for the Galactic Federation, tells them all that they're all under arrest, and kills Birdperson. God, I knew it was gonna happen, but it still stings. Rick and the family escape, and Rick tells them they can't go back to Earth since the Galactic Federation has probably taken it over. So they go and try to find another planet to live on. The first one is a tiny one. The second one is a planet that has everything on the cob. Rick freaks out about this. I don't know why. He doesn't explain, and I think that's why it's so funny.
Get in the goddamn ship! Everything's on a cob! The whole planet's on a cob! Go! Go!
Then the third planet has a screaming sun. They decide the tiny planet is the best option and set up shop. On this planet, it's revealed that the Galactic Federation did take over Earth. Rick goes to conquer Antarctica and finds a cave. In the cave, he finds a hole underneath the shack that they're living in and hears his family talk about him. Jerry wants to turn him in, but no one else does. They will continue to follow Rick because they love him, and Beth doesn't want him to leave again. The next scene, Rick tells Morty that he's gonna get some ice cream, and Morty asks if he wants him to come so he can mask Rick with his brainwaves. That's a great callback. Rick says no, and Morty knows he won't come back. Morty tells Rick that he won't forgive him for not telling Beth, but Rick leaves. I love this moment so much. Morty has grown a lot throughout the series, and this scene shows it pretty well. He would have never called Rick out like this at the beginning, but now he does. Rick calls the Galactic Federation as Jerry and turns himself in, but he makes sure the family will get sent back to Earth and will be safe. And back on Earth, Jerry gets a job. Not as good as a character arc as Ice-T, but it'll do. Rick gets put into a maximum security prison. During this whole sequence, Hurt by 9 Inch Nails is playing, and the song fits the situation so well. It was a perfect choice. And that's where this episode and the season ends. Damn, what an episode. This episode makes me sad, both because of what happens in the episode and what happens after. Rick choosing to turn himself in to save his family is amazing. He doesn't tell them that he's doing it, which shows that he's still not willing to open up, but deep down he loves his family and wants the best for them. It's just so good. The Tammy twist is great, even on a rewatch. Them choosing to kill off Bird Person was a great idea. Sure, he's only been in 2 episodes before this, but we still know that he and Rick are close, so it hits even harder. Especially since it's right after Rick opening up for once. But of course, he's actually not dead, which I'll talk about my feelings about in a later video. Even though this episode has a lot of great character and dramatic moments, it didn't stop it from being hilarious. From Rick's corn on the cob freakout, to when Rick starts reading his toast off a piece of paper and the piece of paper telling him to stammer off, to Jerry finally getting a job at the end. Some fantastic bits. And of course, there's an after credits scene of PB from episode 4 this season, finishing the episode. Then he has a freak out asking the pizza man what he thought of the finale. This is a perfect way to end off the season. In terms of the ranking, this is going above Rick's Must Be Crazy, but below A Wrinkle in Time. So, that's season 2. As you will see with my final ranking, it's pretty obvious I like the season more than the first. The first is still great, but this one's on a whole nother level. From being the funniest season in the show, to such great character moments, to the fantastic concepts, this is truly one of my favorite seasons of any TV show ever. Yeah, I'll go that far. I made jokes about hating Jerry and Beth this entire video, but going back and rewatching these episodes, I realized they're not as bad as I remember. They can be annoying, especially in their plot in autoerotic assimilation, but they are usually funny. Morty's at his best, and so is Rick. I also like how they started to include Summer more often in plots. I don't know if this is a hot take, but she is one of my favorite characters in the series so far. The other thing that made me sad about Wedding Squanchers was that this is the end of an era. From here, the show goes downhill in many ways. They stopped taking serialization as seriously. The show in general decreases in quality, and it makes me sad that this part of Rick and Morty is over. Don't get me wrong, I love episodes from later seasons, but they don't quite have the same feel as the first 2 seasons. The potential of the series is astounding, but from what I remember, the next seasons aren't going to come close to season 2 or even season 1. But it's not all doom and gloom. I love season 6, and season 7 has some standout moments. So I still have hope for the series' future, but we'll get to that when we get to that. And now, we're at season 3. This might be the most divisive season of the entire show. Some people hate it, others love it, and some think it's a mixed bag. Before rewatching it, I'm definitely on the mixed bag side. I remember some fantastic episodes, but also some episodes I would rather not revisit. Although I think it's a mixed bag. Season 3 does hold a special place in my heart since it's the first season I watched while it was airing. I finished the first 2 seasons, then a week later season 3 started airing. So it does mean quite a bit to me, and a lot of other people too, since this was when the series first blew up. This is a double-edged sword. I love that it blew up and got popular, but also it had a huge impact on the show. Right now, the series is renewed for 12 seasons, and it's only on its 8th. The crew has to not only focus on the current season, but already plan 4 seasons ahead, which must be stressful, and could also be the reason why later seasons are so messy. But I'm not here to discuss that. I'm here to ask the question, is Rick and Morty Season 3 good? Without further ado, let's get into it with the first episode. The first episode is the Rick Shank Rick-demption. I remember watching this episode when it first came out and loved it. Most people did. It seemed like the beginning of another great season of Rick and Morty. But how do I feel about the episode now? Let's discuss the episode first. It starts off with Rick and the family at Shoney's. For the longest time, I thought Shoney's was a parody of Denny's, but no, Shoney's actually exists. Anyways, Rick has seemingly already broken out of prison. But what's really happening is that he's still in the prison inside a machine called a brainalyzer, which basically puts you inside of your head. A member of the Galactic Federation is in there with him, and tries to get information about how interdimensional travel works from Rick. Rick refuses to tell the man anything. Then the man reveals that his brain will be liquefied if he doesn't tell him. Rick obliges. Yeah, I wouldn't want my brain turning into a smoothie either. Before we continue with this plot, let's talk about the B plot since they merge in the end and it's easier to bring it up now. It follows the real Smith family as they are living under Federation control back on Earth. Jerry is thriving with a job, even though it's only paying in pills.
Balls.
Beth isn't doing too hot due to there being no need for horse surgeons because of the aliens' advanced tech. Morty is content and Summer is pissed. She misses Rick and wants to break him out of prison. She goes into the garage to try and find something to help, but she can't find anything. Morty tries to tell her that there's no point and that Rick abandoned them. Then he reminds her that that's not even her grandpa, since hers is dead and buried in the backyard from the events that happened in Season 1's Rick Potion number 9. That gives her the idea to dig up that Rick's body and take his portal gun. That's such a clever way to call back while also moving the plot forward, I love it. Of course that Rick would still have his portal gun. Summer takes it, much to Morty's dismay. I love the colors in this scene. The grays contrasted by the portal gun's green light. It looks so good. Morty decides he wants to show Summer what happened the last time Rick abandoned her, so they go to Morty's original dimension. It's ruled by Cronenbergs now, and the only humans are, of course, Summer, Jerry, and Beth. Morty gets his point across and is ready to head back home when Jerry destroys the portal gun because it reeks of Rick. Then a ton of Ricks come in because they detected the portal gun, freezes Primal Beth, Jerry, and Summer, and takes our Summer and Morty to the Citadel of Ricks for trial. The Council of Ricks tell the duo that they're gonna kill their Rick since they can't allow Citadel information to get leaked. Back to the Rick plot. Rick takes the Federation agent to McDonald's for Szechuan sauce. Oh god. If you don't know, Szechuan sauce came back because of this, and people went feral.
I want Szechuan sauce. Where's my Szechuan sauce? I'm Pickle Rick! What beloved dum-dum!
I wanted it so badly, but my McDonald's didn't have it. I know, poor me. After Rick's done at McDonald's, he takes the agent to his old house and shows him his backstory leading up to him creating interdimensional travel. Apparently a Rick, which we now know as Rick Prime, came to our Rick who didn't have the tech down and offered him the answer. Rick declined because it sounded lonely and denounced science. His wife Diane, a young Beth, and him are about to go get ice cream when a portal opens, dropping a bomb on Diane and Beth, which kills them. This leads to Rick creating portal travel. The agent takes a picture of the equation Rick wrote, but it turns out the equation was a virus and all of it was made up. I'll talk about that part later. Rick escapes into the agent's body right when a team of Ricks who were going to assassinate our Rick come in and shoot his old body. Then Rick transfers his consciousness into one of the other Ricks and kills the rest. He heads back to the Citadel of Ricks and teleports it into the Galactic Federation ship, which creates an all-out war. Rick finds Morty and Summer and kills most of the Council of Ricks, except for one, who is holding Summer hostage. Rick also gives Morty a gun. Our Rick tells the head Rick that he doesn't care if he kills Summer, to which Morty then holds our Rick at gunpoint. Then our Rick reveals he wasn't gonna let Summer die and starts berating Morty. Morty's done with Rick's shit and shoots him. Then the head Rick's guard is lowered, so our Rick shoots him. It turns out that there was a message on Morty's gun that told him to shoot Rick since it was a fake gun. After this, Rick collapses the Galactic Federation by changing their currency value to 0. Back on Earth, the Federation leaves. Rick comes back and explains what he did, and Beth tells him to never leave again. But Jerry isn't having it and tells Beth he has to decide between him or Rick. You know what? Good on you, Jerry, for standing up for yourself. Beth decides Rick. You tried, Jerry. The episode ends with Rick rambling to Morty saying that he did everything on purpose and now his only goal is to get the McDonald's Szechuan sauce. Overall, this was a great opening to the season with some minor setbacks. I love the Brainalyzer stuff. It's a great concept and Rick fooling the agent is very fun. The one complaint I have about it really isn't this episode's fault, but later episodes. The twist of this episode is that Rick fabricated his backstory to fool the agent. That's all fine and good, but in the season 5 finale, it's revealed that this backstory is real. Sure, he could have just gotten lazy and used the same backstory and just changed the equation, but it feels like a bit of a cop-out. I do like his backstory though, so it's not that big of a deal. Summer and Morty going to the old dimension was amazing. I love the serialized stuff. Then the whole final showdown is almost perfect. Morty choosing to shoot Rick without knowing it was a fake gun feels a bit weird. It makes sense due to all the stuff that Rick has put him through, only for Rick to berate him, but it still feels like something Morty wouldn't do at this point in the show. Moving on, the way that Rick collapses the Federation is hilarious. This episode is also pretty funny all the way through.
I'm not proud to share this, but the truth is I just kept crawling and it kept working.
Jerry and Beth getting divorced seems like it's going to be a big deal and really shake things up, but from what I remember, it doesn't much. I could also be completely wrong about this because it's been years since I watched the series and I've only seen this first episode so far. Now to address the biggest complaint I hear about this episode. Rick turning himself in on purpose to collapse the Galactic Federation. People say that this takes away from the impact of his sacrifice in the last season's finale. But here's the thing, that episode shows Rick opening up and then his best friend gets killed. Obviously he's not going to tell Morty he turned himself in because he wanted to save the family. He's going to feed Morty lies about always wanting to do this to topple the Federation, which I'm sure he later realized he could do, but it doesn't take away from his sacrifice. It actually adds on to it, since it shows that Rick is still unable to open up. The end credits of this episode shows that Tammy revived Bird Person and is now Phoenix Person, and I'll talk about my feelings on that in Season 4 when he actually shows up. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going above Rick Potion number 9, but below the Ricks Must Be Crazy. Episode 2 is Rick Mancing the Stone. This episode starts off with Rick, Summer, and Morty returning after an adventure. Jerry tries to talk to Morty and Summer since he's moving out and Summer ignores him. Morty talks to him for a little bit but is whisked away to another adventure with Summer and Rick. So Jerry stands there, everything gone. Poor guy. Rick has taken the two to a Mad Max style post-apocalyptic dimension. I love the Mad Max movies. Not you. You can go away. So I love this setting. They're in this dimension to get a rock called Isotope 322, which can power almost anything. Rick finds a little speck and is ready to leave, but Summer kills the leader of the Road Warriors chasing them. This leads to the group inviting the trio to join their gang, and Rick immediately says no, until he sees that they have a big lump of Isotope 322, so he stays. In order for him to steal the rock, he injects Morty with an arm from a dead guy, which makes Morty's arm really strong, and sends his grandson to the Blood Dome to distract people, where he will fight to the death. We have the grandfather of the year here. The arm has a mind of its own and is killing so many people, and at first Morty isn't enjoying it. But then he starts to take out his frustrations about the divorce on his victims. Yeesh, he needs to go to therapy. Oh shit, never mind. That's for next episode. On the other hand, Summer is trying to ignore her feelings and goes off with a group of scavengers. Both of these seem like a really healthy way of dealing with a divorce. Why didn't I think of this? Jesus Christ, why did I write that? My god. Rick steals the rock and tries to get the kids to leave quickly with him, but he's found out. Rick tries to get the kids to come back with him, but they want to stay. So he says fuck it and goes home. There he makes robots of Morty and Summer to distract Beth. Back in the post-apocalyptic dimension, Morty's arm has some unfinished business from his past life, and goes and kills a king who gave the orders to kill and or enslave his village. Then the arm disappears. Rick is also there and goes with Morty to give the Isotope 322 back. He then helps the group powering their society, so now it's basically New Jersey. Summer married one of the scavengers, but now all he does is sit there and watch TV, so she leaves him. The gang goes back home with Rick stealing all the Isotope 322, leaving the society without power. Damn, that's brutal. There, Summer stops ignoring the divorce and gives Jerry a gift that signifies him not looking back. I was dreading rewatching this episode. I remember when I first watched it, I hated it. But honestly, I've come around on it. I like how they incorporated the kids' frustrations about the divorce into their plot lines. It's nice they didn't just make them okay with it. They are rightfully annoyed and are trying to avoid their feelings, using the post-apocalyptic dimension as an escape, and it works well. I meant the plot works well. Obviously, Morty murdering a bunch of people and Summer marrying a random guy isn't a good way to cope with a divorce. I love how Summer and Morty just don't care anymore when Rick says he can replace them now. I mean, he did go out of his way to save them last episode, so it would make sense that he wouldn't abandon them now. This episode has some great gags, like Robot Morty gaining consciousness and saying that he wants to live, and then he just reverts back to his old self, to most of the gags about the post-apocalyptic setting.
Seriously, Rick? Is it really easier to eat human flesh than to just tell me why we're still here?
No.
I feel really bad for Jerry, but Morty is right. He needs to stop being so pathetic and just try and get his family back or move on with his life. I really like Summer in this episode. She takes initiative and it's neat to see. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going above the pilot, but below Big Trouble in Little Sanchez. Before we get into the next episode, if you're enjoying the video, please like and subscribe. It helps the channel out tremendously, and if you're already subscribed, I would like to say thank you. Same with the people leaving comments. I love reading them, even the ones criticizing me, since it makes me want to do better and improve the videos. So if you have anything to say, please comment. Okay, let's get back into it with episode 3. Episode 3 is Pickle Rick. We're here. We're finally here. I get to witness the funniest thing to ever grace humanity once again. Pickle Rick. This episode starts off with Rick turning himself into a pickle. Funniest shit I've ever seen. He does this so he doesn't have to go to family therapy. Beth takes Rick's anti-pickle serum, so now he's stuck as a pickle. Eventually, a cat comes and knocks him into the front yard. It starts raining, which washes Rick down to the sewers. There he kills a cockroach with his mouth and uses its brain to move around. I'm sorry, there's a lot of gross stuff in the show, but first off, biting a cockroach is awful, especially since I hate bugs. But then tongue fucking its brain, it's so gross. He eventually makes a suit out of rat parts and escapes the sewer. He ends up at a Russian base in America. I mean, it's revealed that he's only 5 minutes away from therapy, but also they're all Russian for some reason. And I just realized I'm criticizing this episode about location when the main character turned himself into a pickle. What am I doing with my life? Rick kills some guards, which leads to the head of this place sending out a man named Jaguar, who's a killing machine. It seems that Rick has killed Jaguar, so the leader runs to the roof to a helicopter to escape. But there Jaguar is with Pickle Rick, and the duo escape, blowing up the facility. The other plot follows the family going to therapy because Summer is huffing pottery glue and Morty is peeing himself in class. But the therapist, Dr. Wong, seems to only want to talk about Rick turning himself into a pickle. I mean, I love talking about Pickle Rick too. It's hilarious. I think I'm going to change this channel to Pickle Rick, and maybe I'll start Pickle Rick Gaming. Then maybe a Pickle Rick podcast, a movie? I don't know where I'm going with this bit. God, why am I like this? When Rick eventually does come, Dr. Wong lays out the fact that he is using his intelligence as an escape from his emotions. The family leaves, and Rick apologizes to Beth. Then he turns himself back into a human. Boo! I'm gonna be brave and say this. This might be the least funny episode of the series so far.
That's just my opinion. Go ahead and cancel me. I don't care.
I'm not saying this for the bit or to be a contrarian. I only laughed at the very beginning just because the scene is so ingrained in my head that I think I've actually convinced myself it's the funniest shit in the world.
I turned myself into a pickle, Morty! Boom!
I was with this episode until Rick got into the Russian base, and after that, I sat there staring blankly at the screen. The gratuitous violence made me feel nothing, and was unnecessary. I know I liked it in Who's Purging Now, but at least there, it shows the harshness of the purge. Here, it's just here to be gory. Also, the therapy subplot sucks ass. It's just Beth getting mad at the therapist, and it's really annoying. There's also this weird joke about Dr. Wong's patients eating poop, and I hate it. I remember loving this episode when it first came out. I showed it to my friend who had never seen the show before, and we both thought it was hilarious. But now, I feel nothing. I actually feel bad about this, but I'm going to put Pickle Rick at the very last spot. In my opinion, this is the first episode of Rick and Morty that is bad. Honestly, the first bad episode is 3 seasons in. That's pretty good. Episode 4 is Vindicators 3, The Return of World Ender. This is another episode I dreaded rewatching. This episode starts off with Rick and Morty getting a call from a superhero group called the Vindicators. It turns out a while ago, Rick and Morty joined a group of supers and defeated a big bad. Now they want Rick and Morty back to help defeat another one. Rick doesn't want to help because he sees the Vindicators as hacks, but Morty pulls out the 1 in every 10 Adventures deal he got back in Me Seeks and Destroy. Them bringing this back even though it's small is so cool. Rick isn't happy, but he still goes. Good on him for keeping up the deal. The group has a meeting and Rick's an asshole to everyone. No one's laughing except for Noob Noob. The last part will be important. It turns out that the Vindicators did another adventure without them because they hate Rick, which is very fair. He's unbearable in this episode. Morty tells Rick to stop being such a dick, so Rick does what any self-respecting person would do and gets blackout drunk. During the mission the next day, it's revealed that Rick, when he was drunk, defeated the World Ender and created a game inspired by the Saw movies for the group to compete in.
You wanna play a little game?
The next 10 or so minutes consists of the team getting picked off one by one, Rick being a dick, and a lot of fighting. Eventually they make it to the final room where they have to put one thing that Rick likes from the Vindicators on a platform. The non-drunk Rick says it might be Morty, so Morty goes on the platform and it turns out it is. Wow, this is so sweet. I hope it isn't undermined for a joke. Rick made this little ride and then it turns out it's actually Noob Noob who was supposed to be on the platform since he laughed at Rick's jokes. The last Vindicator supernova is about to kill Rick and Morty when they are taken to a party that drunk Rick organized with Logic as the headliner. Man, this episode is all over the place. First off, you can see the seeds of Rick becoming overpowered in this episode. I'm not talking about the saw traps, he had time to create those. But he has a random body shield and pulls these things out of nowhere. It's not much, but you can see Rick slowly changing from a smart man using his wit to an overpowered god that has any gadget known to man in his coat. This episode is pretty miserable to watch. watch. Morty is being punished for no reason. Rick is a giant asshole the entire time, which can be funny sometimes, but it gets old quick. The Vindicators are dickheads and extremely boring. They were so boring, I had to search up the names to find out what supernova was called, and stumbled across something I legitimately had no idea existed. They created a 10-episode mini-series about the Vindicators' adventure that Rick and Morty were not a part of. I'm just dumbfounded. Why? Out of all the potential spin-offs, they made this, and how did I not know about it? I then realized they were shorts, so it's not that bad, but still. I might have to make a video on this if you guys want me to, which I don't know why anyone would. Anyways, I hate the ending. It could have been nice showing Rick is afraid of losing Morty to the Vindicators, but then they reveal it's Noob Noob. Was it worth it for a cheap joke? It could have made this episode a little better, but no. I do like the Saw parody, even though it's probably because I'm a super fan of the Saw franchise. I also like how drunk Rick gives up halfway through and just makes them shoot 3-pointers. That's hilarious. But why is logic here? It's pointless. You might bring up Ice-T from Get Swifty, but at least he had a twist with him being an alien. But here it's just logic, and it feels so weird. I don't know why, it just does. Finally, Rick brings up Israel, and it kinda came out of nowhere, so I just laughed. In terms of the ranking, this episode's going below Raising Gazorpazorp and above Pickle Rick. Episode 5 is the Whirly Durly Conspiracy. This episode starts off showing how sad and pathetic Jerry's new life is. Then Rick kidnaps him to go on an adventure. It turns out that Morty asked Rick to take Jerry on an adventure so Jerry wouldn't off himself. Damn, Morty. Have a little faith in your dad. I guess it is Jerry though, so it makes sense. They end up going to a space resort. Rick is attacked and seemingly killed, but then it turns out that this resort has an immortality field, so no one can die there. Jerry and Rick grab drinks and are kinda bonding. I'm pretty sure this is the very first time in the show where Jerry and Rick actually get along, and I kinda love it. Jerry goes to the bathroom and oh my god. Rick later says Jerry is pathetic, which is true, but he has the balls to pee in that thing, so I respect him. When he dries his hands, the dryer sucks him in, and he ends up in a room with a man called Rosado Groupon. Damn, I know I most likely mispronounced that, I'm sorry. It turns out that Rick sold weapons to people who later enslaved Risotto Groupon's people. He wants Jerry to take Rick on the Whirly Durly, which is a super roller coaster. And at one point in the ride, it goes outside of the immortality field, and when Rick goes outside the field, they're going to execute him. Jerry refuses at first, but then him and Rick start talking about Beth, and Rick makes fun and belittles Jerry. So Jerry asks if they can go on the Whirly Durly. Right before the ride starts, Rick apologizes to Jerry for putting a strain on his marriage. That's such a good character moment for Rick. Jerry has a change of heart and tries to stop the ride, but it's too late. Jerry saves Rick, and Rick takes out the assassins, which leads to the immortality shield breaking and Jerry and Rick being sent off to the jungle. There, Jerry is being eaten by a snake alien thing, and Rick lays into him, saying how pathetic he is, and the only reason why he gets anywhere in life is because people feel sorry for him. Damn, Rick, that's savage. Then Rick saves Jerry, and off they go to an intergalactic space station to get back home. Before getting on the ship, Rick is sedated because he has robotic enhancements. On the ship, Risotto Groupon corners them and is about to kill them when they go through a wormhole and this cool and trippy scene plays. When it ends, Rick's sedatives wear off and Rick kills Risotto. They head back to Earth and both agree not to tell the family the Jerry almost killing Rick thing and the Rick sabotaging Jerry's marriage thing. And Jerry agrees not to be so pathetic. The other plot follows Summer asking Beth if she's hot, and Beth, like the bad mother she is, tells her she doesn't see the point in answering. It turns out that Summer's boyfriend broke up with her to get with a girl with big boobs. So Summer goes into the garage to get a device that can make hers bigger. I have one question. Why is this a plot? She accidentally becomes giant and Morty and Beth try to turn her back to normal. Beth won't let Morty call Rick because of pride, and they eventually turn Summer into a Titan. Summer then runs off to confront Ethan, her old boyfriend, and Beth turns herself into a Titan to stop her. They talk and are fine now, and Morty threatens Ethan, and somehow they get turned back without Rick's help at the end. So this episode is part great and part terrible. I love Rick and Jerry together. Their dynamic is fascinating, and from here on out, Jerry and Rick adventures are always standouts, for me at least. It's just something about how they work off of each other, it's so great. Jerry's character development is nice to see, with him learning not to be so pathetic. And Rick apologizing is surprising, but welcomed. This is the point where I really start to love Jerry. From what I remember, he becomes one of my favorite characters down the line, and this episode shows me why. I love the concept of the mortality shield, and there are some great gags surrounding it.
Lisa?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time it's revealed that Rick has enhanced some of his body with robot parts. I don't like that at all. This becomes way more of a problem later on. I mean, all he uses it for this episode is a toy plunger, so it's not too bad. Rick does have a new body from the events of the premiere, so maybe this one came with it, or he decided to modify it after the events. I don't know, all that matters is that I don't like it. But other than that, the Jerry and Rick plot is great. The Summer, Beth, and Morty plot on the other hand is pretty bad. It's just kinda uncomfortable. I really hate how Beth and Morty just argue almost the entire time. Gene, the Smith's neighbor, is introduced here. Later on, they focus on him more, which I don't understand why. He's boring. This might be one of the worst lines in the entire show. I just hate it so much.
Mama's coming, baby. Mama's coming and she cares about your titties.
What the fuck?
Ugh, it's just so uncomfortable. I hate it. Morty threatening Ethan like that at the end feels really out of character. Sure, Ethan messed with Summer, and Morty is becoming more hardened, but this feels like it's going too far. But at least we had a great A-plot. In terms of the ranking, this is going above Lawnmower Dog and below Rixty Minutes. Episode 6 is Rest and Ricklaxation. This episode starts with Morty being dragged away from school by Rick for a quick adventure. 6 days later, Rick and Morty barely survive their excursion. After nearly dying, they have a very appropriate reaction. Rick decides they need a break, so they go to an alien spa. There they go into a detox chamber. This machine takes out people's toxic parts and puts them into a world of toxins, leaving Rick and Morty in the real world healthy. Such a fantastic concept, one of Rick and Morty's best. It seems like everything is going well for Rick and Morty. Morty has a date with Jessica, and Rick is way nicer and more considerate. But then Rick gets a message from Toxic Rick. The message says that him and Toxic Morty are coming back. Healthy Rick says he wants to merge again because they're in pain, but Healthy Morty is not having it. He wants to stay quote-unquote healthy. Healthy Rick buys the detox chamber and is making Healthy Morty remerge. But Morty's date pushes them both out, which leads to her being teleported to the toxic zone. It turns out that Toxic Rick was trying to trap them in there. Which, like, come on, it's all of Rick's toxic parts. Obviously he was gonna do that. He and Toxic Morty run off to turn the whole world toxic to spite Healthy Rick. So he's basically gonna turn everyone into a Twitter user. Oh, sorry, I meant X user. I'm actually not sorry at all. If you say X, you're a loser. But then Healthy Rick realizes something. Toxic Rick turns everything toxic, and Healthy Rick and Morty find him. Then, Healthy Rick shoots Toxic Morty. It turns out the detox machine takes out the parts that the individual thinks is toxic about themselves, which in turn makes Rick's care for Morty a part of Toxic Rick. Healthy Rick and Toxic Rick merge, but Healthy Morty runs off, becomes a stockbroker, and gets a hot redhead as his girlfriend. Jessica calls Healthy Morty and tells him to come back, but Morty sees right through her. She's only calling because Rick wants to trace his call, so Morty hangs up. But he actually didn't hang up, and Rick comes and makes him remerge with Toxic Morty. A great episode all around. Like I said earlier, this is one of Rick and Morty's best concepts, and they utilize it to its fullest. Having Rick's toxic self being the one who cares for Morty is such a great character moment. Rick does care for Morty. He just sees it as toxic, which is a great revelation, on top of being hilarious. Healthy Morty actually scares me a bit. I don't know what it is, but he's too confident. He also gets with 2 adult women who fully know he's 14. They must be Minecraft YouTubers.
Okay, minor. I love minors.
The ending reveal that both Jessica and Rick want Morty back is really sweet, even though they both won't admit it. This doesn't have anything to do with the episode, but I want to know by the time I'm done with this series, how many times I say Rick and or Morty. I'm guessing it'll be around 500 for each. In terms of the ranking, this is going above Look Who's Purging Now and below Get Swifty. Episode 7 is the Ricklantis Mix-Up, and here we are. When this episode first came out, I was floored by how good it was. Since then, I've always said this is my favorite episode of the entire series, and if you've seen it, you probably know why. Has my opinion changed on it though? Let's find out. This episode starts off with our Rick and Morty about to head off to Atlantis, when another Rick and Morty come in and ask for donations to help rebuild the Citadel of Ricks. Obviously, our Rick doesn't care, and off the duo go to Atlantis. But we don't follow them in this episode. This episode is about various different Ricks and Mortys on the Citadel. Gosh, I love this setup. It's such a cool idea, and I love to see more of the way of life in the Citadel. There's 4 different plots in this one, so strap in. The first one is about 4 Mortys in school getting ready to receive a new Rick. They want to do something special before they leave, so they decide to make their way to a place called the Wishing Portal where supposedly they have to give something up to receive a wish. They make it there, and most of them give up something important to them and make a wish. Then Slickback Morty wishes for change and throws himself in, and stuff does change, but we'll get into that with the final plot. The second plot follows a Rick, working in a cookie factory. He's fed up since his supervisor gave the supervisor role to a Rick who just showed up, even though he's been working there for 15 years. This cookie factory has an ingredient, which is a Rick's love for his daughter, so they strap a Rick to a chair and make him replay memories of Beth. That's so fucked. But also he's consistently happy, so is it really that bad? Yeah, probably. They call him Simple Rick. The factory worker Rick holds Simple Rick hostage after killing his supervisor and demands a portal gun. The police give it to him, but he pushes Simple Rick into a portal and it takes him to the Blender dimension. The police wanted factory worker Rick to go into it, but now he has no hostage. The police are about to detain him when the owner of the factory comes in and tells the factory worker Rick he's free. All his coworkers are cheering and he even gets a cool new jar. Jar? What am I talking about with jar? Yippee! I get a jar! All his coworkers are cheering and he even gets a cool new car. But then the boss shoots him and puts him in the happiness chair instead, replaying his final moments. The third plot follows a rookie cop Rick and his partner Morty. They head to a place called Morty Town where Mortys live without Ricks. They investigate a robbery and figure out it was the Morty Town Locos, which is a gang of Mortys. They find them in an apartment making bootleg portal fluid. Cop Rick and Morty take them down, and Cop Rick goes to patch himself up since he got stabbed when Cop Morty comes out of the building and it blows up. They then go to a Morty bar to meet Big Morty, who pays Cop Morty to do shit for him. Cop Rick's not having it, and they have a standoff which leads to Morty Cop killing Big Morty, which in turn forces Cop Rick to kill Cop Morty. The final plot follows a Morty candidate for the Citadel's first presidential election. At first he's not doing so hot. Then he gives a super inspirational speech which gets people on his side. He fires his campaign manager for not believing in him. Later at a bar, a Rick gives the campaign manager an envelope with secrets. In the next scene, we see the attempted assassination of candidate Morty by the campaign manager. Campaign manager Morty is detained, and he's told that candidate Morty survived and is now president. Campaign manager Morty is thrown into space before he can reveal the big secret. Then we see President Morty being bossed around by a bunch of Ricks who he has killed. After this, a familiar song starts playing while President Morty gives a speech. When the song's at its loudest, we are shown all the dead Ricks and Mortys throughout this episode in space, ending with campaign manager Morty revealing that President Morty is actually evil Morty from season 1's Close Encounters of the Rick Kind. God damn. What an episode. In my opinion, this is a nearly perfect episode of television, but they had to sneak in an incest joke.
I wish incest porn had a more mainstream appeal for a friend of mine.
Why are you guys so obsessed with this subject? Just stop. Other than that, yeah, this episode still holds up. Even knowing the twist, the scene in space while the song is playing still gives me chills. I remember first watching this episode and freaking out, and I still have that reaction. They kind of fuck up the plot later down the line, but I don't care, it's fantastic here. That final scene might be my favorite scene in any Rick and Morty episode. The pacing, the sound, the reveal, it's all so perfect. All the plots are excellent. I feel so bad for factory worker Rick having to work this job for 15 years even though all the Ricks have the same intellect. To be given freedom, only for it to be taken away. Such a tragic story. Honestly, all of them are tragic. From Slickback Morty unknowingly throwing himself into a garbage chute, to the Rick and Morty cops' relationship growing, only for Cop Rick to have to kill Cop Morty. This episode has obvious underlying themes of racism and discrimination, and it honestly works well. All the Rick and Mortys are basically the same with minimal differences. That's why I think the racism allegory works well here, and not so much with other pieces of media like Zootopia or Star vs. the Forces of Evil, where one race is shown to be more violent than the other. The nihilism that has been plaguing the season so far actually works really well here. These tragic stories don't get happy endings, and it's not sugarcoated. From Rick Cop being set free even though he committed so many crimes, to the Mortys now working on a farm, to the whole Simple Rick fiasco, and of course with evil Morty becoming president. None of these are good, and that's what the creators are trying to say, I think. The system is messed up and there's not much we can do about it. So yes, this episode is going to be at the top of the list and most likely will stay there. Episode 8 is Morty's Mind Blowers. Morty's Mind Blowers is basically this season's replacement for Interdimensional Cable. Rick has a room of Morty's memories that he has erased. This episode follows Rick showing various erased memories to Morty. The blue ones are situations that were Morty's fault, the purple ones are situations that were the family's fault, and the red ones are Rick's fault. Eventually this leads to Morty getting pissed off, since some of them are stuff like Rick not knowing how to pronounce granted. Don't worry Rick, I don't know how to pronounce basic words either. Morty rightfully crashes out, which ends with Rick and Morty losing their memories during the scuffle. Morty goes through all the the memories and decides to off himself. Rick goes along with it, but then Summer comes in like a badass and gives them their memories back. This episode is a lot better than I remembered. A lot of the bits are really funny, and honestly, I say this is on the same level of funny gags as Interdimensional Cable. I'm glad they didn't make a third Interdimensional Cable. I feel like it's run its course. Some of my favorite bits in this episode is one where Morty accidentally makes a war vet off himself because Morty thought he was a man on the moon, and one about Morty inadvertently sending a guy to hell. So dark but funny. Overall, good episode. If only it had a heartfelt subplot like the first Interdimensional Cable, this episode would have probably been better than that episode in my opinion. But how it is now, it's going above Interdimensional Cable 2, Tempting Fate, and below Autoerotic Assimilation. Episode 9 is The ABCs of Beth. This episode starts off with an exposition dump about how a childhood friend of Beth, Tommy, was supposedly eaten by his father. The father is going to be executed soon. Beth brings up how she would dream about Tommy being lost in a magical world called Fruppyland, and Rick overhears this. Rick tells Beth that Fruppyland is real. Fruppyland! Fruppyland! Is real! Beth and Rick go to Fruppyland to see if Tommy's still alive. Fruppyland is a world where no harm can be done to you and you can just have fun. Beth is mad at Rick since she thinks this is immoral and he shouldn't have done this for her. Beth, what the hell? This place is awesome. Any kid would love to have this thing. She just loves to complain. Rick is proving his point that nothing can harm you here when a bird monster comes in and takes Rick to its nest. There, one of the bird's offspring rips off Rick's arm, so Rick kills them. Rick's confused since nothing is supposed to be able to hurt you in this place. Then he finds human DNA in the bird creature. Let's play a quick game. How do you think Tommy survived in this world for so long? Is it A, he eats fruit off the trees, B, he hunted the creatures of Fruppyland for food, or C, since no harm can be done to you in this world, Rick somehow created a way for you not to need food here? Put your answers down in the comments below. Okay, you guys ready to hear which one it is? It's none of them. Apparently Tommy survived by having sex with the creatures of Fruppyland then eating the babies. Why? Like why? I don't say this a lot because most of the time I think it's not true, but this feels like it's being shocking just to be shocking. They could have made a really good plot about Tommy finding his way to survive in this land, and it would have been all fine and good. But no, they had to go with the incest baby eating plot instead. Classic Rick and Morty writers. They find Tommy, and it is discovered that young Beth trapped Tommy in Fruppyland on purpose. Then Tommy starts doing it with one of the creatures, so Rick forces Beth to leave. Once again, why? Beth is pissed because they didn't save Tommy, and Rick tells her there's no point. And then she gets mad at Rick for creating that place again. Rick tells her that she was a terrifying child, and he built that place to keep the neighbors safe. Beth then goes back to try and get Tommy, but he won't budge, so Beth starts killing the creatures and takes Tommy's finger. She then asks Rick to clone Tommy with the finger, which he does, and Tommy's dad is saved. At the very end, Beth finally comes to the conclusion that Rick isn't that great and that she's just like him.
Well, no fucking shit.
Rick then brings up the idea of cloning Beth so she can go on adventures and have the clone take care of her family. The episode ends without revealing if she took the deal or not. The other plot follows Jerry having a new alien girlfriend, but Jerry is only dating her to try and make Beth jealous. Jerry breaks up with her saying it's because Morty and Summer hate her, so she tries to kill them. Jerry finally mans up and tells her that he's the one that wants to break up, and that's where that plot ends. Well, this definitely was an episode. I despise the main plot due to it being extremely gross and Beth and Rick both being assholes. Also, Rick references Reddit and I hate it. I do like the ending with Beth realizing she's just like Rick, and the cloning plot point is a very interesting direction to go. I obviously know where it goes later down the line, but when I first watched this episode, I liked it, and it does add further depth to Beth's character. I would have been fine with the Jerry plot if this episode came before the Whirly-Durly conspiracy. In that episode, Jerry agrees to stop being so pathetic, but in my opinion, this episode showcases him at his most pathetic. He hates the way that his girlfriend looks and is only with her to make Beth jealous. He breaks up with her saying it's the kids who are bigoted, and he doesn't admit his feelings to her until Summer is being strangled to death, where he is still reluctant to say the truth. The only saving grace of this episode is that there are quite a few lines and moments that are really funny.
I put real elbow grease into this place.
You're supposed to put elbow grease into your daughter.
Gross.
Do you think?
Other than that, fuck this episode. In terms of the ranking, this is going below Raising Gazorpazor, but above Vindicators 3, Return of World Ender. Episode 10 is the Rick and Morty date. Well, we made it to the final episode. This episode starts off with Morty playing Minecraft.
As a child, I yearned for the mines.
Then Rick and Morty get invited to the White House. There, they meet with the president. Let's go! He tells the duo that there's a monster killing people in the Kennedy sex tunnels. Morty asks if after they capture the monster, he could get a selfie, but the president blows him off. Not in that way, you sickos. Down in the tunnels, Rick and Morty talk about how lame this is, so they go and play Minecraft instead. The president is pissed and tells Rick and Morty that they're done working together, which Rick and Morty don't really mind. Later, someone discovers a tiny civilization in Brazil that Rick and Morty want to explore, but the president comes and tells them no. He then detains them and shrinks himself down to go to the civilization. When he gets there, the queen reveals that Rick and Morty were already there and arranged a peace treaty. Rick and Morty easily escape, and now they're waiting for the president in the Oval Office, after they solve the Israel and Palestine conflict. Oh gosh, this didn't age well. When the president gets there, Rick and him have a fight, ending with Rick winning so Morty can get a selfie. Morty told Rick that he didn't care about the selfie anymore, so he steals Rick's portal gun and runs off with his family. In the other plot, we follow Beth wondering if she's a clone or not. She calls Rick and asks him, and Rick says something very stupid, which makes Beth think Rick is going to kill her. Beth goes to Jerry to see if he could tell if she's real, and Jerry says she is. Then they get back together and get the kids and move to a log cabin to hide from Rick. Rick uses the nether portal that the president has to get to his family and tells them that he's not going to kill Beth. Then he dresses up as Fly Fishing Rick and tells the president he's a different Rick, which solves the conflict. This episode ends with the family eating Panda Express together for some reason. When I first watched this episode, I hated it. This is the season finale, and I just expected something more grandiose like the last one. It's a fine episode, just not a good finale. I love the president, and he's hilarious in this episode. I probably shouldn't have liked them talk about Minecraft, but I don't know, it's pretty funny.
Is this game popular with autistic people?
Why would you say something like that?
Because I'm starting to love it.
Rick, why are you mining a tree with a big axe?
Sorry about that. I do like the ending fight scene, but they make Rick overpowered. It's fine here, since they haven't done a fight like this before, but later on, they do it way more often. While editing this video, I realized that a similar fight scene, which I'm going to call the overpowered Rick fight, was also in Rest and Relaxation. But at least there, he is in his own home, where it's logical to presume he would hide weapons and shit just in case of emergency. Sorry for the blunder. The only other thing I didn't like about the plot is Rick being afraid of pirates. If you remember from Anatomy Park, he loved the Pirates of the Pancreas, so why would he be scared of pirates?
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
The B-plot feels rushed. It jumps from Beth wondering if she's a clone, to her thinking Rick wants to kill her, to her and Jerry getting back together, to the whole family running away together. They could have definitely gave it more time to breathe, so that Jerry and Beth getting back together felt more natural. They literally share one scene together, and admittedly, it's sweet, but it could have used more time. I hate at the end when Beth says this.
In many ways, things will be like season 1.
I like when Rick breaks the fourth wall, but when the family does it, it just feels weird and stupid. In terms of the ranking, it's going below Interdimensional Cable 2, Tempting Fate, but above Something Wicked This Way Comes. And that was season 3. I said at the beginning of this video, I considered this season a mixed bag, and after rewatching it, I still think the same thing. This time around though, I do have way more respect for it. There are some really good episodes in this season, even my new favorite episode. But that doesn't stop the fact that not only this season is the one with the first bad episode in the series, but I considered 3 episodes to be bad. Would I say this season is bad overall though? No, I would say it's a good season with some missteps. I really enjoyed Summer this season, minus the plot in the Whirly-Durly conspiracy. I feel like she doesn't have enough respect in the Rick and Morty fandom, and I want to change that. She's hilarious while also being cool. She's definitely came a long way from the pilot, where her only personality trait is that she's a teenage girl. Jerry also improved this season. He's a lot more enjoyable than the last 2 seasons. Morty, on the other hand, I don't know how to feel about. He's become more jaded and pessimistic, which is fine, it totally makes sense for his character. But they do take it a bit far sometimes, like in the Rick Shank Redemption, when he shoots Rick, and in the Whirly-Durly conspiracy where he threatens Ethan. That's not to say that he's all bad. I really like him being more knowledgeable about the world, like him knowing Jerry's girlfriend's race and customs. That's a great evolution of his character. I don't have much to say on Rick and Beth since they're basically the same from previous seasons. I'm gonna rip the band-aid off now and say this season isn't as funny as the past 2. I'm not saying it's not funny at all. There are a lot of great jokes and gags, but it doesn't hold a candle to the last 2 seasons. Now to talk about the divorce plotline. I will commend the showrunners on trying something new, and I don't think it was a failure. I like the incorporation of it in episodes like Rick Mancing the Stone and the Whirly-Durly Conspiracy, but the majority of episodes don't have anything to do with it, which isn't necessarily bad, but combine this with Jerry and Beth's rush getting back together, it just feels a bit messy. Honestly, Rick being overpowered wasn't as bad as I remember it being in this season. The last thing I want to bring up is that this season feels a lot more mean-spirited and nihilistic. You might say that Rick and Morty has always been mean-spirited, which I won't deny, but this season it's cranked up to 11. From Morty threatening Ethan, to the entire plot of Morty's Mind Blowers, to Jerry's girlfriend plot from the ABCs of Beth, etc, etc. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing. Like, Morty's Mind Blowers is hilarious because of how mean-spirited it is. But eventually it got a bit hard to watch in some episodes, especially the Vindicators 3 Return of World Ender. Well, I'm pretty sure that's all I have to say. Looking back, I couldn't tell you much about this season except I hate it. I don't remember many episodes except for the opener, Vat of Acid, and sadly, the dragon one. I really hate the dragon one. This isn't the best sign of what's coming, because for me, not remembering much of something most likely means I thought it was boring. I hope this isn't the case, otherwise this is going to be one boring ass video to make. Also, the thing I hate the most about media I consume is it being boring. I'd rather something be outright bad but entertaining, since at least I'm not just sitting there thinking about doing anything else. This season and the 5th season are the only 2 seasons I haven't rewatched, so maybe that's the reason I can't remember much. I really hope that's the case. Anyways, let's get into it with the season premiere. Episode 1 is Edge of Tomorty, Rick Die, Rick Pete. Great title. Love that movie. And it's a very fitting name for the episode. This episode starts off with the family eating breakfast like a lot of other episodes do. Then Rick attempts to whisk Morty away for another adventure, but before they can get anywhere, something unimaginable happens. Beth makes Rick ask for Morty's consent to go on an adventure.
What the hell?
So Rick begrudgingly asks nicely, or as nicely as Rick's capable of. Then they go off to a planet to get death crystals. These crystals show you your future death, which changes all the time due to your actions. Morty gets a hold of one and sees a future where he dies at an old age, with Jessica watching over him saying she loves him. Morty chases this reality the crystal shows, which leads to Rick dying. Rick has a protocol for when he dies where a hologram will spawn and tell Morty how to clone him, but the crystal shows a different outcome than what Morty wants, so he goes home without cloning Rick. He lives his life, doing anything to get his death with Jessica, when he accidentally provokes a bully, and now he's most likely going to be killed by him. And my god, some of these deaths are brutal. Like a spike through the mouth, or impaled by a shower head. God damn, this kid has issues. Morty suits up with weapons and defeats the bully and his 2 friends, one of them voiced by John DiMaggio, so that gives this episode extra points. Then the police come to arrest Morty, and Morty takes them out. Then the army gets involved, and Morty lets them arrest him. Then what was the point of killing all the cops, you freak? At this point, Morty isn't even living anymore, he's just doing as the crystal asks, like a zombie. At his court case, Morty says the words of the judge's dead husband, so she lets him go. Then Jessica asks if he wants to go skinny dipping, and Morty declines. Okay, Morty, what are you doing? I feel like at this point, Morty would have just said fuck it and go with her. It would make sense due to him being a 14-year-old boy. I guess the death crystal is kind of an allegory for drugs, but still. Then he starts to hibernate by turning into a gross venom tree.
It would be so awesome. It would be so cool.
And the animation is actually amazing here. The series has definitely come a long way from season 1 animation-wise. Before we finish the A plot, let's talk about the B plot. Since Rick died and destroyed Operation Phoenix, his clone's in big trouble in Little Sanchez. Nice callback. He gets transferred to another Rick's clone in another dimension. It turns out that this dimension is fascist, and Rick eventually dies. The next couple of dimensions are fascist, but eventually, he wakes up in a Wasp dimension, which they are surprisingly not fascist. Wasp Rick helps Rick get back to his dimension, and Hologram Rick tells them what's going on with Morty. Rick and Wasp Rick free Morty and take the crystal away from him, but then Hologram Rick becomes a kaiju and is defeated by Wasp Rick. The episode ends with Beth and Jerry berating Rick about allowing Morty to do all that stuff, but Morty takes the blame and tells them to get off Rick's back. Nice moment. And the episode closes with another rambling scene, like the season 1 and 3 premiere, but this time Morty is also rambling. Then Summer comes in and fuck. Summer, I defended you last season and now you have to make an incest joke? First episode and they're already making these jokes. But at least Morty and Rick yell at her. So this episode wasn't that bad. The death crystal idea is fun, but once Morty starts to attack the bullies and becomes all-powerful, I lost interest. There's really no stakes since you know Morty can't die. There is a saving grace for the A-plot, and that's Hologram Rick. He's hilarious, constantly getting offended by solid matter since he's a hologram. It's a great bit. I do think the post-credit scene is really funny, revealing that Jessica just wanted to have a job where she would comfort old dying people saying that she loved them. Haha, get fucked, Morty. The B-plot was actually really funny. The gag where Rick always wakes up in a fascist dimension is hilarious, and they don't overplay it. They do the rule of 3, let's go baby! That's good comedy writing. Rick learning empathy from wasps is also hilarious, since wasps are one of the worst creatures known to man. Just assholes to be assholes. And Rick learning how to show empathy from them is actually genius, while at the same time they are eating goldenfold caterpillar alive, which is quite humorous. The only thing I don't like about this plot is that it sets the precedent that Rick is actually never in danger, since no matter what happens, he can always just go to another dimension and get a clone. It takes me out of most episodes in the future where Rick is about to die or in danger, which sucks. But hey, Jerry says anime and it's kinda hilarious.
I don't want to see any more anime stuff.
In terms of the ranking, this episode is going below Morty's Mind Blowers, but above Interdimensional Cable 2, Tempting Fate. Episode 2 is The Old Man and the Seat. I remember people saying this episode is one of the best of the season, but when I first watched it, I thought it was only okay. But let's see if my opinion changed. This episode starts off with the family eating breakfast, damn, 2 times in a row. Then Rick goes to take a shit. He has created a bathroom on a remote planet, and I just have to say, the colors on this planet are so beautiful. I would love to shit here. But then Rick finds out that someone else had been there and pooped, so he goes to try and find the culprit. He finds a man named Tony, whose wife died a while ago, so he really doesn't care when Rick says he's gonna kill him. Rick doesn't assassinate Tony and tells Tony not to go back to the toilet planet, but Tony apparently has a death wish, since he shows up again. Rick is pissed, so he enlarges himself and sits on Tony. That has to be someone's fetish. This seemingly kills Tony, sending him to heaven. Tony realizes it's just a simulation and tries to off himself, which Rick saves him. Rick put him in this goop that shows you your deepest fantasy, and apparently Tony's deepest fantasy is heaven with a bunch of toilets and his wife.
You are a sad, strange little man, and you have my pity.
Tony's not the only one Rick has done this to. There is a room full of people. After this, Tony calls Rick his friend and Rick denies it. Rick comes up with a plan to get back at Tony for being annoying. Rick goes to Tony's work to give him laxatives when the front desk lady tells Rick that Tony died space skiing because he wanted to try and get out there and live his life. Then Rick goes back to the toilet and sits down. Rick's plan is revealed with a bunch of Ricks applauding him and saying good job and how he's the king of shit. Damn. The other episode follows Rick's intern trying to get someone to develop an app, but Rick says no one should. So of course Jerry develops an app with him. Quick question, why does Rick need an intern, especially if he's dangerous? And he leaves him in the same home as Jerry. I don't think Rick's the smartest man in the universe anymore, because that's just plain old stupid. Anyways, the app is a dating app that matches you with your soulmate, but it also will match you with someone else every now and then, creating chaos on Earth. Jerry and Morty make the intern take them to the mothership so they can take the app down. I love the bit where Jerry and Morty are holding the intern hostage and no one has a gun, so Morty just says he'll punch anyone in his way, so they do what he wants. Hilarious. Morty and Jerry are taken to the leader and he reveals his evil plan. The app is just a distraction and they are going to swoop in and steal the Earth's water supply. Okay, I guess that's a plan. I don't know why they can't just do that without the app. Morty and Jerry are captured and about to be executed by the intern when he says he's in between relationships. Jerry scans the intern's face with the app and shows he has no one, and then Jerry does the same thing, showing the same result. The intern frees them and puts an ad wall on the app, making everyone delete it. There's another subplot following Summer finding more and more soulmates and Beth trying to stop her. This episode is weird to me. Having Rick quote-unquote become friends with Tony is a neat plot, especially since it shows that Rick has somewhat of a heart, but is too stubborn to show it to most people. The scene where it reveals that Rick put a bunch of people in that goop so he wouldn't have to kill them, because he somewhat liked them, is great, but I just think it took too long to get to Tony, and we get very little time with him. Only 3 scenes before his inevitable demise. They definitely could have cut out a bit of Rick finding Tony, and spent more time making you believe that Rick likes Tony deep down. Other than that, it was a good plot, with a great ending. I love Rick just sitting there, defeated, as all the hologram Ricks are calling him the king of shit. He pushes people away and all he gets out of it is pain, instead of opening up and having a good time. The app plot is a lot more fun than I remembered. Okay, part of it is. I liked everything to do with Jerry, Morty, and the intern. Their stuff was definitely the funniest part of the episode.
Got a date?
with dumping a dating app.
Was that ever his thing?
And this is the first Jerry and Morty solo adventure since season 1, so that's cool. But the Summer and Beth plot is very mid. At first it's fun, with Summer running off with some guy, but then she keeps running off with other people, which they do basically the same joke with. Also, I hate this line.
Not how I did it.
Yeah, where's your daughter?
You're right. She joined ISIS.
They could have had a fun little joke with his daughter and him not talking anymore and play it seriously, but no, they had to go with ISIS for the shock value. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going below Lawnmower Dog, but above Autoerotic Assimilation. Before we get into the next episode, I'd like to say thank you guys for watching this video. It means a lot to me, and if you like it, please like and subscribe. Also, if you have any recommendations for other shows for me to cover, go ahead and comment them down in the comments. Okay, back to the retrospective. Episode 3 is One Crew Over the Crew-Coo's Morty. This episode is going to be a nightmare to explain. This episode starts off with Rick and Morty going to rob a temple, but then it's revealed that Rick's enemy, Miles Knightley, who loves to heist, stole the treasure, so Rick and Morty go to HeistCon to steal it. Rick hates heist, but is forced to put a crew together to get into HeistCon, where they find Miles Knightley. Then he challenges Rick to a heist off, which Rick agrees to, but it turns out that Miles Knightley already did the heist. But then it turns out Rick made a heist robot, which then got them the treasure by controlling Rick's old crew. Okay, fuck this. This is only the first 5 minutes, and there are so many more twists and turns, and I don't want this part to be 20 minutes long. Rick makes a heist robot that starts doing heists that eventually heists the Earth, and Rick stops it after like a million twists and turns. But the last twist is Rick planned everything that happened in this episode so Morty would lose interest in the heist movie he was writing. So, this episode was fine. There were a lot of funny gags. I really like how everyone Rick recruits says, "You son of a bitch." They also bring back PB, which is fun. See, this is fine. Don't make a whole episode about him. He's fun in little chunks. I'll talk more about that in my season 7 video though. They also have Elon Musk as a guest star playing Elon Tusk. Yay, he's a great addition to this episode. But the twist is, he's not. He's unfunny, especially the gag of him being Elon Tusk. Like, yippee, you made a preschool level pun, good job. Rick plays Minecraft and that's great continuity. I really love how Rick defeats Heistatron with them arguing about how they programmed each other to say that, and then 2 hours later, Rick says it one last time and...
How did you think that? And I programmed you to believe that. Goodbye.
This episode is fine. I just got frustrated trying to explain it, and how they already made a better episode with many twists with M. Night Shyamalan aliens. So, let's move on. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going below Interdimensional Cable 2, Tempting Fate, but above the Rick, Chury, and Morty date. Episode 4 is Claw and Hoarder, Special Rickdom's Morty. Well, this has always been one of my least favorite episodes of the show, but has my opinion changed? No. Sorry, I didn't want to do the whole let's find out bit. This episode is that bad. It starts off with Rick and Morty getting done with an adventure. Rick has to get Morty a dragon since Rick promised Morty one for coming on the adventure. So Rick gives Morty one named Baltherma, and the dragon doesn't like Morty, which makes sense because he's basically Morty's slave. Rick thinks Baltherma is lame until he goes down to slay him for ruining his TV watching. But then they start to hang out and they have a lot in common. And this leads to the duo... soul bonding. This is fucking gross. Soul bonding is basically sex, and especially what happens later in the episode, it's disgusting.
Now, of course, I may be saying this because of that virgin blood within me.
I think it would have been fine if they didn't moan and say how great it is while Rick's grandkids are watching. The wizard that gave them the dragon comes back and takes Baltherma back to get hanged for being a slut. Since Rick and him are soul bonded now, Rick can feel his pain. Rick, Morty, and Summer go to the magic dimension where Rick can't use science to get out of situations. That's actually a cool idea. But then he just makes a magic gun right away that can do anything. Great. They go and find Baltherma and escape to a cave, but it turns out this cave is the Slut Cave, and it's where all the slut dragons go to hide from the wizard. The inhabitants explain that they can't unsoul bond without killing the wizard, so they're screwed. Then the elder slut dragon comes out of his goon cave to tell them that if they have a giant soul orgy, they can make a big soul dragon to go defeat the wizard. What the actual fuck is that sentence? I hate that I had to read that. I hate that it was actually something that happened in this episode. Anyways, they all have a soul orgy, including Summer, Morty, and Rick, who are all moaning, and it's so fucking gross.
Stop it. Get some help.
They kill the wizard and go home, where Baltherma wants to soul bond some more with Morty, with a lot of unfunny jokes, and it just keeps going on.
Grandpa, would he want to? I can wait. No, I think you better go. I'm gonna take that shower. If it's just warm liquid you want to deliver your body, I could maybe. No, look, I just want to be clean. I feel dirty after everything that's happened. How about a quick hand bomb? I like to...
Stop it. Get some help.
Then there's the other plot. It's actually really enjoyable. Jerry stumbles upon a talking cat, and the cat says don't ask any questions and just have fun. Jerry does this and they go to Florida where they have a lot of fun. But then the cat blames Jerry for shitting in the sand. And since Floridians are more stupid than the normal human, everyone hates on Jerry. Eventually the cat gets kicked off a yacht for asking too many questions. Huh, ironic. He gets back to land with Jerry and Jerry calls Rick to come pick them up. Rick does a brain scan of the cat to see why he can talk and...
What in the... Do not...
But I've got nowhere to go.
Get out! Get out!
Jerry says that someone has to remember this, and Rick erases Jerry's mind saying someone will. Raw as fuck. So, this episode is bad. The A-plot is extremely uncomfortable. Like, why did they have to make a dragon sex episode? What's the point? This is a D&D parody, and there's so much they could do with this concept in the Rick and Morty world. It could have been a great episode about Morty, Summer, and Rick having to play by the rules of magic, and Rick learning slowly how to use magic while Morty is better at it than him. That could have been a great conflict for Rick and Morty, but no. They had to go with the dragon sex. It's extremely unfunny, and I just can't. Fuck Balthamar, fuck Rick, fuck Summer, I hate it. The worst part is the B-plot is actually fun, but it's only 4 minutes and the rest is about the Dragooners and their sexcapades. Rick also says this.
First off, I always slay it, Queen.
And Summer says this.
Or I will tweet and you will be cancelled.
Ah, why is it so bad? And that title, why is it referencing Law and Order? And you can't just put Morty in for unit. That's not a pun. It's just replacing a word. Oh god, I just realized I'm sounding like the Squidward's house guy.
Security system takes control of Squidward's house for everything. Yeah! Fuck this episode!
Okay, the cat plot. The ending is actually amazing, with Rick erasing Jerry's memory. It's really wholesome and shows that Rick somewhat likes Jerry. Great character moment. Also, Jerry's just really funny in this episode. I don't think I've said this before, but Chris Parnell has perfect delivery and his voice for Jerry is amazing. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in last place. At least with Pickle Rick, it just kind of made me feel nothing. This one ticks me off. Episode 5 is Rattlestar Rick Lactica. This episode starts off with Rick and Morty driving in space when the ship gets a flat tire. Rick tells Morty to stay in the ship, but Morty doesn't and gets bitten by a space snake. You know, this is the beginnings of a great episode. I love when episodes follow Rick telling Morty that something is stupid and he shouldn't do it. Then Morty does it anyways and it backfires for him, like Rick Potion number 9 and Look Who's Purging Now. Rick goes to the snake planet to make a cure for Morty and finds out that the snakes are divided because of racism, and the dead space snake was a beacon of hope for all. Then why the hell did it just go up and bite Morty? He wasn't doing anything to it. Fucking dumbass.
Dumbass material all the way.
Morty feels really bad about this, so he buys a snake and makes it look like the one that Rick killed and delivers it back to the snake world. This inadvertently causes the snakes to develop time travel and send hundreds of snakes back in time to try and protect or kill Morty. Rick and Morty go back to the planet to solve this problem, and Rick doesn't want to create time travel right now, so he makes his future self do it. And they come in all pissed off with snake costumes. And Morty also has a black eye. Then Rick and Morty go back to the Snake 80s and gives them the solution to time travel so Rick and Morty will be out of the story. But that just causes more snakes to come and attack them, which gets the attention of the 4th Dimension police. I like them bringing these guys back from a wrinkle in time. And I love that they got Keegan-Michael Key back, but no Jordan Peele. He was probably too busy making Us. The 4th Dimension police go back in time and beat up a caveman snake, solving the problem. The other plot follows Jerry setting up Christmas lights. Beth doesn't trust Jerry to do it without harming himself, so Rick makes his body lighter than air so he can float, but his shoes heavier so he doesn't float off. So of course Jerry loses a shoe and floats off. Rick calls him, saying that he won't tell Beth about him nearly killing himself, but Jerry's not having it and says he'll do it himself. Hell yeah, Jerry. The days of you being a pushover are over. Jerry eventually makes it back to the ground and holds a boulder so he doesn't float off. He goes into a bar with the boulder, then the funniest scene in the episode plays out, with all the tenants being pissed because he's holding a boulder. They throw him out and off Jerry goes floating again. He clings onto a plane and gets to safety after his power ran out. This episode has the foundation of a good episode, but sadly this is one of the most forgettable episodes in the entire show. I generally don't find it funny when shows create a new civilization of creatures and make it just like humanity. Like here, the snakes act the same as humans, but they hiss instead. Oh look, it's Snake Hitler. That's so funny, isn't it, guys? I just don't find that very funny. Then it turns into a lame Terminator parody, which is just bad. And how the plot is solved with the fourth dimensional cops is cool, except why did Rick and Morty make them create time travel sooner? The same outcome would have happened anyways, and we could have focused more on the better plot. It's just kind of a cop-out. Do you guys get it? Cop-out? Fourth dimension cop? It's a pun, you get it? Ah! I'm actually going crazy recording these. I do like Rick and Morty from the future coming back and being dicks, and then it shows Rick and Morty being done with the adventure, and future Rick and Morty come back, and make them do the same thing they did. Then it's revealed why Morty has a black eye is because Rick decked him for not staying in the car. Quite comical. The Jerry plot is really fun. I just love his stupid floaty escapades. And there are some really funny moments.
Put it down. If I put it down, I'm going to float. And frankly, your bar has a lot of ceiling fans.
I also love how it ends with Jerry not getting any help and him doing it all on his own. Great character development. The last thing I want to say is why is Nancy hanging out with Summer? Run, Nancy. You deserve better. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going below Raising Gazorbasaur, but above the ABCs of Beth. Episode 6 is Never Ricking Morty. This episode, like Morty's mind blowers of last season, is the replacement for interdimensional cable. It's basically an excuse for the writers to write a bunch of short, funny gags. Rick and Morty are trapped on a train, and while trying to get to the front of it to try and escape, there are gags ahoy. Once they get to the front of the train, they meet the Story Lord, played by the great Paul Giamatti.
You are and always have been penis cancer in human form.
Story Lord beats the absolute shit out of them. Then he reveals his evil plan, which is to break through the fifth wall, whatever that means. And to do so, he straps Morty and Rick to something to try and do that somehow. I don't really know. Then a bunch of gags start playing, showing us the potential of Rick and Morty as a series, like Snuffles coming back and having a war with cats. Or Evil Morty having a big army of Ricks, Meeseeks, and Gazorpians for some reason. It seems hopeless for Rick and Morty, but Rick does one thing that no one would ever expect him to do. He starts praying. Story Lord is pissed, and then Jesus comes, which distracts him, allowing Rick to trap Story Lord in that reality. But with one final twist, it turns out this was a toy train that the real Morty bought for Rick as a present. This is a strange episode, very out there. They use story tropes and meld them into this fun train setting, and it works pretty well. I especially like the Bechdel test gag with Morty's awful story, and the gag where Rick straps a device to turn off Morty's air supply in a minute since it would be too easy for them to advance otherwise. This episode is pretty funny. I especially get a kick out of the whole Jesus solution. It's actually genius. Then Rick's rambling about loving capitalism is so weird and random, but I love it.
Bought something. What? You bought something. With money. You didn't ask questions or raise ethical complaints. You just looked straight into the bleeding jaws of capitalism and said, "Yes, Daddy, please." I only wish you could have bought more. I love buying things so much, Morty.
I do have one complaint. Morty says he's not a writer, but 3 episodes ago, we see him writing a script for a heist movie. Wow. That was actually just a test for you guys if you just blindly believed me, because the writer Morty isn't actually this Morty. Go ahead and put in the comments down below if you believe me or not. Man, that was a 10 out of 10 bit. The last thing I'll talk about is how this episode has a funny meta plot, but also after this, the show's meta jokes get kind of annoying. Hell, even before this episode, I was tired of characters just talking about how they're in a show, but at least here it's plot relevant. But they don't stop here, and it gets really annoying. In terms of the ranking, this is going below Lawnmower Dog, but above The Old Man and The Seat. Episode 7 is Pro Mortius. This episode starts off with Rick and Morty walking around some alien planet with these facehuggers on. You guessed it, their faces. Then Morty's facehugger accidentally gets stuck on a rock, allowing Morty to gain consciousness and free the duo. We're told that Rick and Morty went on an adventure to this planet and they looked at wet eggs, which got them attacked by facehuggers. Yeah, that'll do it. Rick and Morty put the dead facehuggers back on their face to sneak around and find a way home. It turns out that Morty was really popular in this society, and Rick was a hated YouTuber. They end up at Morty's lab, where the aliens created a missile to spread amongst the galaxy using Rick's ship as a power source. Rick and Morty are discovered to be imposters. Rick and Morty get to the ship and dip out. While escaping, they are destroying everyone and everything and enjoying it because they believe these aliens are evil. I really like the conversation that Rick and Morty have where Rick admits that he needs to loosen up and be more open to Morty. That's sweet. I mean, he doesn't keep his word, so that kind of sucks. Then they fly by 2 towers because it would be tasteless to destroy those. Then they do a Pearl Harbor. This is hilarious. But I wish in the next scene they didn't bring it up. They talk about it at the dinner table, which makes it way less funny. It would have been better if they left it as a one-off joke instead of dragging it out. This is a problem with a lot of jokes in this season. So the B plot is Jerry has become a beekeeper.
And the mystery is...
That's the end of that plot. Actually, no, we do see him beekeeping during the post-credit scene, and Summer's friend wants to bang him. I wish we got more of the Jerry beekeeping subplot. At the dinner table, Rick and Morty realize they left Summer on the planet, so they go back to get her. When they find her, she's doing just fine. It seems like she's the queen of the civilization, and she orders the guards to arrest Rick and Morty. Later, she tells them what happened. When they got there, Summer didn't get infected because she's a toothpick girl now, making it so the facehuggers can't attach to her face. But then a bunch of infected aliens come and tell them to take the toothpick out of her mouth. In this civilization, the aliens used to only live for half an hour, then lay an egg and die. I don't know how there are so many of them on this planet then, if they keep dying, since the facehuggers need a host, and I doubt that many aliens crash land here. Summer tells them not to do that, and they stop. Truly wise words. She becomes the queen, and the infected Morty is her right-hand man, and the infected Rick is bitter because she took him away from him. Then Summer tells the facehugger to get off of Morty, leading to the infected Morty to go to the infected Rick. Classic Rick and Morty time, the infected Rick and Morty make out because they are in love with each other. I'm sorry, who thinks this shit is funny? Incest isn't funny. I know comedy is subjective, but I'm right. I don't care. It might work for a one-off joke, but holy crap, they made 3 jokes this season already. Please stop. The infected Rick and Morty go to get eggs to start a family, and that's when Morty and Rick gain back control. Back in the present, Summer sentences Rick and Morty to death by sitting in their car, and she will join them to make sure they die. The aliens catch on to her plan, and Rick uses Morty's terrible harmonica playing to make them all lay eggs. Don't ask. They escape back to Earth, where Rick and Morty feel like they're going to lay eggs, and they tell Beth goodbye, but then they just shit all over the floor. Well, this was an episode. It's not bad, but like a lot of other episodes this season, this episode was pretty mediocre. There are some funny bits in here. Above all of them, I really like Rick and Morty just shitting on the floor. It's so stupid, but it works. I like the designs of the facehuggers. I really like the Glory to Glorzo song they made for this episode. I'm actually struggling to talk about this episode. There's not much to say about it. This episode definitely needed a B plot, and they had a golden one with Jerry being a beekeeper. I'm not even joking around, I think that plot would have slapped. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going below Interdimensional Cable 2, Tempting Fate, but above One Crew over the Crew-Coo's Morty. Also, I'm going to move Something Wicked This Way Comes and Anatomy Park up a couple spots in the ranking because I realized they shouldn't be as low as they were. So stick around until the end of the video to see where they rank now. Episode 8 is the Vat of Acid episode. Holy shit, finally, a great episode. This season has been mostly mediocre, but this episode is great. This episode starts off with Rick and Morty going to do a deal with mob-looking guys who double-cross Rick. So Rick makes Morty jump into a vat of fake acid. This makes the mob guys stay there, trying to process what just happened, and contemplating the meaning of life. Eventually Morty gets sick of waiting and kills them. When Rick and Morty get back at the house, they have a huge argument about how stupid the vat idea was, and that Rick never lets Morty do his ideas. Rick brings up the dragon, and I have to side with Rick on this one. That was stupid. Morty wants Rick to make a video game save point device, so he can press it and save where he's at in time, and then press it again later to go back to that point in time. Rick makes it because he's pissed off. Then he tells Morty he can explain the device or Morty can go have fun. Morty chooses the latter and off he goes. A montage plays of Morty using the device. He uses it for stuff like failing to jump over a manhole, going into the ladies' locker room, and other stuff. But eventually Morty meets a girl and they start dating. They fall in love, they have a falling out, then they reconcile when Morty buys them tickets to go on a vacation. While on the plane, it crashes and they are stranded on a snowy mountain. Morty then goes to try and find the remote to go back in time. He finds it, but then he also finds his phone and calls 911, not wanting to go back to the time before he met his girlfriend. They're saved and everything is good, until Jerry finds the device, thinking it's a TV remote. He uses it, sending Morty back to when he first met the girl. But Morty messes that up and gets pepper sprayed by her, and Morty accidentally saves after he gets pepper sprayed, so it's useless. I'm not doing this episode justice. The montage has no dialogue and it's set to a great score. This scene is actually beautiful. Then Morty goes back to Rick and tells him that he learned a lesson. And the lesson is, what's the point of having no consequences? That's what makes you grow as a person. I love how Morty actually matured after the sequence. But then Rick says there were consequences to Morty's actions. Rick doesn't like time travel, so every time time Morty presses the button, he just jumps to another dimension, where that dimension's Morty is killed. Morty is obviously freaked out, and Rick tells him there's one way to save all the Mortys that he's massacred. And that's to make all his actions merge into one reality, so Morty does it. Then the SWAT team comes and Morty asks how is he supposed to get out of this. And there it is. Like an angel sitting in the front yard, the vat of acid. Holy fuck, it's so fucking good. Morty goes into the vat of acid and everyone leaves due to him supposedly dying. Then Rick and Morty go back to their dimension because Rick wasn't going to waste a good dimension on teaching Morty a lesson. I don't know if it's because this season has been really mediocre, but I love this episode. This episode won an Emmy and it's deserved. Rick loving the vat of acid plan, even though it's stupid, is hilarious. It reminds me of his unconditional love of the Pirates of the Pancreas in Anatomy Park. The plot is amazing, especially the montage showing the ups and downs of a relationship just to rip everything away from Morty in the end. It actually got me invested in the relationship. Then to rub salt in the wound with the discovery that he's killed so many Mortys. My man went through a lot this episode, and all of this just so Rick could hear Morty say that the vat of acid idea was a good idea. So devious, Rick, I love it. This episode is also really funny, especially the first scene with the guys questioning the vat of acid. It's just so good. The montage reminds me a lot of the montage in Up, which isn't a complaint, I love that movie. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going below Rick Potion number 9, but above M. Night Shyamalan Aliens. Episode 9 is Child Rick of Mort. The family is going camping when we find out Rick fucked a planet and got her pregnant. Yep, that's actually the plot. They go to her since Beth doesn't want Rick abandoning any more children. She gives birth to many tiny creatures and Rick and Beth help them make a civilization. Then a god comes and claims they're his children, but Rick's not having it and goes to beat him up. Jerry's plot is about him feeling unimportant and no one wants to go camping with him, so he starts a camping cult with some of Rick's kids. When the god guy comes, he gives Jerry powers, and he and Beth fight. Morty and Summer want to get high and play video games, but they can't. They find a spaceship, and Summer gets high off some mysterious bong, and Morty thinks he can control the spaceship like a video game. They're wrong and crash into the god guy's head, killing him, saving Rick. The planet's mad now, and the family leaves. God, just another nothing episode. It's a cool premise, but I don't know. It feels really bland. I like Rick and Beth bonding. I don't like how Beth is letting Rick talk to Jerry like that, especially after last season's finale. It feels like the family has once again regressed to hating Jerry, which is sad to see. I thought they were past that. All the plots are kinda boring, and I only laughed a handful of times. And to add more wood to the fire of disappointment, Rick brings up incest porn.
Okay, the therapists are getting bored. We need to increase their supply of incest porn.
20% wasn't enough?
I can't anymore. This episode feels like the characters are devolving. Morty just wants to play video games, which we know he likes, but that's all he wants to do? Summer just wants to party and do drugs. Beth just wants Rick's approval, which I thought she was over that. And Rick actually learns how to father children. That's a good arc. Jerry's development is also good, making him show initiative. Too bad his plotline's boring. How many times are we gonna have Beth and Jerry fight before they start to like each other? They should have stayed divorced. This episode is fine, I guess. But I would legitimately like to watch a terrible episode like the ABCs of Beth instead of watching this mediocre episode again. In terms of the ranking, this episode's going below Raising Gazorpasaur, but above Rattlestar Rick Lactica. And finally, the finale of Season 4, Star Mort, Return of the Jerry. This episode starts off with Summer and Morty fighting over an invisibility belt, Jerry and Beth going to therapy, and the other Beth, who is maybe a clone, maybe not, from space coming down to kill Rick, because she thinks he put a bomb in her neck. Rick tells her that she's the real one, and he put the device in both of the Beths. They go out for drinks. Then the new and improved Galactic Federation invades Earth to get Space Beth because she is one of the most wanted criminals out there. Tammy, Bird Person's wife, who was revealed to be a part of the Galactic Federation in the Wedding Squanchers, finds Beth and Jerry at therapy. Rick comes in and takes her down and grabs Jerry and Beth. They escape, but then Space Beth shoots them down and holds Beth hostage. Then Tammy comes back and takes both of them captive on a ship for interrogation. Morty and Summer come to the rescue after they learn to work together. And trust me, they let you know.
And Summer, we work together. That's our arc.
We went from siblings to invisible to working together.
Dream Team rides again.
Oh yeah, we're like Luke and Leia.
Working together is our belt.
That's our arc. Let's do it.
All right, I get it.
They kill Tammy and go up to the ship to save the Beths. Morty and Summer destroy the big laser destroying Earth with Wrangler jeans because the ship is sponsored by them, so they can't get destroyed. That's hilarious. Rick goes into a room and finds Bird Person, now known as Phoenix Person, and they fight. Rick is defeated, then Space Beth and Beth come in after escaping and get their asses kicked. Jerry comes to the rescue and uses Tammy as a puppet to calm Phoenix Person down, which fails. but then they just turn Phoenix Person off. This episode ends with it revealing that Rick erased his memory of who is the real Beth, and asks if anyone wants to see, but no one does. He watches it by himself, and it's revealed that Beth asked him to pick, which is a dick move by the way, and he picks randomly so we don't know who the real clone is. Then it ends with Rick feeling sad that he's a bad father. I don't know if I'm just glad to be done or what, but I really like this episode. Everyone in the family gets a moment to shine, and I especially like Jerry's plot about wanting to use puppets and everyone shuts him down. Then he saves them with puppets. That's a great arc. Phoenix Person is fine. It could have had an emotional impact with Rick seeing his best friend mutilated and brought back to life as a husk of his former self, but Rick doesn't really take it seriously. Tammy's death is satisfying. This episode is funny.
Drop your guns, except for Jerry. Fucking classic.
Some jokes do go on for a while, which I don't like. Rick feeling bad about being a bad father is kind of lame because he's learned this so many times. I love how Rick uses his portal gun in the fight with Phoenix Person even though it was just once. I'll explain what I wish they did with Rick in the conclusion, so more on that in a bit. I love how this actually feels like a finale, unlike last season's. Still doesn't come close to the first 2 seasons finales, but that's fine. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going below the pilot, but above Rick's minutes. So we finally made it. The end of season 4. Now to answer the question, is season 4 good? No, it wasn't. But it also wasn't bad. I only disliked 2 episodes from this season, which is less episodes than season 3. But the thing is, 4 of this season's episodes I would consider mediocre, 1 was okay, 2 were good, and 1 was great. Over half the season was a letdown. Unlike last season, where I had my favorite episode in the entire series and a couple of great episodes. This season's highest ranked episode just nearly cracked the top 10. Most of these episodes are near the bottom of the list, which is disappointing. Most of the time during the season, I was bored. It was also less funny than season 3, which was already less funny than seasons 1 and 2. I found them dragging jokes out quite a bit, and it would have been more funny if they would have just moved on instead of rambling on about it. This is most likely due to the improv, which was great in the first 3 seasons, but here a lot of the time, they make a joke, then they talk about it for so much longer, rendering it unfunny. A great example of this is in Mortius with the Pearl Harbor joke. There's also an increase in incest jokes, and you know how I feel about those. The meta jokes have run their course and have become unfunny. They just need to take a break and not do as many. It's not all doom and gloom. The animation quality has increased drastically. From here on out, you know when you watch Rick and Morty, you're going to see some beautiful animation. For a Western adult cartoon at least. I also really like Jerry this season. His side plots are some of my favorite moments from this season, like him being floaty and his adventures with the talking cat. He's just hilarious. Now let's talk about Rick. I feel like he's learned he's a dick so many times, and it feels like he's going to change, especially after this season's finale, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't. I'm just sick of the same thing being done with his character. I want something new. And he's now just so overpowered. He's basically immortal, and it gets rid of all the tension in episodes. What I wish they would have done with him, instead of spawning mini gadgets from his lab coat, I wish he would just use his portal gun to fight. It would be fun, and there's so much that can be done in fights with it, and this would alleviate the problem of Rick being overpowered, since he's always had the portal gun, and it can be easily destroyed. Summer and Beth are basically the same. I do like the introduction of Space Beth. Whenever they do a plot with Space Beth, it makes regular Beth more interesting. Morty has become less jaded and cynical compared to last season, and it's for the better. This season just makes me sad because I know how good this series can be, but it's just so mediocre. I'm not ready for season 5 because I know it's worse than this season. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm done talking about season 4. I'm not gonna lie, I was dreading making this video. Watching this season for the first time was the point where I started to feel hopeless for the series. I thought season 4 was a bit of a dud, but I had hope for season 5. But I was disappointed to find out it didn't get any better. Hell, it got worse. This season is where a lot of people drop the show, and that makes me sad because I think after this season, the quality of the series increases. But this season made a lot of people quit due to the drop in quality. From having some of the worst episodes in the show, to most episodes being boring and uninspired, to it feeling like the writers hate the fans, it was a miserable time to be a Rick and Morty fan, and I get why interest in the series dwindled. But doing this retrospective series had me thinking. A lot of my opinions have changed, both positive and negative. Now that I know the series does get better with season 6 and 7, maybe I'll be less harsh on season 5, or maybe I'll be more harsh. Who knows? I surely don't. I always write these intros before I watch the season. I'm very interested to see my changing opinions on this season, so I'm going to ask a question. Is Rick and Morty season 5 that bad? Let's find out. One last thing, I just moved into a new apartment, so sorry if the audio quality is kind of weird. On to the first episode. Episode 1 is Mort Dinner, Rick Andre. This episode starts off with Morty carrying Rick out of a predicament. They eventually make it back to Earth, but their ship stops working. Morty, knowing he's gonna die soon, calls Jessica and says that he likes her. She reciprocates his feelings and wants to come over to his house that night to hang out. Morty immediately starts to try and fix the ship, which he accomplishes and lands safely in the ocean. Rick wakes up and is pissed because his arch nemesis, Mr. Nimbus, forbids Rick from going in the ocean. This is a pretty great start. Rick is pissed at Morty because now he has to have dinner with Mr. Nimbus and discuss a peace treaty. He even sends Summer to go get Mr. Nimbus's horn that gives him power because he doesn't trust Morty. This is one of my biggest problems with the episode. Rick's a dick for no reason. Morty saved both of their lives, even though we know Rick can just respawn. But Rick shows no appreciation. I mean, it's not Morty's fault that you never told him that you can't go in the ocean. That's on you, buddy. The worst part is that he's a dick, so later on in the episode, he can learn he's a dick and needs to change. My god, how many times are they going to do this plot? The last episode literally did the exact same thing. Do something different with his character. Anyways, Rick puts Mr. Nimbus's favorite wine in an alternate dimension where time goes way faster and gives Morty the job to retrieve the wine when it's aged. Jessica comes over and Morty and her are getting settled when Jessica asks Morty to get some wine. He goes to the dimension and meets a nice man named Hoovy who helps Morty carry the wine to his dimension. Okay, I know Morty's dumb, but even he should realize that Hoovy shouldn't step foot in his dimension for a second, since Hoovy's home dimension will go through a huge time skip when he gets back. Hoovy goes back and his son kills him for leaving him and his mother. Mr. Nimbus drinks all the wine and Morty is forced to get more. But when Morty goes back to the dimension, Hoovy's son tries to kill him. Morty leaves, but comes back and kicks the shit out of Hoovy's son. Then a good chunk of this episode is Morty going back to get wine, while the society forms hellbent on killing Morty. Jessica almost leaving, and Rick being an asshole. Eventually, the society gets the tech to travel to Morty's dimension, and Jessica stops the assassin they send and gets sucked into the dimension. Morty goes to save her, and they almost escape, but are dragged back in. Rick comes to help after calling Mr. Nimbus stupid, but he can't save the day, which I'm glad they depowered him. Then Mr. Nimbus comes to save them. They escape, and Rick and Nimbus, now friends, have a nice conversation, until Summer comes in with the horn, and Mr. Nimbus beats the shit out of Rick, and has him arrested. Jessica also denies Morty because she thinks she's a time god, which I'm pretty sure never comes back, which is sad. There's also a subplot about Jerry and Beth being sex positive and wondering if they want to have a three-way with Mr. Nimbus. What the fuck is that plot? At least they aren't hating on each other, so that's an upside. This episode is surprisingly good. Now, there are some bad things. I don't like Mr. Nimbus. He just makes sex jokes that I don't find funny. I do like the bit of how he can control the police. It's stupid, but it worked on me. Like I said before, Rick being an asshole is annoying. I'm not saying he has to be a saint, but there's a perfect balance for his assholery. Is that even a word? I don't know. I created a word today, I guess. And this goes over the edge and becomes annoying. I really hate this line.
If Diane were alive today, what would she
Don't fucking establish canonical backstory with me, you red
This just feels like the writers hate canon, which is fine, but it also feels like they're making fun of the fans, which just kinda sucks. Even with all of this, I love the concept so much. This generational war against Morty, and all Morty wants is the wine is so much fun. It's a great plotline, and I love how far it goes. I also love the designs of the technologically advanced society, especially the colors. Morty being more nihilistic actually works here because it feels like everything is going against him. This is a pretty good start to the season. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 24th spot below Lawnmower Dog, but above Never Rick and Morty. Episode 2 is Mortyplicity. Okay, Season 5, you're starting out strong. This episode starts off with the Smith family eating breakfast like normal. Then these squid aliens come in and kill them. This reminds me of the cold open and close encounters of the Rick kind, tricking us into thinking this is the Smith family we usually follow. But then the writers pull the rug out from underneath us, revealing that this isn't our Smith family. This is a concept I like a lot. An episode can be halfway done, and then it can reveal that the family we were watching in the episode wasn't the Smith family we usually follow. They haven't really done this before, but the potential is there. Anyways, we see another Smith family hunting this little creature who wants to be hunted. Then Rick gets a notification that a decoy family was killed. After the Space Beth debacle, Rick created decoys of the family, so if anything dangerous tries to kill them, they'll most likely kill the decoys. This is already a fantastic idea for an episode, but then another twist happens revealing that the decoys have also been making decoys, so we can never know who's a decoy and who's not. This is Season 5's stand-in for Interdimensional Cable with many gags and bits, and I think this episode is the best of those types of episodes just because of the concept. It's such a cool idea to have decoys going around killing decoys. It's also revealed later that the squids we saw at the beginning are also decoys of the Smith family. They don't leave it at just normal looking decoys either. Eventually some decoy Ricks get lazy and make less realistic decoys, which then those decoys make less realistic decoys, so we have so many different versions of the family. I like the decoy family that looks like straw, and that Rick goes around skinning decoys so he can make his family look normal. It's fucked up and legitimately terrifying. I also love the wooden decoys, who run a safe haven for decoys. Okay, scratch that. I really just love Wooden Jerry. He wants to live, and when their base gets attacked, he escapes, trapping everyone in there to die. Then in a post-credits scene, we see him living a long but terrible life. First he's made into a dam by beavers, then he's made into a mirror in the far future and burned. Finally, he's made into a cross where he says they made Christianity again, sacrificing this new Jesus. That's actually a hilarious payoff. Probably my favorite Rick and Morty post-credit scene. The episode ends with a huge decoy war. Then when it seems like the real Smith family is discovered, they are killed by the hunter guy from the beginning of the episode because they never hunted him. That's such a fantastic ending. Hilariously stupid. Then we see the supposedly real Smith family with Space Beth, when Rick gets a notification that a decoy family got killed. I'm surprised this season started off with a good episode, then to follow it up, a great episode. Like I said, the concept is amazing, and they utilize it brilliantly. This episode is one of the funniest in the entire series, which is saying a lot. My main problem with later seasons is that they're not as funny as the earlier ones, but this episode made me laugh out loud on numerous occasions. I know this is a classic thing YouTubers making a video about Rick and Morty say, but this feels like a season 2 episode, minus the Space Beth stuff. I'm not saying it's a classic Rick and Morty adventure, because I hate that saying. It just feels like it would fit in with season 2's catalog of episodes. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 12th spot, below M. Night Shyamalan Aliens, but above Morty Night Run. Episode 3 is a Rick Convenient Mort. This episode starts with Rick and Morty getting these t-shirts. You know the most annoying people ever have this as a regular part of their wardrobe. Then this rat guy comes and creates acid rain, and we're introduced to Planet Tina, a superhero who wants to save the Earth from anti-environmentalism. She's voiced by Alison Brie, which made me like her right away. Alison Brie is an underrated actress. Any role she plays, she's amazing at it. Planet Tina is a parody of Captain Planet, but I've never seen Captain Planet, so I don't know if it's a good parody or not. Morty goes out with her, leaving Rick behind. Then we're introduced to the 4 kids who spawned Planet Tina in with rings, but they're adults now since they've been doing it for years. Planet Tina and Morty are now dating, and after a disaster at a convention, where the kids spawn in Planet Tina with Morty, Morty is trapped in a room with the guy that wields the fire ring. They're planning on selling Planet Tina, so Morty kills the guy with the fire ring, then kills the rest of the kids so Planet Tina could be free and they could be happy together. Morty brings Planet Tina home, where Beth says Morty is too young to have a relationship with someone who's this old. That's fair. Morty tries to explain it away with her being an amalgamation of elements or something like that, but that's stupid. Then Beth and Morty argue.
Nobody in this family thinks I can say or do anything right. I've been all over the universe, met hundreds of people, and Planet Tina's the only one I've ever met that makes me feel like I belong, and you just kicked her out of our house! Morty.
This is such a realistic argument, and it's a great moment. Morty might be more mature than the average 14-year-old because of all the shit he's been through, but the writers perfectly show he's still young, with Morty saying Planet Tina's the only one who understands him. This is a fantastic showing of Morty's character. He wants to act older than he really is. He never got a normal childhood, and he's always hanging out with Rick, so you know he's probably not the most emotionally mature person out there. This is a fantastic scene. But then it's undermined with a montage immediately after showing that Planet Tina will do anything to save the Earth. She'll even murder innocent people.
It was perfect, but no, you just had to blow it up.
This comes out of left field, and it feels like the writers wrote themselves into a corner, since they can't have Planet Tina and Morty stay together by the end. But what if they could? I know the writers don't like serialization, but it would have been neat showing the cracks forming in their relationship throughout the season, then having them break up. I know they tried something similar with the Beth and Jerry divorce plotline in season 3, and that wasn't the best, but they could try again. It didn't have to be anything big either, just a throwaway line every now and then. Then in this season's penultimate episode, they could have them break up, while also having Rick leave Morty, which would add further sorrow to Morty. Then it would make a lot more sense why he wants to get back together with Rick, since he has no one. That would be interesting, but no, they have to make her evil and get her out of the show right away. I do like the scene where Morty cries on Beth after the breakup. It's a sweet moment. Honestly, this episode made me like Beth a lot more. She's being a good parent forbidding this relationship, since Planet Tina is old, no matter how much Morty tries to explain why it's okay. There's also this exchange.
I'll get the wine.
Thank you.
This happens after both Summer and Morty leave to do shit Jerry and Beth don't want them to do. If this was season 1, Jerry would have said something like, "Look how you've driven our kids away from us." Then Beth would say something like, "You think this is my fault?" My god, I'm terrible at impressions. Please forgive me. Then they would argue. But this simple gesture from Jerry shows their growth, with Jerry supporting Beth by getting wine. Even though he's supporting her alcoholism, it's the gesture that counts. Then there's the side plot where Rick and Summer go on a party crawl, with 3 planets that are going to get destroyed, and vowing not to get attached to anyone. Then Rick does with a woman named Daphne. Summer's obviously pissed, and eventually stops the apocalypse on the 3rd planet to prove that Daphne will move on right away, which she does. Then Rick apologizes. I'm very mixed on this episode. I love the main plot until they make Planet Tina evil. I'm also getting a bit sick of Morty's love interest stories, especially because they did it perfectly in the Vat of Acid episode. And you know when Morty gets with a girl, it's never going to stick. But I'm pretty sure there isn't another Morty love story after this. I could be wrong, but I guess we'll see. All the songs they use in this episode are great, especially Flowers by Mark Mallman and Ryan Elder. The B plot sucks. Sorry. It's just unfunny sex jokes and an incest joke. I don't find Daphne interesting. Her leaving was so predictable. This episode is hard to rank because there are some amazing parts, but also some awful parts, and a lot of missed potential. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 31st spot, below Something Wicked This Way Comes, but above Edge of Tomorty, Rick Die, Rick Pete. Episode 4 is Rick Dependent Spray. No, I'm not watching this one. Fine, I'll talk about it. This is known as the worst episode of Rick and Morty by almost everyone in the fan base, including me, and that opinion hasn't changed. This episode is fundamentally flawed down to the idea. The setup is Morty finds a horse pleasure machine at Beth's horse surgeon job. They hardly ever bring up Beth's job anymore, which sucks, but they had to bring it back for this episode. Morty uses the machine. Rick later grabs the vat of Morty's splooge thinking it's horse juice. He plans to make a bioweapon to destroy the Chuds, who are underground horse cannibals who aren't actually cannibals because they eat people, not horses. Do the writers not know what cannibalism is? It's eating something of the same species. And why? Like, what's the point of the Chuds that apparently Rick and Morty have a lot of backstory with just showing up? It's random and stupid in the bad way. I know they come back later in the plot, but it's just to pad out the runtime. And they're stupid and I hate them, so I don't like that they pad out the runtime. They didn't need to help in the final battle. Sorry, I'm a Chud hater. Since it's not horse juice, the machine creates giant killer sperm. Okay. If you think this plot sounds fun, then I respect your opinion. But you need to be put in a mental institution. It's not only a disgusting concept, especially when you realize Morty is 14, but it also sets up a liar reveal plotline where Morty lies about it not being his splooge. This is one of the worst tropes in media, and adding that onto the sperm plot creates a truly terrible premise. That's not even all the bad stuff though. The president calls upon Rick and Morty to stop this mess, and they accept. Why is the president always in mediocre or downright bad episodes? He's a hilarious character, but they just keep putting him in these duds. There's also this weird subplot where now everyone is sexist and won't listen to Summer and Beth's ideas. This comes out of left field, and all it's saying is women not being treated equally is bad. No shit, I don't need the Rick and Morty sperm episode to tell me that. There's so many lines that go like, let the men handle this. Then they do something incompetent and it's not funny or subversive, it's lazy. Anyways, Rick and Morty go to the Grand Canyon to try and kill the sperm. I wonder why the sperm's going to the Grand Canyon. Vagina. What the fuck? This feels like it was written by a 4th grader, my god. Their plane crashes and Morty makes a new sperm friend named Sticky. You can tell he's good because he has an eye. Then Rick, Morty, and the samurai guy named Blazin, who is supposed to be a cool guy, starts to place explosives. The writers fail at making Blazin look cool with a bunch of lame cliches. Then the funny happens and it turns out he's actually lame. Look, he's wearing women's underwear. Isn't that hilarious?
I'm gonna kill myself!
That's a joke, guys, okay? Rick and Morty get captured by the sperm queen. She wants to produce more white knights for an army, so she straps Morty to the machine to produce more. Stop, please, I don't want to see this. To give this episode some credit, the joke where Rick says he'll do something, then makes himself fall over to get out of Morty's eyesight was somewhat funny. Sticky comes back and saves the duo. They're about to blow up the Grand Canyon when all the sperm starts to head to Las Vegas. For what, you ask? It's because they got an egg from Summer and enlarged it to lure in the sperm and kill them. What the actual fuck? They had to go back to their tried and true formula of incest. Rick and Morty get captured by the Chuds. Holy shit, I don't care. Rick impregnated the princess and they're freed. Then a battle at Las Vegas occurs, with them trying to launch the egg into space so no incest baby happens. I do like the concept of a Las Vegas battle with a bunch of performers defending the egg. If only they were not fighting sperm, it would have been actually fun. They fight and the Chuds come to help. Then Sticky defeats the queen, but goes into the egg right when it gets launched into space. Yep, that's right. It was made. The post-credit scene shows it. What the fuck is this episode? Why did the writers make it? Who thought this was a good idea? I'll tell you who. Dan fucking Harmon. After episodes, we get a little insight from the creators, which I usually skip. But for this episode, I just wanted to hear what they had to say.
I think it turned out, disgusting and tasteless.
Then why did you make it? It seems like the only person who thought it was a good idea was Dan Harmon, which no wonder why it ends with a giant incest baby. Dan, I know you're a talented writer. Community is one of my favorite shows of all time, and I love Rick and Morty, but you need to think sometimes. During the long process of making this episode, did you ever think once, maybe I shouldn't make this episode? The sound design is gross. I only found 2 jokes slightly amusing, the one before about Rick falling over and this.
I have a simple solution. See you all in hell!
I don't see how that's going to help.
That one is mostly because of the line delivery. It's gold. To put in perspective how much I hate this episode, I would rather in season 8 have 5 episodes that are the same quality as the dragon sex episode than another episode this atrocious. So this is 5 times worse than that episode. If you've seen my season 4 video, you know I despise that episode. This episode takes everything I hate about Rick and Morty. Terrible sex jokes, incest, terribly written characters, a plot that has no cohesion and is just random shit, and makes it into something truly awful. The worst part of this is, in my opinion, season 5 was on a winning streak. Sure, 2 of the episodes weren't that good, but from what I expected, I was ecstatic. This ruins it. Fuck man, the more I write about this episode, the more pissed I get. It's as bad as everyone says, and guess what? It's going in last place, and will stay there forever. I legitimately don't think the writers could create a worse episode than this, and if they do, I'm dropping Rick and Morty, and that's a promise. Episode 5 is a Morty can Grick-feedy. This episode starts off with Jerry and Rick supposedly having a guys' night. I've said that I really like Jerry and Rick's relationship in the later seasons. While this episode doesn't have the greatest display of their chemistry, it does end with Jerry realizing that Rick does somewhat like him. They go out for karaoke with these hell demons that have pretty cool designs. Apparently Rick made a deal with them because he gave them faulty skin hooks, which actually comes back later, which is neat. They love pain, so being around Jerry, the cringe lord, gives them what they desire. I love Jerry singing Oh Yeah by Yellow.
Oh yeah.
It's hilarious. Eventually Beth shows up to guys' night and figures out what's happening and is pissed at first, but then she goes along with it, which I hate. I get Rick doing this, but Beth telling stories about Jerry in embarrassing situations is really mean for her to do. This feels like something in season 1 Beth would do. Eventually the Hell Demons start a riot because Jerry finds out their plan and gets aggressive. They take Jerry with them back to Hell. Beth and Rick follow. They find Jerry, then the leader of Hell reveals that they also need Rick for their plan. Because Rick cringing at Jerry's jokes and Rick thinking he's so much cooler than Jerry is what gives them pleasure. I love this twist. It knocks Rick down a couple pegs. The demons hold Rick and Beth by skin hooks, but they break because of Rick's line earlier about faulty skin hooks, which is cool, but they could just stop T-posing and get down. It didn't pierce them. These demons can't be hurt since when they are in pain, they love it. So this depowers Rick. I always thought this season was the one where Rick is super overpowered, but he's been knocked down so many times this season, which is great. Rick creates a gun that can kill the demons. Now you might think I'm pissed because he just created a gun that can do exactly what he wants, like in the dragon episode. But in order to make the gun work, Rick has to apologize to Jerry and say that he likes him, which is a great character moment. They actually weave this gun into the story, instead of it just being there so Rick can look cool. I quite like its implementation. They kill the leader of the Hell Demons and leave. Then Rick immediately says next time he'll just replace Jerry. But Jerry's not fazed because he knows Rick likes him. The other plot follows Summer and Morty having Bruce Chutt back over. He's a new cool kid at school. To impress him, they take the ship out into space and do wacky shit like killing mailbox people. Psychos. But then the ship blackmails them and forces them to do what she wants. This leads them to a Transformers world where she wants to lose her virginity. Chutback suggests to dress up like one of the Transformers, which she is almost immediately found out to be an imposter, and kills all of them. Summer, Morty, and Chutback are sent to jail after escaping, and the ship saves them. They go home and Rick never finds out about their joyride. Now I know it sounded like I praised the first plot a lot, but it was just fine. Nothing of note happened except for a couple good character moments. The second plot sucks. I really didn't care. Especially since you know it will end with Summer and Morty realizing Chutback is not as cool as he seems, and yada yada yada. I do like this line. Wait, no, I don't. I take that back. I hate this line.
Also, I just watched Jurassic Park on cable. So good. Seriously, though. Touch my shit and I'll freeze your dick in amber.
Like, what's the joke? Oh, I watched Jurassic Park, so I'm gonna turn your dick to amber. This is the type of reference humor I'm talking about in the later seasons that I don't like. Just someone saying a movie title and being like, yeah, I know that property. It's lazy and unfunny. I'm struggling to talk about this episode. There's really nothing of substance. I was bored most of the time. There were a couple good jokes, but almost every episode has a good joke or two. So there's nothing special about this one. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 40th spot, below Child Rick and Morty, but above Rattlestar Rick Lactica. Episode 6 is Rick and Morty's Thanksplosion Spectacular. Oh god, not another president episode. I love you, man, but your episodes don't have the best track record. This episode starts off with Rick trying to heist the Declaration of Independence, but Morty accidentally destroys it and the Statue of Liberty, which releases a big robot. The president is once again pissed at Rick. So Rick plans to turn himself into a turkey and get pardoned by the president since it's Thanksgiving. But Rick's done this so many times that the president is prepared and turns soldiers into turkeys to find them. The concept is a huge make or break for this episode. I've heard people say it's stupid so they don't like the episode, and I've heard other people say they love how stupid it is. So what side am I on? I think this concept is stupid as hell, but fucking hilarious. Like, come on. This is the type of ridiculous shit I love in Rick and Morty. I also love that it's a Thanksgiving episode, since the show hasn't had one yet. Thanksgiving episodes are some of my favorites in any show, so I am pretty biased. The song they made when they were turning the soldiers into turkeys is great. It's so stupid, but there's nothing that brings me more joy than making fun of rednecks. It feels like this episode was made for me. Anyways, Rick and Morty sneak into the pen where the pardoned turkey is chosen. But oh no, the president turns himself into a turkey and immediately finds Rick and Morty. While Rick and the president fight, the pill that tracks who the president is gets knocked out of his stomach and another turkey swallows it. This causes that turkey to be turned into a weird looking turkey president. Rick, Morty, and the president then are thrown into an underground area where the real FDR has been turned into a spider and feeds on the rest of the turkeys. It's so stupid, I love it. Rick and Morty's turkey effect wears off and they kill FDR. They make their way to a Congress meeting, where the new president ups Congress's pay so they all support him now. Then the trio gets attacked and escapes back to the Smith house. I love how Rick's gadgets don't work during the escape scene, because turkey feathers got stuck in them, and the president has to get them out of the mess. I'm loving the depowering of Rick this season. The writers must have realized that they made him overpowered last season and are trying to make up for that. Rick and the president are arguing back at the Smith residence, and then the president insults Morty, which Beth hears and comes to the rescue. She tells them to stop it, come to the table, and eat the Thanksgiving meal Jerry prepared. Damn, Beth is actually based in this scene. She's slowly winning me over. Slowly. The family and the president have dinner, and this is my favorite scene in the episode.
And pass the potatoes. Thank you.
That's such a perfect line delivery. I also love how the president makes fun of Jerry, and Rick laughs, which makes them bond. Then it's shown on the news that the turkey president is making a super turkey army to take over America. Rick, Morty, and the president go underneath the Lincoln Memorial, where it's revealed that turkeys used to run America, and these two tribes that have been hibernating for hundreds of years love to kill turkeys. This is where the episode loses me. There's a certain amount of stupid I can handle, and this has surpassed the limits. The turkey president launches the penis building. Why the fuck did I write that? Did I forget what the Washington Monument was called? The turkey president launches the Washington Monument into space to turn all of America's turkeys into super soldiers. Rick and Morty go to stop the laser, and Morty accidentally destroys the Washington Monument. The president and the turkey president have an epic fist-to-fist battle. I like when the turkey president is almost dead, he takes out his wishbone and wishes to explode. That's funny. I also like the joke where the president's life is flashing before his eyes, and half of it is the announcement of a new PlayStation. Rick is pardoned, and the episode ends. So this episode is mostly good. It's stupid as hell, but mostly works. This episode is probably the second funniest in the season, which is mostly due to Rick and the president's dynamic, and I think this is the best it's ever been. I would say it's an enemies to lovers arc, wouldn't you? Even though the ending does knock this episode down a few spots, I would say this is the second best president episode. Yeah, it's not even close to Get Swifty. Let's hope we keep this upward trend of good president episodes after this. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 23rd spot, below Rick's minutes, but above the Whirly Durly Conspiracy. Okay, Season 5, you're coming back. What's the next episode? Oh god. Episode 7 is Gotron Jerry Sis, Rick Vangelion. This episode starts off with Summer, Morty, and Rick going to Boob World. I wish they stuck with that plot. Rick finds a Gotron ferret, a big robot that if you combine all 5 of them, you will make a bigger robot. This episode is a parody of the Voltron anime, obviously. But the thing is, I'm not a big fan of Voltron. That's not an inherent problem. I'm not a fan of the Purge movies, but I love Look Who's Purging Now. The big problem with this episode is that it's boring as shit. I laughed once, and it was just a nose exhale. Rick gets the family together to fight a big space monster with the 5 Gotron ferrets he found. At first, the family is loving it and loving working together, which is nice to see. Then Rick gets more obsessive and wants to invite 4 other Ricks to get their Gotrons and make a Go-Gotron. This is where we get the other parody, with all the Ricks being mob movie character archetypes. And guess what? I'm not the biggest fan of mob movies either, so none of the jokes really landed. Then there's a montage of them combining Gotrons. During the episode, Summer is a huge asshole to Morty, and I think they go too far with it. I do get what they were going for, and I like a scene way later down the line, but Morty didn't do anything to deserve this, other than be a bit rude to her at the beginning. Morty gets kidnapped by the original owners of the Gotrons, and my god, this might be the worst parody of anime characters out there. I'm new to the whole anime thing, but I can think of so many funnier bits that they could do than just having their faces look weird and them doing random noises. Morty denies their offer of taking the family down, which is a good character moment, since he just got demoted to security, not even getting a Gotron anymore. It shows that he's loyal to his family and won't just backstab them. Unlike another character this episode. Morty goes to the family and they all shit on him since Hothead Rick destroyed their party. Morty is Sisyphus, but instead of rolling a rock, he has to deal with something way worse. The endless cycle of the terrible Smith family. Morty's fired and eventually Beth and Jerry are fired too, which they both hate Summer for because she's the one who fired them. Then Summer gets replaced with one of the anime girls. Then we find out why she was so mean throughout the episode. She says that Rick has Morty and Beth has Jerry, so she felt left out. Now that's actually a great moment for her character. It's true that she's lonely, especially since she broke up with her boyfriend in a Rick Convenient more earlier this season. Then they fuck it up by bringing up the giant incest baby. Summer has been visiting it and mothering it, and why the fuck did they have to bring this plotline back out of all the plotlines? Like seriously, the writers apparently hate serialization, but when it comes to the fucking incest baby, yeah. Why not? It's not that funny of a concept to have a giant incest baby. Am I crazy?
I am not crazy.
The family goes to save Rick because the anime people are going to kill him after forming the Go-Go-Go-Gotron, and the family uses the incest baby in the rescue. Summer gave the incest baby the name Naruto. I mean, this is what an average Naruto fan looks like. Hashtag One Piece gang for life! I was told I should take that joke back, if I don't want death threats sent to me, so I apologize. They save Rick with Naruto and the episode ends. Yeah, this episode sucks. It's not as bad on a rewatch. I would have said this one is worse than the dragon episode, but I've come to my senses. It's better than that episode by a tiny bit. Not much to say about this episode that I haven't already said. The family are assholes and not in a funny way. The anime references are cringe. It's boring, and it's not a very funny episode. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 44 spot, below the ABCs of Beth, but above Vindicators 3, The Return of World Ender. Episode 8 is Returnal Friendshine of the Spotless Mort. This episode starts off with the Smith family heading for a cruise and Rick stays behind.
But as soon as you guys are gone, the potential for a new Pickle Rick starts skyrocketing. Peace.
Oh god, please no. Luckily, it doesn't turn into a Pickle Rick sequel, and instead, Rick takes out Bird Person, which in last season's finale, we saw Rick had saved him and put him in the wall of his garage.
He's in the wall.
He's in the goddamn wall!
Rick built back his old body, even though it's looking rough, and tries to revive him. He's not waking up, so Rick decides to go into his mind and try and find him. I love episodes in TV shows where characters go into someone's brain, like the Gravity Falls episode Dreamscapers. Rick goes into Bird Person's mind, and we see where he and Bird Person first met at a festival. Rick travels through his memories, like Rick and Bird Person fighting other Ricks who are saying that this won't bring her back. This is great foreshadowing for the eventual reveal of Rick's real backstory in the finale. Rick ends up in a memory where we see his old freedom fighting team. One thing I love about this episode is that it's showing us some of Rick's backstory in a very interesting way, with it not revealing everything. Very cool. A younger version of Rick starts to follow Rick on his journey to find Bird Person.
Just a grumpy Scottish ogre, and they made 4 of them? 5 by now, probably.
If this was The Simpsons, there would be hundreds of shorts of how they predicted Shrek 5, even though it's not that hard of a thing to predict. Rick finds Bird Person, but Bird Person doesn't want to be saved. Bird Person starts to blow up his brain, and Rick grabs Memory Rick, who is looking into a room with a bird baby. Due to his mind collapsing, Rick and Memory Rick have to go through a memory of Blood Ridge, a battle against the Galactic Federation and Rick's gang. Rick has been avoiding the memory, and it seems like things are going to go poorly, but they don't. They win. The song that plays during this sequence is straight fire. It's like an epic rendition of the opening theme, and it's fantastic. Then we find out why Rick hates this battle. He tells Bird Person that they can go anywhere with his portal gun, and that this doesn't matter. Which is a really bad thing to say to someone who just won a very important battle of a war they've been fighting for so long. This leaves them in a weird place. This scene is fantastic, from the music to the character interactions, hell, even the choreography. I also like how Rick says he respects Bird Person. He never says that to anyone. They find Bird Person with a memory of Tammy watching the sunset, and Rick tries to convince him to come back.
I died at my wedding, Rick.
This is a great character moment. We didn't get to see much of Bird Person before this, but from what little we did see of him, you could tell he was deeply in love with Tammy. So it would make sense for him to want to die. After his wife betrayed him, almost killed him, and made him into a cyborg Frankenstein. Eventually he gains back his will to live when Rick tells him he has a kid, and they start to escape. I really like the escape scene. They need to reach a place to leave, but Bird Person's brain is so fucked, so Rick has to start erasing his memories so they can travel to them, to try and get back to the festival where they first met. They make it out, but Bird Person isn't as grateful as Rick hopes he would be. He's a bit conflicted because Rick waited for the last second to tell him about his secret child. Rick does this because he thought Bird Person would have less time to hang out. They end off not on bad terms, but not on good terms either.
I will see you when I see you.
Great way to end this episode. I like how this moment calls back to earlier in the episode at the Battle of Blood Ridge, where the duo were left in a similar position. It shows that Rick has never really changed. When I first watched this episode, I wasn't the biggest fan of it, but on the rewatch, I liked it quite a bit. This is a heavily character-driven story, which we don't get a lot of in the series, and they take it completely seriously, which is nice to see. I do have a problem with this episode though, but it's not a huge problem. This episode isn't that funny. This is a big problem with season 5 as a whole, but the story and the character moments are so good in this episode that I didn't really care. Also, it's not completely unfunny. I think Rick's garage AI planning on a way to survive if Rick dies is hilarious. She manipulates Jean, their neighbor, into getting her batteries. This episode leaves Rick off in a weird spot that makes the decision he makes next episode understandable. We'll get there soon though. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 17th spot, below Look Who's Purging Now, but above Risky Business. Episode 9 is for getting Rick Mortshaw. This episode starts with Morty going through different dimensions to fix Rick's fuck-ups. This is a great start, showing Rick isn't the most considerate. I just wish Morty would bring this up later in the episode. Once Morty gets home, it's basically dropped. Morty uses Mountain Dew to fill back up the portal gun since Rick marked it, but he accidentally gets some fluid on his hand, causing a portal to open, then trash starts spilling out of it. It's revealed that the other side of the portal is connected to a guy named Nick's thigh. We're told that one night he went out drinking with Rick and came back to the house and accidentally spilt some fluid on his thigh. We later find out he's in a mental institution, which they would not allow him to have that much trash in his cell. Man, the writers really fucked up with this one. Rick comes to the garage and sees the garbage and is pissed. He then says he can replace Morty. This time Morty calls his bluff and says he won't. I love them bringing this into a plotline. Rick always says he will replace Morty, so we finally see what he does when he actually does replace Morty. He created a wheel full of options of things to replace Morty with, and it ends up on 2 crows. Damn, I wish it landed on half of Paul Giamatti. That would have been a great plot. Morty runs off to try and find Nick while Rick's training his crows. Morty finds Nick at a mental institution. Morty breaks him out in a really cool action scene. Like I said in the last video, I love portals being used in battle, and this shows the potential of portals being used as a weapon well. They go to trash Rick's place and find the prototype portal gun so they can go on adventures, but they need to get portal fluid, so they go to Rick's dealer. Rick's supplier won't give them any, so Nick kills them and Morty leaves. 2 episodes this season uses this trope where Morty makes a new friend, but uh-oh, they're actually evil. This episode works better than Planetina's episode though, because at the beginning, Nick is in a mental institution. It would make sense for him not to be trusted. Morty calls Rick and tells him everything and apologizes, and Rick does too. Then Nick finds Morty and attacks him. Morty cuts off his own hand and puts it into Nick's portal, which makes him cave into himself. Metal as fuck. I'll talk about the ending after Rick's plot. Rick trains 2 crows but eventually dumps them on a planet because they are empathetic. But someone on the planet tractor beams Rick. The species that inhabits this planet are advanced crows, and they show Rick how to use empathy. They go back to Earth where Rick's garage is trashed and they find the wheel. The crows are not happy about what Rick's comparing 2 crows to. They take Rick's 2 crows and start a crow revolution on Earth. Rick goes to get the crows back, then gets captured, and that's when Morty calls him. I like how the crows let him answer because they are shown to be empathetic throughout the episode. Then Rick's two crows touch a crystal that turns them huge. Then they help Rick and blow up the crystal, reverting the effect. Then we get the final scene where Rick sees Morty handless and goes to help him. Morty's hoping to quote-unquote get back together, but Rick has grown and realized that their partnership was abusive. Rick even gives Morty the portal gun to show that he's changed. Then Rick flies off with the crows while Morty cries. The song that's playing, Borrowed Time, is a banger, by the way. Okay, so this episode is good, but I have a couple problems with it. My main one is Rick learns the same fucking lesson again, not to be a dick. How many times are they gonna do this before he actually changes? After this though, I do remember him changing and being less of a dick, so I hope this is the last time he learns this lesson. Also, he learns empathy from crows, which is fine, until you realize last season's opener has him learning empathy from wasps. So this crow plotline just feels like a rehash. Like I said before, Nick turning evil is better than Planetina, but this also feels like a rehash. The plotline about them is good. I just wish either this episode or the Planetina episode chose a different way to end their relationship with Morty. Also, one last complaint. It feels like the creators hate canon stuff and just want to do episodic shit, which would be fine. But then why the hell are you doing so much canon shit this season? Bird person, this, fuck even Naruto. I'll rant about this more in the next episode, trust me. But if the creators don't like canon, then just don't do it. I know that's a bit unfair because the fans would be pissed if they stopped writing canon, and the series would feel stagnant. But also if they keep writing stuff making fun of canon and fans wanting it, it just makes it feel like they hate their fans. I mean, I would too. We're embarrassing.
I don't give a
Sorry for complaining so much, this episode is good. Both of the plot lines are good and I really like the ending. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 22nd spot, below the pilot but above Star Mort Return of the Jerry. And finally, episode 10 is Rick Mirai Jack. We're once again at the end of another season of Rick and Morty. This episode starts where the last one left off, with Rick and the crows going on adventures. Morty shows up and asks Rick to come back, but Rick says no. Then an anime opening happens, which is a way better parody than anything in the Gotron episode. Since we're talking about anime, and I know you all are gonna ask this, I haven't seen the Rick and Morty anime, but if you want me to cover it, I might. We jump forward in time, with Morty showing up again, but now he's 40. Rick still says he's not coming back. Then the crows cheat on him with his arch nemesis, so Rick returns to the Smiths. Rick finds out it actually hasn't been that long, with everyone being the same. Morty aged himself up to try and guilt trip Rick. Rick doesn't mind, and they go to the Citadel to de-age Morty. I mean, Rick should have the technology to do it, and I feel like he wouldn't want to go back to the Citadel. But who cares, that's just a nitpick. I love seeing the Citadel again, but now it's rebuilt under evil Morty. Morty's de-aged, then there's a commotion outside. There's a mutated Morty asking for freedom and he's shot. Then Rick and Morty are invited to have dinner with President Morty, or as we know him, Evil Morty. Now this right here is the worst part of the episode.
The Citadel runs on canon, but the second he reveals he's evil, we're gone.
Let me put this into the perspective of a Rick and Morty fan who watched this when it first aired. You waited for 2 disappointing seasons to see Evil Morty again and see what his plan is. You're also excited to see how Rick will react. Then you see those scenes. Why do they have to downplay the reveal like this? It feels so lame. You didn't even need Rick to freak out when President Morty reveals himself as evil. Just have him say, "Oh darn" or something. But no, the writers hate canon, so they have to add that into the story to undermine the impact of the next scene, where Rick and Morty are eating dinner with President Morty. He reveals he's evil and Rick says, "Told you so." But at least we see Rick being surprised that he was evil Rick's Morty. Evil Morty needed Rick's brain scanned in order to take down the central finite curve. It's later discovered that all of the Ricks we see in the show lock themselves out of infinite realities. Only the realities where he's the smartest man in the universe can be accessed. This is a fantastic reveal that shakes up the foundation of the show. We thought there were infinite realities, but no, it's only where Rick is all powerful, which fits Rick's character so much. We also find out they started to mass produce Mortys, which is fucked up. Rick and Morty escape, but evil Morty hijacked everyone's portal guns, killing anyone who attempts to go through. This forces Rick and Morty to attempt to escape through the bottom of the Citadel, where they find the mutated Mortys doing work. Then Morty uses a device to see Rick's backstory, which is the same as the season 3 opener, but we get more details. After Diane died, Rick went on a killing spree, killing any Rick to try and find the Rick who killed Diane, who we now know as Rick Prime. But he never finds him and ends up helping make the Citadel of Ricks. We also get to see Rick showing up at the Smith's house for the first time, which is so cool. Then after that...
Dead wife? Yes, now everyone can shut up about it.
Did I just catch you having fun?
I really like the song during this scene. Then we get a scene with Evil Morty attempting to leave the central finite curve and asks our Morty to go with him, but he doesn't. Then Evil Morty breaks through the central finite curve with an awesome rendition of the Evil Morty theme. Then we see Rick and Morty escaping and working together. I know I did a lot of nagging this episode, but other than the fourth wall jokes, this episode was fantastic. Rick and Morty's character arc of learning to work together as equals, and Rick not thinking he's superior is cool. And it actually sticks around this time. From what I remember, Rick is way less of a dick from now on, which is awesome, and Morty and his relationship is way better. All the plot reveals are amazing. They expand the world and leave so many opportunities for the future of the series. I love that they talk about the central finite curve and close encounters of the Rick kind. It's a really cool detail. I wonder if they always knew what they wanted to do with it or not. This episode shows a new perspective of evil Morty's evilness. Is he really evil for wanting to break out of the central finite curve? No. But did he have to kill all those Rick and Mortys to do so? Probably not. I like how his character isn't just evil. He's been beaten down by all the selfish Ricks and just wants to be free from their torment. But I'm still going to call him Evil Morty because morally ambiguous Morty doesn't have the same ring to it. In terms of the ranking, this episode's going in the 9th spot, below the Rick Shank Redemption, but above Rick Potion number 9. And that's season 5. I was not expecting the season to have such a strong start, especially the decoy episode. After those episodes, I had hope for the season. Maybe I just didn't like the direction the show was going, and now that I have season 6 and 7, which are a return to form in my opinion, I can appreciate this season a lot more. Then the sperm episode happened and I lost hope. It didn't help that the next episode was also bad. Then there was a good episode. Then an awful episode. But the last 3 episodes were great. I'm surprised I'm saying this. I've come around on season 5, and in my opinion, it's better than season 4. This season took risks, which sometimes didn't work, but other times it succeeded substantially. There are problems. This season is probably the worst in terms of comedy. I hardly found myself laughing. In other videos, I had plenty of clips to show off that were funny, but here it's rare that a joke made me laugh. That's disappointing because that's the one thing that Rick and Morty has been fairly consistent with throughout its run. Sure, the quality of jokes have been going down, just like the season's quality, but it was still funny. This season makes up for the lack of good jokes with creativity. There are so many great concepts, like the decoys, the time dimension, Bird Person's brain escapades, and more. All really fun concepts. Even the episodes I didn't like had some good concepts, like hell demons who can't be hurt because they love pain. There are some really bad ideas, looking at you sperm episode, but there's more good than bad. I do feel like this season's B-plots usually suck though. Last seasons they were sometimes the highlights of the episode, like Jerry and the Cat and Floaty Jerry. But this season had only one good side plot with Rick and the Crows. The rest sucked. The animation and especially the colors are so pleasing to look at in the season. I enjoy how Jerry and Beth feel like they actually like each other, except for a couple moments. I can now watch them in a scene together and not want to bang my head against a wall. Summer has gotten worse in my opinion. She used to be one of my favorite characters, but now she's probably my second least favorite Smith. Jerry is once again climbing the ladder, becoming one of my favorite characters from the show. He's just so funny. Morty's basically the same, and so is Rick. Rick does get depowered quite a bit this season, which is great to see. It adds actual tension to episodes. I'm glad the writers realized that having an all-powerful god as the main character isn't that interesting. The only series I think does that concept well is One Punch Man. Beth has slowly been winning me over, which is nice to see. Now let's talk about the future of the series. When this season ended, I was hopefully optimistic for the future. I used to hate this season, but now that I have season 6 and 7, where the series quality has improved, I'm less salty about this season. Now I can see more of the good in it. Obviously it's not all good. I really hate the meta jokes here, especially the ones where Rick's like, I hate canon. Shut up, bitch. This sucks because the canon stuff this season is fantastic. I love where they take the story, except Naruto. Some of these episodes are really forgettable or bad. And of course, this season has the worst episode in the show. The sperm episode is definitely my top 5 least favorite episodes of any TV show I've ever seen. But there is also good, with some great episodes and moments. My opinion has once again changed, and I'm a bit worried about season 6. I think that season is great, so please don't let that opinion change. Now to answer the question, is Rick and Morty season 5 that bad? No, it wasn't. I'd say it was a fine season of television. Season 6 time. This is what I've been waiting for! This season means a lot to me for many reasons. It gave me hope for the future of Rick and Morty. After season 5 first aired, I'd lost hope because I hated that season. Now I've come around on it. Watch my season 5 video to hear more about that. I thought season 6 was great when it first aired. I only found one episode mediocre, which was the dinosaur one. In my opinion, there were no bad episodes. That hasn't happened since season 2. My belief in the series was restored. This season also had some great episodes, like The Night Family and Final Dismissation. I'm really looking forward to rewatching those episodes. My sentimental value doesn't only come down to how good this season was. Back on December 12th, 2022, I released a video called Rick and Morty Season 6 was great. This video was the first video on my channel to truly blow up. I'd uploaded a couple videos before, which you definitely should not watch. They're awful. Back then, getting 100 views on a video felt fantastic. Then I uploaded my Inside Job Season 2 review, which got a couple thousand views. I was ecstatic, and that gave me the idea to make a Rick and Morty Season 6 video since it was still airing. And to say that video was a success is an understatement. It got 50k views in a month. This season means so much to me because it's the reason why this channel exists today. If I didn't make that video, I would have never made my Sam Gladiator video, or my video on Season 1 of Rick and Morty. Is it a good video? No, but it means a lot to me. It made me continue my dream, and now I'm at 6,000 subscribers. That might not sound like a lot, but it means the world to me. I'd just like to say, if you've ever watched any of my videos or you're a subscriber, thank you. I love doing YouTube, and the thought that people actually like watching my videos is insane. Okay, back to the season. After my season 5 video, I had changed a lot of my opinions about that season, so I hope the opposite doesn't happen here, where the season becomes bad in my eyes. It probably won't happen, but that's also why I said about season 5 not being terrible. Okay, I need to stop worrying myself, so I'll ask the question, is Rick and Morty season 6 good? Let's find out. Episode 1 is Solo Ricks. This episode starts where the last one left off, with Rick and Morty stuck on a part of the Citadel, starving to death. Space Beth comes and saves them. This first scene is awful. I don't want to start off negative, but my god, they just keep making bad reference jokes.
I don't have a helmet like that Avengers guy did. Basically threw a tantrum to announce he was quitting Twitter. Nobody quits Twitter.
They get home, and since portal travel isn't working, Rick tries to reset it, but he instead resets portal travelers, so Morty, him, and Jerry get sent back to their original dimension. When I first watched this episode, I freaked out about how they brought back the ending of Season 2's Morty Night Run, and how they might have taken the wrong Jerry from the daycare. I still love this reveal that they did take the wrong Jerry. Rick gets sent back to his original dimension, where he made a robot of Diane that is always one room away to haunt him. He also trapped his neighbors in a time loop, reliving the same day, but they still age. Damn, Rick, that's brutal. He does stop the time loop, setting those poor souls free. Rick escapes into the big rift. I love this plot. It shows how self-destructive Rick is, and how much he blames himself for Diane's death. I mean, he created a robot of his dead wife to haunt him. I'm no therapist, but that seems pretty self-destructive. The next plot follows Morty trapped in the Cronenberg dimension, where he finds his Jerry. It turns out when the family was frozen back in the season 3 premiere, Beth and Summer died, so now Jerry is stuck there alone. God, poor Jerry. He abandons Morty, but Morty follows. Jerry then tells Morty off. Morty abandoned them, and when he finally came back, he treated them like they weren't even people. That's so true. Morty was a little bitch for that. I mean, that's his original family, and he treated them like trash. Rick really has rubbed off on Morty. The events of Rick Potion number 9 already traumatized Morty, but now he has to relive his mistake, and he has to understand that nothing he can do can make Jerry happy again. Then our Rick shows up on the Cronenberg planet, realizing that Rick Prime, the Rick who killed Diane and Beth, is back in his original dimension. Major plot reveal: Rick Prime is actually our Morty's grandpa. Rick came to their dimension to wait for Rick Prime to come back. Such a fantastic revelation. All these plot reveals keep adding layers onto the series, and they all work surprisingly well. Anyways, Rick goes to find Rick Prime, who set an elaborate trap for him. Rick is willing to die, but then Morty brings him back to reality, saying that our Rick is his Rick, and that it's not worth killing himself to find Rick Prime. Absolute cinema. They go back to save Summer, Beth, and Space Beth. Their plot is about Summer not appreciating Beth and wanting to see more of Space Beth. It's pretty bad and everyone's annoying. They also point out how it's a pretty generic sitcom plot, but pointing that out doesn't make it any better. They go to get Jerry, and my favorite gag from the episode happens, where his family is just awful and Jerry's just sitting there not understanding how they got this way.
Maybe I wouldn't be so uptight if I wasn't married to an unemployed receptacle of human fear.
Get a job, Dad. It's been a decade.
Oof, pretty brutal, Jer. I know a good alligator park if you want to kill yourself.
They go back to their home dimension, but season 2 Jerry's there, and lets out a creature named Mr. Frundles, who consumes the Earth, so they have to move to a new dimension. They all bury themselves, mirroring the end of Rick Potion number 9, which is a great moment. It symbolizes, at least for me, a new start for the series. I love how half the family is from different dimensions, or one being a clone. It makes it feel like a found family of misfits. The episode ends with Space Beth flirting with Beth, which will come back later. This episode is great. All the plot reveals and story progression is fantastic. I know the writers don't like canon, but they just keep knocking it out of the park whenever they write about it. The design of the Cronenberg world is so good. I love apocalyptic settings, and this one just looks so cool. From the muted colors to the vegetation, it looks so beautiful. The improvement from season 1's animation is night and day. Rick Prime being Morty's Rick adds further sorrow to our Rick. He had to live with the family of his wife's murderer for a while. It also shows that he actually bonded with this Morty, since he could have easily just abandoned him. He had no reason to keep him around after they hopped dimensions. Rick Prime wouldn't care about Morty that much to find him. This does bring up an interesting idea that Rick Prime did have a family. I don't remember if this gets brought up again, but I'd like an explanation for why he decided to get rid of Diane. Everything to do with Jerry is hilarious. Now, my biggest gripe with the episode. The reference and meta humor. My god, it's so bad. Rick constantly says something like last season, this season, season 2, or something along those lines, and it gets old quick. It's funny every now and then, but when Rick's saying it every minute, it gets old. The reference humor is at an all-time low, with so many jokes just being, this property exists, isn't that funny? I really hope the rest of the season doesn't continue the comedy like this, or it's going to be a miserable time. One last thing, I love how Cronenberg World Jerry is kind of the exact opposite of Rick. The way he deals with his grief is pushing it way down, trying to act like everything is fine and forget, while Rick got so obsessive that he spent his entire life trying to hunt down and find his family's killer. Technically, Morty is Jerry's family's killer, and he does nothing to Morty other than yell at him. These are both extreme ways to deal with grief, both of them being bad. Exploring Jerry's grief makes this episode so much better, giving this episode the theme of loss and toxic ways to deal with it, except for the summer and the best plot, but we don't talk about that. Then Jerry is killed by Rick Prime, so he's not coming back. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 11th spot, below Rick Potion number 9, but above the Vat of Acid episode. Episode 2 is Rick, A Mort Well Lived. This episode starts off in the Roy world. If you don't remember Roy, it's a video game at Blitz and Chits, a space arcade. This game allows you to play as Roy, where you play through his life. But while Morty was playing the game, a terrorist group came into the arcade trying to steal shit, and busted the machine, which splits Morty's consciousness into 5 billion NPCs. Rick goes in as Roy to try and convince all the NPCs to come with him, so Morty can live again. This concept is fantastic. It allows an in-depth character study of Morty, and the different parts of his personality. Most of the Mortys are complicit, and just want to get back to being Morty. But there's a small percentage of NPCs that don't trust Rick. They know how Rick mistreats Morty, and would rather live in a video game than go back to the real world. I love this so much. Most of the Mortys want to go back, which shows the side that trusts or fears Rick, and just wants to make him happy. The percentage of NPCs who defy Rick being so small is a great way to show why Morty is still with Rick. It's an underlying feeling that Rick should treat him better. This all comes to a head when Rick's right-hand Morty, Marta, leaves Rick because Rick can't say I love you, and this starts a decade-long war. Many of the NPCs are killed. Then Marta finally agrees to tell her side to go with Rick. She realizes it's unfair of her to keep them all there, but she has one condition. Rick also says that he's proud of Morty and says that he's a good grandson, which is a fantastic moment. We never hear Marta say what her condition is. But at the end of the episode, we're shown the Roy machine is still running, and she's still in it, living out her life. There's two ways you can take this. The first one and the most obvious is that she asked Rick to keep her there. This is in line with Marta's character. But there's also a darker option. Rick left her there, so Morty would be less rebellious. Now, do I believe this happened? No. It's pretty well hinted that she wanted to stay. But what if her final condition was like, I want a pizza bagel, or something like that? Rick leaving her there would alter Morty to be more complacent, which is shown at the end of the episode. It's not out of the realm of possibility, because earlier in the episode, Rick was willing to give up the small percentage of Morty who defied him. And he also told Marta, and only Marta, that he's proud of Morty. So Marta staying would erase that memory from Morty. But after the last episode, and Rick's change of heart at the end of this episode, I choose to believe that Rick wouldn't do this. But it's still possible. Then there's the second plot where Summer does a Die Hard.
Let's do a Die Hard. Oh, walkie-talkie, that's Die Hard.
Are you doing a Die Hard?
Walkie-talkie, Die Hard, motherfucker. Die Hard.
Walkie-talkie Die Hard.
Oh, does that happen in Die Hard?
I get it!
This plot sucks ass. The villain is obsessed with Die Hard, but Summer hasn't seen Die Hard, but she pretends that she has. This plot just consists of Summer and the villain saying Die Hard, and it's so bad. Imagine if in Anatomy Park, Morty just kept saying, "Oh, just like Jurassic Park." Yeah, that sounds annoying, right? That's basically this plot. Luckily, the villain dies when Rick and Morty escape. This is a great episode in the making. I wish they would have cut out the B-plot. I do like having B-plots in episodes, but there is so much opportunity with the A-plot story that I believe it deserved a full episode. It also doesn't help that the B-plot is trash. I did get a bit annoyed with Justin Roiland's voice. Every character has it in Roy, and it gets really irritating by the end. What we got was good. I love the deep dive into Morty's psyche. I also love them bringing back Roy in an organic way. I hope in the future we get to see more of Blitz and Chits. There is so much potential in exploring more fun and wacky arcade games. I know the next episode has a similar concept, but there is still so much story opportunity here. Also, Summer says since she's 17 she hasn't seen Die Hard. I'd say most people in America have seen Die Hard before 17. What a blunder. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 28th spot. Below Rick and Morty's Thanksploitation Spectacular, but above the Whirly Durly Conspiracy. Episode 3 is Bethic Twinstinct. This episode starts off with Turkey Rick coming back from getting pardoned again. Okay, the writers are starting to write a lot more references to earlier seasons, mainly so people will point at the screen and say, "I know that thing!" It's Thanksgiving and Space Beth is over. Jerry gives a toast where he says that he'll kill himself if Beth ever leaves him. First off, I don't like Jerry saying this. He's pathetic, yeah, but I don't think it's in character for him to say this, especially in front of his family on Thanksgiving. Secondly, Beth has left him and he didn't kill himself. He was also appalled in the Whirly Durly Conspiracy when Morty sent Rick to hang out with him because Morty thought he would kill himself. Thirdly, he only says this to add stakes to the plot, which isn't needed because him finding out about the affair is enough. Fourthly, I know he takes it back at the end, but I don't care. It feels forced and him taking it back just makes it feel more useless. Back to the episode, Space Beth and Beth are into each other and bone. Okay, this is weird, obviously. If it was any other character in this mess, I would hate it. But I think this type of plot works well for Beth. We know her as a narcissist who deep down struggles with her identity. So learning who she really is by literally banging herself is a fine idea. It's a nice exploration of her character. Also, this is the main focus of the episode, and I don't think we've gotten a main plot starring Beth yet. That's surprising, especially 6 seasons in. You might be saying, this is incest, and you hate that, which is true. But it's in a weird place where since it's the same person, I don't know what to call it. I don't mind it though, because it's used to move the plot forward. Same with another implementation of it later in the season. Beth talks to Rick and he reveals that he's also done a similar thing, which is interesting. Then he tells her that lies pile up and she needs to stop or tell her family. More so tell Jerry, because Morty and Summer already know. I love how naive Jerry is. He's just sitting there building his puzzle. Not a care in the world. While the family is eating ice cream, Space Beth tells Jerry her and Beth are in love, and this happens. When I first watched this episode, this caught me so off guard. It's a fantastic gag. Rick tells Beth that he gave Jerry the ability to do this because him and Jerry got drunk one night and Jerry wanted it. I love to see Jerry and Rick getting along. Space Beth and Beth plan to erase their memory of what happened and live in ignorance, while the family keeps it a secret. I mean, Rick can also erase their memories. I bet Summer and Morty would gladly have it that way. Before they can erase their memories though, Jerry comes out and tells them not to. He stops being a bitch and mans up, saying that he's gonna leave Beth now. He's getting ready to leave when the three of them get frisky. Yeah, this is definitely a way to resolve the plot.
Are you fucking kidding me? Why? Discovery Channel! Discovery Channel, why?
Space Beth leaves and they're now a throuple. How does Jerry have so much riz? I don't get it.
I'll keep an eye out for my grandkid in space.
You're what? Oh, right, Naruto.
Stop bringing him up. The other plot is this season's stand-in for Interdimensional Cable, where Morty gets a gaming console that has realistic games. I can tell they're running out of ideas for this structure. It's not even the main plot anymore. It's just taking a game genre and asking, what if it was realistic? I do like the bit with the forest though. I also like its implementation, with Summer and Morty playing it to distract themselves from the uncomfortableness of what's going on around them. It fits their characters. They did a similar thing in Rick Mansing the Stone. So this episode is straight strange. I like the character study of Beth, and it shows us the differences between Space Beth and her. Space Beth is more assertive and willing to do anything if she likes it. This fits her character because she's the one who left the family. But Beth doesn't want to hurt anyone. She isn't willing to abandon her family to stay with Space Beth. This is great character writing. They started off as the same person, but their circumstances changed their perspective in life. I love all of that. I also like how they're experimenting with this episode. I can say no other episode is quite like this one. A character study of Beth with hardly any sci-fi elements other than the clone stuff. But this episode isn't the best. It's fine, I just didn't get much enjoyment out of it. This episode is pretty funny, I'll have to admit. Also, I like Beth's character more, especially since her favorite Culkin is Kieran. The right choice.
I think you're a super talented superstar, and I love you.
Oh, you're such a fucking bitch.
In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 40th spot, below Anatomy Park, but above Interdimensional Cable 2, Tempting Fate. Episode 4 is Night Family. Oh boy. This episode was my favorite episode from this season for the longest time. Do I still think that? Let's find out. This episode starts off with Rick showing the family a device that when you're asleep, wakes up a different version of you that will do whatever you want. The whole family starts to use it, like Beth learning the trumpet, Morty getting abs, and Jerry having a pen pal who is Night Jerry. That's actually really cute of Jerry. Eventually, Night Jerry writes and asks the family to clean off their plates after they're done eating, so it's easier to clean them. Rick, being stubborn, says no, which only escalates the situation further. One night, the Night family turns off Rick's tech and forces him to eat the gunk off the dirty dishes. They do this in Rick's room, which we hardly ever get to see. I always forget Rick doesn't live in the garage. This situation makes Rick go all out and secure the house. He wants Summer to go undercover and stop the Night family's reign of terror, since her Night person is the leader of the Night family. When it seems like the Night family has been dealt with and Rick lowers his guard, Summer reveals that she's Night Summer. I love that Summer is the leader of the Night family. It shows her deep-seated resentment towards Rick. Also, Summer saying this line,
Sorry, Rick, but your opinion means very little to me.
Is a callback to season 1 where Rick said the same thing to Summer.
I'm sorry, Summer, your opinion means very little to me.
It's such a cool callback. I learned this after the episode in the Crater segment. I'm not that vigilant. This leads to the Night family taking over, making the Day family their slaves. Jerry writes to Night Jerry to save them, and he does. The family has to get on a plane to escape the device's effect. And an amazing action scene happens, where the family members constantly go from being awake to being asleep back to being awake, which is really fun. This is the type of stuff I love in Rick and Morty. Rick not having super powerful tech to destroy an obstacle in his path, just a really fun action set piece where they use objects from their environment to fight. The Night family wins and gives Rick an ultimatum. He can clean the gunk off the plates after they eat, and they'll go back to doing whatever the Day family wants, or Rick can refuse and they'll take over their lives. Rick chooses the latter, so the Night family fully takes over. Rick being so stubborn and willing to give up his life just so he doesn't have to clean off his plate and admit defeat is hilarious. The Night family then lives their life, but eventually they realize that the Day family didn't have it that good, because they have to get money to pay shit off. So they destroy the machine, returning the family to normal. Yeah, I still love this episode. The concept is fantastic. This episode is very experimental for Rick and Morty, with it leaning into horror. I'm a huge horror buff, so I obviously get a kick out of this. I do think the Night family looks more goofy than menacing, but there's not much they could have done without redoing the designs of the Smiths. The lighting is great, especially in the scenes where the Night family is shrouded in shadow and they have glowing eyes. The colors are so vibrant. I mean, look at the machine. I love the pink. This episode is one of the best looking episodes in the series. The music is also very good. It feels inspired by 80s horror music, and I'm all for it. Summer being the leader is cool, having her personal gripes with Rick come out. It also shows how smart she is. She's actually really formidable in this episode. Jerry and Night Jerry's relationship is so sweet. The family initially made fun of him for having Night Jerry as a pen pal, but in the end that's what saved the family. Or I guess not, because the chase scene ends with the Night family winning, but they eventually end their reign by themselves, so all the Smiths had to do was just wait. I don't care about that. This episode was so much fun. I just love the vibe of this episode. I know a lot of you might not agree with the placement I'm going to give this episode, but I don't care. It's my ranking. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 8th spot, below the Ricks Must Be Crazy, but above the Rick Shank Redemption. So yeah, right now, it's still my favorite episode from the season. Episode 5 is Final Desmithation. Now this is what I'm talking about when I say I love Jerry and Rick's dynamic in later seasons. This episode starts off with the family at Panda Express. Yeah, this isn't the first time they bring Panda Express up. I wonder if they're sponsored. Probably not, because they make Panda Express a part of a drug ring in this one, but who knows. The family all get lame fortunes like family time is epic or some shit like that. Quick side tangent, I hate new fortune cookies. I know this episode already talks about it, but they're just so lame and they're hardly ever actual fortunes. I've gotten one that is something like spending time with friends will improve your day. Yeah, no shit. Tell me what's gonna happen in the future, or when Pikmin 5 is going to come out at least. Jerry's fortune is that he will fornicate with his mother. Okay, so yeah, this is gross. But also, it's built into the plot, having Jerry actively fight against it. They could have just done something like, you will kill your mom. The episode would still have stakes. There's also a chance that this event could happen because they never used Jerry's mom anyways. They could definitely kill her off. But no, it's Jerry boinking his mother, which they would obviously not let happen. What am I talking about? These are the writers who created a giant incest baby. Anything is possible. It doesn't bother me too much, but it's definitely gross and makes the episode a little bit worse. Jerry's worried that the fortune will come true, so Morty and Summer bully him. The family goes off to the zoo except for Rick and Jerry, because Rick doesn't want to see Jerry bullied. That's so sweet. If this was season 1, Rick would be right there with Summer and Morty, making fun of Jerry, and pulling weirdly elaborate pranks. But now he cares for Jerry and doesn't want him to be bullied by the family. Rick finds out that Jerry does have a high likelihood of boinking his mother. They go to investigate the fortune cookie factory, and it turns out that the fortunes they make do come true. This is greatly shown with Rick's battle with a security guard, whose fortune says he'll have great luck in a battle, and all of Rick's gadgets stop working. This is a really fun concept. Having fortune cookies actually come true is simple, but effective. I also like how Rick uses Jerry as a human shield, because he figures out that until your fortune comes true, you're... Jerry and Rick find the thing that makes the fortune cookies. It's an alien that eats chaos and poops out the cookie, which when you eat it, it makes the fortunes come true. Jenith Padro Chunt, the lady who runs this factory, comes in with Jerry's mom. She's a parody of Gwyneth Paltrow, known for Iron Man and vagina-scented candles. Yes, that's actually real. There's a cool action scene with all the guards using fortune cookies and Rick outsmarting them. Then he starts to use fortune cookies without fortunes, which have random effects, and starts force-feeding the guards. Jenith reveals that she can't be killed because her fortune is she will become the most successful businesswoman in the world. So Rick steals money from a big company and puts it in her account, making her fortune come true. She eats a bunch of the fortune cookies with no fortunes and powers up. But then she's just eaten by the alien. I get it, it's poetic and stuff how the thing that made her powerful destroyed her in the end. But it feels a bit cheap, building her up throughout the episode and just quickly killing her off by something that isn't Rick's doing. That's just a nitpick though. A bottle of chaos breaks and opens up a portal. The alien starts to get sucked into it, but Rick saves it. Until Jerry's about to fornicate with his mother, Rick lets go of the alien and makes Jerry eat a fortune saying no sex with mom. Oh, thank God. Technically, Jerry's immortal now, because this fortune will be ongoing, I guess until she dies, but there's still a chance that the fortune won't be satisfied with that. So Jerry might be an immortal being from now on. Then it ends with Jerry giving Rick a fortune cookie that says thank you, and says Rick is now his friend. Aww. Then Rick yells at him because his fortune is that he will make a new friend. Rick was immortal, so Jerry kinda ruined that.
I'm sorry I did that.
God, I love them. The whole ending scene is so sweet and earnest while also being funny. I think this episode is great. I love the concept and they use it in some pretty clever ways. Rick and Jerry's dynamic is just so good. I love the slow progression of the relationship throughout the series. 3 seasons ago, Rick made Jerry and Beth get divorced. But since then, Jerry and Rick have been slowly becoming friendlier with each other, all culminating this episode with them actually becoming friends. I do think Jerry going to boink his mother is pretty gross and is just there for shock value, but it works in terms of the plot. This episode is funny. I especially like Jerry's assistant transformation.
What the hell was that?
Reusable Sailor Moon sequence. If we ever need to show you becoming my assistant again, we can repeat it and save lots of money.
I like meta jokes like this that are quick. Seeing Jerry's mom again is neat. She hasn't been in the show since episode 3, so seeing her again is cool. I hope they bring her, Jacob, and Jerry's dad back some more. The action is fun, and they depower Rick, which forces him to use his wit, which is always fun to see. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 17th spot, below Morty Night Run, but above Get Swifty. Episode 6 is Jurassic Mort. I used to think this episode was the worst from the season. Not because it was bad, I just thought it was mid. What do I think now? This episode starts off reminding us about the big rift that evil Morty left in space last season after escaping the central finite curve. Yeah, they hardly bring it up this season, so I kind of forgot about it. It's also shown that portal travel still doesn't work because Rick has to drive Morty to school. Also kind of forgot about this. I love how whenever Morty comes to school, everyone is terrified of him. Just a funny gag. A giant spaceship lands on Earth and dinosaurs come out. In the past, these dinosaurs became intellectually advanced and left Earth to spread peace throughout the universe. Now that they're back and confused about how the other dinosaurs died, they take back over the Earth peacefully and give everyone a break. I like how they do this peacefully. We've seen a forced takeover of Earth in this series before with the Galactic Federation, and also so many times in other media, so it's a nice change of pace. When I first watched this episode, I thought the idea of dinosaurs being smart was stupid. I still think it is, but I'm on board with it this time because Rick and Morty has always been part stupid and part smart. Also, we just got 2 episodes in a row with fantastic concepts, so having a stupid one isn't that bad. I don't know if that will make sense to anyone other than me. Rick doesn't really care about them until the president promises Rick that he can host the Oscars if he gets rid of them, which is pretty funny. I mean, he'd be way better than Jimmy Kimmel.
Is that an acceptance speech in your pocket, or do you just have a very rectangular penis?
Rick goes to talk to the dinosaurs and they act like he's inferior, gives him a portal gun and a pamphlet to help him out, and transports him back to his house. In the pamphlet, they have the rest of the planets the dinosaurs visited, so Rick goes to investigate.
They're gonna call us Laura Dern because we're about to get elbow deep in dino doo-doo. Get it, Morty? The gloves? You remember the big gloves?
I get it, Rick.
This line was already not funny, but then Rick has to go, "Hey, you get it?" This is my least favorite type of joke in Rick and Morty, and this season has quite a bit of them. It's not funny, it's lazy. Same with the Oscars scene. There are so many jokes they can make about celebrities, but all they do is Rick asking Tom Hanks to say Wilson, and he does. What's the joke? Rick finds out that there's a sentient rock that hates the dinosaurs and keeps crashing into the planets where the dinosaurs are. Rick tells them this, so the dinosaurs leave and plan to sacrifice themselves on Mars. Rick is not letting that happen and goes to sacrifice himself as well to show off. I love this type of Rick, the one that's so petty. It's hilarious. The dinosaurs destroy the sentient rock, which they didn't want to do because they're non-violent, and they retaliate by sealing the rift. This part is very controversial. Yes, there was potential with the rift, but also, it's just a rift in space. Rick could have easily just patched it up, he was just lazy. There really wasn't much opportunity for a storyline, unless if they had Rick being sucked into it, taking him outside of the central finite curve, and I just realized that's an awesome concept, and they should have done that, damn it. But I'm not mad about them sealing it with little fan service. They do a similar thing next season with resolving a plotline quickly, but I think it's done way better there. Then the episode ends with Rick fixing portal travel, so I thought this episode was decent. It's nothing groundbreaking, but I had a good time. It was funny, I love the president, the family asking Jerry for advice on how to do nothing, then revealing he wrote a book about doing nothing, then getting no credit once it's given to everyone on Earth was comedic. Poor Jerry, he did something for once and he didn't get anything out of it. They have Joe Rogan and it's cringe. At the beginning of the episode, Rick opens up a portal and Cthulhu from the opening credits comes out of it. I'm going to rant for a bit. One problem with this season, which isn't that big, it just annoys me, is the over-reliance on referencing stuff from the show. Like last episode, Jerry brings up Sleepy Gary from season 2. The Roy episode brings back the Roy video game from season 2. Rick being pardoned as a turkey again in Beth Twinstinct. The first episode referencing the Jerry Baree, and in Night Family when Summer references the "I don't care about your opinion" line. Some references I do like the Jerry Baree because it's there for plot reasons. Obviously they need the Roy game for the plot to work. In the Summer line because most people won't know it's a reference and it still works. But the other episodes are referencing just a reference. You might think this is a weird criticism, but to me, it feels forced. Most of the time it's there so the audience can be like, oh, I remember that thing. It seems like they're trying to appeal to fans, but it just feels a bit cheap to me. That also might just be me. I can see a lot of people getting a kick out of it, which is cool. I got sidetracked. This episode is fine. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 37th spot, below Autoerotic Assimilation, but above Morty's Mind Blowers. Episode 7 is Full Meta Jack Rick. This episode is the most meta episode the show has ever produced. I have mixed feelings on the meta stuff in Rick and Morty, but I remember liking this episode. This episode starts off with a previously on segment that shows stuff that happened earlier this season, but then it keeps going, showing us stuff like Summer being pregnant and Jerry being dead. Rick discovers a creature named Previous Leon has trapped Rick and Morty in a previously on segment, so Rick tricks him to show up and grabs him. They go through the intro and get back to the real world. Then Previous Leon escapes back to the meta world. Rick and Morty follow where they catch him, but then Jesus and Storylord show up. I love that they got Paul Giamatti back for the role of Storylord, but I don't like that Storylord is back. Storylord goes to the real world to try and find his creator since he was made for the train, and finds a man named Jan who hates what he has created. Okay, so Jan is obviously supposed to represent Dan Harmon, one of the creators of Rick and Morty. What I interpret this as, I might be wrong because Dan didn't say anything during the creator segment in the outro, but this gives me the vibe that Dan hates that he created Rick and Morty, and that he's become creatively bankrupt. I can be completely wrong with my assessment here, but if I'm right, this is kind of sad. I don't know, making an entire episode about how the writer hates what he created feels pretty petty. Once again, take my interpretation with a grain of salt. It could also just be Dan voicing his frustrations with writing Rick and Morty for so long, which I also think is true. Anyways, Storylord asks for motivation, and Jan comes up with the motivation that he wants to get all the motivation in the world. So they create a machine that steals everyone's motivation away. Rick and Morty go to see the self-referential Six, who are fun gag characters like Mr. Twist, who creates twists, and Connie, Tenutier, who can make things appear out of nowhere. Rick is there to release Brettcon out of prison so he can retcon Rick and Morty ever being there. This goes horribly wrong, and Rick and Morty are now walking in the snow where Joseph Campbell comes and saves them. If you don't know who Joseph Campbell is, he's a writer who inspired Dan's Story Circle, which is a literary template Dan Harmon created. Dan also voices him, which is fun. They get help from previous Leon to escape the meta realm, and they go and beat up Storylord. I just don't care about Storylord, and Jan is such a lame concept for a character. Morty convinces Jan to stop helping Storylord, then Jan kills Storylord. So this episode might be the most mixed I've ever been on an episode. I do like a lot of the meta stuff, surprisingly. This has to be the end of the meta plots though. How could they go up from here? Please, stop here. I think this episode is decently funny. My favorite gags are the previously on segment for Jesus and Marvin the cowardly security guard. The self-referential Six are fun characters. But then there's the Storylord and Jan stuff, which I find so lame. I just couldn't get into it. Also, you know how last episode I complained about references to previous seasons?
What is my purpose?
To wait until I tell you to pull the lever.
You are fucking kidding me.
Say it! Tell me I'm the new Mr. Nimbus!
Please stop. We get it. I'm not bringing up Storylord in this discussion because he's just a reoccurring character. I don't care about them bringing characters back. They just have to be important to the plot. This episode is in the middle of the road. Not bad, but not good either.
I mean, it's funny when I do a little nod to the viewers, but...
What viewers?
That's the right attitude, Morty. A few carefree verbal asides always by me.
That's exactly how I feel. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 45th spot, below Interdimensional Cable 2, Tempting Fate, but above Pro Mortius. Episode 8 is Analyze Piss. This episode starts off with a battle with Mr. Nimbus. See what I'm saying? He has no importance to the plot. He's just there so the two Mr. Nimbus fans can high five. Rick defeats him, but then Cookie Magneto arrives and Rick melts him. Then this little goblin baby thing shows up. Rick goes to Dr. Wong for some reason to ask what to do. These wacky villains just keep showing up. Dr. Wong tells Rick to ignore them, which Rick thinks is stupid, but then she uses Rick's kryptonite. She asks him if he wants to prove her wrong. He agrees to ignore the villains for a week just so he can prove her wrong. The family is happy to see Rick trying to change, but during family dinner, a man named Pissmaster comes and harasses the family. They want Rick to do something and he's obviously a bit ticked off. Yeah, the family is kinda insufferable in this episode. When Pissmaster makes a sexual joke towards Summer, Jerry gets pissed and goes to beat him up. And surprisingly, Jerry wins. The battle they have is comedy gold. Just two people throwing weak punches, and I love it. Jerry's now trending as Flamingo Dad because he used a lawn flamingo to attack Pissmaster. These orb guys come and give Jerry an all-powerful orb. Jerry asks Rick to help him figure out how to use the orb. So Rick makes Jerry an armor suit powered by the orb. Rick goes back to Dr. Wong, all pissed off about how Jerry is getting attention. He says if he would have beaten up Pissmaster, he wouldn't have gotten any positive attention. But Dr. Wong tells him it's good for him not to do anything, and Rick finally realizes that he's complaining about good things happening. I'm glad that Rick is finally seeing therapy as a viable source. At a ceremony honoring Jerry, Rick ignores a villain that heckles him, and then that villain moves on. On the surface, Rick is happy, but obviously this one change for the better won't fix how broken and miserable he is. Rick goes to a bar and gets drunk when he overhears someone say that Pissmaster is the biggest piece of shit in the universe. So Rick goes to his apartment with some beer. This is awesome. Rick understands the feeling and doesn't want Pissmaster to feel the same way. Then Rick goes inside the apartment, and a quick warning, there is a somewhat gruesome scene depicting suicide. So if you don't want to see or discuss the topic, skip ahead. Pissmaster took his own life, and Rick tries to save him, but it's too late. Pissmaster lost too much blood and is severely mentally damaged. Rick is about to leave when Pissmaster's daughter comes and tells him to let her in. She doesn't want Pissmaster to do anything bad, so Rick opens the door as Pissmaster to calm her down. Rick finds Pissmaster's final note and reads it. Pissmaster just wanted to prove everyone wrong, so Rick decides to don the piss gear and clear his name by doing good deeds. Okay, so that's a lot to take in. I love this scene. It shows how therapy has changed Rick. He would have never done this in the earlier seasons. Hell, I bet he wouldn't have done it last season. But he has changed. I also love how Rick and Pissmaster are similar in certain ways, like Rick wanting to prove Dr. Wong wrong. It shows why Rick would would want to redeem his name because he can relate to him. This is probably his most selfless act in the series, but he does kinda ruin it later. And the other thing, I love how they take a stupid character premise like Pissmaster and humanize him. He just seemed like a weird villain who wanted to fight Rick, but in reality, he's a man struggling with divorce. He has a strained relationship with his daughter, and he has a feeling that he's never done anything right in his life, so he ends his suffering. If you are struggling with suicidal thoughts, please get help. It's not worth it. Rick does so many good deeds that the Orb Society wants to invite Pissmaster to the council. They give Jerry the task to deliver the orb. Rick is planning on doing a self-sacrifice for Pissmaster, and Dr. Wong says it's healthy. Then when Rick's about to do it, Jerry starts attacking him, which causes Jerry to find out that Rick is Pissmaster. Rick still does the self-sacrifice, but then the Orb Council comes and takes Jerry's orb away. Jerry asks Rick if he was always Pissmaster, and Rick starts saying that he wasn't, but then he stops himself. Rick does not want to tell Jerry that a man ended his life because of him, so Rick lies and tells him that he's always been Pissmaster. When they get home, Rick has to tell Morty about what really happened, and Morty tells everyone. Everyone is confused and angry. Some of you might think this is a bad ending, but in my opinion, this is the only ending that makes sense. Sure, Rick was selfless throughout the entire episode, but if it ended with him keeping the secret, it would have felt a bit forced. Rick has changed, but he hasn't changed that much. He needs some type of recognition, so of course he tells Morty. I love this ending, showing Rick is changing slowly, but is still a bit selfish. This episode is great. I love them taking Pissmaster and turning him into an actual serious character. I do have to say the piss is actually disgusting. I hate it, and Rick gives orphans piss pops. What the fuck? Dr. Wong's inclusion is nice, and I actually started to like her. She was just kinda boring before, but I think her and Rick's dynamic is very interesting. The family is very annoying this episode, constantly switching sides and shitting on Rick. They feel like a hive mind instead of individual characters. Jerry is good. I like how the power gets to him, but the rest of the family are bitches and complain to Rick, and put Jerry on a pedestal. And when Rick reveals he's Pissmaster, they're all like, "You're so selfless." It feels forced. But that doesn't ruin the episode. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 20th spot, below Rest and Relaxation, but above Look Who's Purging Now. Episode 9 is A Rick and King Mortar's Mort. This episode starts with Rick and Morty waiting in a line for food on an asteroid. Morty sees a knight drop his food and gives it back to him. Then this knight offers Morty a sword, Morty takes it, and the guy offs himself. Morty then gets transported to the sun. During all of that, Morty called Rick boring, and that hurt Rick. Morty's inside the sun and finds a religion that protects the sun. If you join, you become immortal and can go anywhere you want. Morty is about to join when it's revealed he has to cut off his ding-a-ling to join. Morty isn't going to do that. Rick comes to get Morty out of this mess, but Morty has to defeat the king, which he does, and Morty is now king. Morty goes back home where the knights follow him. Morty proves that their ideology about the Sun Scepter, being the reason why everything orbits around the sun, is false, and the knights disband. Rick also says he's going to be 22% more agreeable because he was hurt by what Morty said to him and doesn't want to be seen as boring. We'll talk more about this at the end. Now that the Knights are disbanded, all of the tribes from other planets in the solar system have a meeting where Morty brings the scepter and starts a huge war. This would be a perfect place to put a reference to an earlier episode, having the Plutonians be there. It would fit in the episode and wouldn't feel like a callback just to be a callback. Also, there's a Mars tribe, so in the dinosaur episode, the dinosaurs were going to kill them, which is fucked up. A montage plays of the war, with Goodbye Blue Sky by Pink Floyd playing, which is a banger song. Morty agrees to cut his pingus off, so that the Knights will return to the sun and restore order to the solar system. Rick gives him 3 failsafe peni so he doesn't have to cut his own off. But they have detectors and Morty loses all the fake peni. Rick and Morty run into a vat of acid to escape, which the Knights believe to be Morty sacrificing himself, so now they no longer cut off new members' penises. I like this episode. It's a bit weird with Rick being a lot nicer. I think they should have given him a bit more of an edge, but it makes sense why they didn't.
Are you a robot?
Yeah, that's why. I'm not saving this discussion for the next episode because it affects this one. People were mad that the next episode reveals that Rick was a robot in this one, but it makes sense to me. No way Rick would be this nice right away without any slip-ups. So I'm not mad. I'm just glad it was only this episode and not the entire season. This episode was okay. I like the concept of Morty trying to figure out how to get out of conflict on his own and Rick supporting him. It's a nice aversion to the normal Morty does something Rick tells him not to, then Rick shits on him plotline. Jack Black is in this episode, which I did not realize until the credits. Not much else to say. It was a fine episode. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 40th spot, below Morty's Mindblowers, but above Something Ricked This Way Comes. And finally, episode 10 is Rictional Mortpoon's Rickmas Mortcation. We're once again at the end of another season. This episode starts off with Rick giving the family presents because it's Christmas. Rick gives Morty a lightsaber and they go have fun. Rick is seemingly more loving and happy, which is nice to see. Then Morty drops a lightsaber vertically. Rick and him race to try and stop it. They go to a floor in the basement where it's revealed that Rick is a robot, and the real Rick is in a lab searching for Rick Prime. I used to hate this revelation, especially since it's Rick being a dick, and it seems like the end of the episode is going to be him learning not to be a dick. But it does go in a different direction. The president comes to help, and oh god, the last season finale with him wasn't the greatest. So I hope this one is better. Morty's still pissed at Rick, and Rick pretty clearly shows he has major trust issues.
That's what happens when you let people in and they stop respecting you. They touch your shit, they screw things up, they kill your fucking family.
They get the lightsaber with Rick's help. Then the president takes it, plays with it, and eventually drops it vertically. He then shoots the White House into space for safety, even though they have the drill and can just drill into the earth again and retrieve it. Real quick, the side plot is Robot Rick trying to hint to the family that he's a robot, but he can't say he's a robot. Then Morty tells them that he's a robot, and I love that Summer, Beth, and Space Beth just immediately grab weapons and attack him. Then these brutes turn him into a Christmas tree, god damn! Morty revives him to help him get the lightsaber, which they do. Then Morty goes and attacks the president. The president talks about how Star Wars used to be so good and how it's bad now, just like every nerdy YouTuber ever says. I mean, I agree, but it's still annoying. Morty almost kills the president, then Robot Rick sacrifices himself to save the president. I do like Morty just being done with the president's antics, because he spited him, and he's also dealing with his emotions about Rick locking himself away for months, and tricking him into thinking a robot is him. I also find it really funny that Morty uses a lightsaber Gatling gun to try and kill the president. Then those lightsabers fall vertically as well, creating a hole into space. The real Rick saves them, and Robot Rick tells Morty that Rick made him to make Morty happy. I guess Rick's heart was in the right place, but it's still fucked up. Then Robot Rick says Rick can try harder, and Rick agrees. He takes Morty down to his lab and shows him where Rick Prime could be, and that's everywhere. He promises next season will be them hunting down Rick Prime, and it sure is. This episode isn't about Rick learning not to be a dick. It's really about him learning to trust Morty, which I love. He's never trusted anyone after the season 2 finale, Wedding Squanchers. So Rick finally opening up and bringing Morty into this side of his life is great to see. I saw some reviewers when this season first came out saying Rick is in the same place at the beginning to the end of the season. His character or the plot not changing at all. But in the season premiere, he didn't fully trust Morty. He never told Morty that he's still hunting for Rick Prime. That's why this moment is so great for Rick's character growth. He learned to trust someone again. I do agree about Rick Prime though, because they hardly ever bring him up this season, and that kinda sucks. Other than that, this episode is fine. I find the concept of dropping a lightsaber vertically amusing, but having it being the only concept of the main plot is kinda lame. It would have worked better in an interdimensional cable type of episode. The president ranting about modern Star Wars is lame and played out. Just stop watching Star Wars stuff if it's that bad and move on. Other than that, I still love the president. Robot Rick is pretty funny with him trying to hint that he's a robot. I love where this leaves the season off. Even though I know where the next season goes, I'm super excited to revisit it. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 45th spot, below Anatomy Park but above Bethic Twinstinct. And that was season 6 of Rick and Morty. This was a good season of Rick and Morty. There were less highs in this season than season 3, but there were way less lows. In my opinion, there's one mediocre episode, 4 fine episodes, 1 good episode, and 4 great episodes. I'll take half the season just being fine, even if it's mostly the second half, than having 3 bad episodes. This is the first season since season 2 that hasn't had a single bad episode. Now it's nowhere near season 2's quality, but I think it's a vast improvement from season 4 and 5, and I think it's a bit better than season 3. It's just that the Ricklantis mix-up is so good, but I think the 3 bad episodes in season 3 pull the season down quite a bit. This season is an improvement, but it also has some problems of its own. Referencing events in prior seasons could be fun, but when almost every episode in the season just says something like this,
Sleepy Gary ruined my gag reflex.
or this,
Oh, right, Naruto.
or this,
Say it! Tell me I'm the new Mr. Nimbus!
it feels like it's there just so they can say, hey, do you remember this thing? It feels a bit self-indulgent, trying to please the fans. I might be alone on this, but it just got a bit grating. The meta jokes have the same problem as the last couple seasons. They just keep making them so often they become unfunny. Also, I'm sick of the reference humor. Rick will reference something so often and I'll only get half the jokes. If I don't know half of what Rick's talking about now, imagine watching the show in 50 years. It'll be hell. They need to cut back on referencing things and just craft good jokes. This could be due to Roiland's improv, so I hope in season 8 the new voice actors stop this trend. I know they were in season 7, but from what I heard, they just voiced over Roiland's lines. Another problem is Summer is kinda unbearable this season. I like her in Night Family, but other than that, it feels like her character has regressed. She's no longer a badass with sass. She's back to being a whiny teenage girl that complains about everything. That's sad because she used to be one of my favorite characters. The rift in space, portal travel not working, and Rick Prime hardly get brought up this season. And I think there was some missed potential doing hardly anything with those ideas. That's really all the bad things I have to say about this season. I love the concepts in this season. Most of them are great and very intriguing. I love how they took risks and experimented this season, like leaning into horror with Night Family, or doing a character study of Beth and Bethic Twinstinct, which wasn't the best, but I'm glad they tried. This season has the least plot progression in the series, but I'm fine with that. The stuff they do reveal is great, like Rick Prime being Morty's original Rick. It also helps that the episodic adventures are just more enjoyable than the last couple seasons. I think this season is a bit more funny than 4 and 5, but not by much. It's still an improvement. Jerry is now my favorite character. I love him, especially when they pair him with Rick. Speaking of Rick, it does feel like he's less of an asshole to Morty this season than previous ones. It might just be me trying to convince myself this is true, but there's way less instances of Rick shitting on Morty for no reason. I like how Space Beth shows up way more now. It's nice to see the writers are willing to change the status quo. And yeah, that's basically all I have to say. Now, to answer the question, is Rick and Morty season 6 great? No. I think it was a good season, but not great. I know it's very anticlimactic, but it's how I feel. I still love this season though. Rick and Morty Season 7 time. Wow, we're finally here. The latest season of Rick and Morty. It has been a wild journey. And hey, you should stick around the channel. I'm planning on making 2 more videos related to Rick and Morty. And I'll also be covering every season that comes out from now on. Season 8 should be out this year, so be ready for a video covering it. While recording, they revealed Season 8's release date to be May 25th. So it's way sooner than I expected. So Season 7. When I first watched this season, I thought it was fine. There are some truly awful episodes, but there were also some fantastic ones. This season just felt really weird, and that could be due to the recast of Rick and Morty. Justin Roiland was fired for reasons, so they had to do the impossible task of recasting Rick and Morty. I mean, it probably wasn't that hard. I've seen plenty of people do amazing Rick and Morty impressions. The new voices sound a bit different, but overall, pretty good. But in terms of the season, I thought it was a downgrade from Season 6. But that might be because this season almost got my channel deleted. You might be asking how. Well, back when I was under 1,000 subscribers, by the way, thank you guys for 8,000, your guys' support is actually insane. I want to try and hit 10,000 subscribers by June, so if you're not subscribed, you should. Anyways, when Rick and Morty Season 7 was airing, I made short reviews of every episode that came out, and they were doing pretty well. One day when I got home from school, I saw that I got 2 strikes on my channel. I was terrified about getting one more strike, because my channel would be deleted, so I deleted most of my shorts. And guess what got me the strikes? That's right, the Season 7 episode reviews. I'm still pretty pissed about this, because content farms can upload full clips of the show and have nothing happen to them, but when someone is under fair use, that's who they give the strikes to. Fuck you, Warner Brothers. So after that, this season made me a bit sad whenever I watched it because I was too afraid to make a Season 7 video. Now look at me, Warner Brothers. You can't take me down. I'm gonna regret saying that, aren't I? But now that that debacle is over, I want to rewatch the season with an open mind and find out if Season 7 is any good. A lot of you think so in the comments, so I'm gonna ask this question one last time. Is Rick and Morty Season 7 any good? Let's find out. Episode 1 is how Poopy got his poop back. Oh no. I remember despising this episode. I almost made a whole video about how awful this episode is when it first came out. Has my opinion changed on the second viewing? Probably not, but we'll see. This episode starts off with the family eating breakfast like usual. It's then revealed that PB has been living with the Smiths for a while. Since his wife left him, he got fired and is now an alcoholic. If you don't remember who PB is, it's Mr. Poopy Butthole. I just don't want to say that name 50 times. The family goes to Rick to try and get him to have an intervention with PB about his alcoholism. Yeah, Rick's definitely the best person to run an intervention about alcoholism. It would make sense for the whole family to do it because he is a family friend. But no, it has to be Rick because the family is selfish. Sure, Rick did get him fired back in the heist episode, but Beth shot him. So if anyone should do it, it's her. I mean, she's also an alcoholic, so maybe no one in the family should do it. Okay, let's talk about the new voice actors. Ian Cardone now voices Rick and Harry Belden now voices Morty. and I think both of them do a pretty good job with the voices. They sound pretty similar to Roiland with minor differences, and after a bit you get used to the new voices. But PB's voice is really fucking bad.
Bet you didn't expect to see me in a cold open, huh? Looks like I've taken another turn for the worse.
His voice was always annoying, but he wasn't in the show very much, so it never was a problem. But now that this episode is centered around him, and he talks all the time, it gets grating quick. His voice is also more annoying than Roiland's somehow. No ill will toward the new voice actor. I know it must have been hard to try and replicate the voice without sounding annoying, but I just can't stand it. Rick gets a bunch of his friends together like Bird Person, Gearhead, Squanchy, and Gene, their neighbor, because they need someone who was sober. Why doesn't Rick just get Morty? And why Gene? He's not interesting or funny. The only funny thing about him is the lawnmower gag in this episode where Rick pulls him off his lawnmower and it wreaks havoc. But that's it. Bird Person found his daughter and is now parenting her, which is neat. The gang goes to a restaurant where PB reveals that it's his birthday, so Rick feels bad and they party it up. They end up at a honey rave. Man, they really love referencing Blade. And they meet Hugh Jackman there. Okay, so I hate this. It feels weird for Hugh Jackman to be here. I'm not talking about the real person. They did get him to play himself, but it's kind of the same thing with Elon Tusk in season 4, where there are infinite possibilities and they could get Hugh Jackman to play anything, but he just ends up playing himself. Hugh Jackman can actually act, unlike Elon Musk, so it sucks that he's just playing himself. It also doesn't help that most of his lines are references to roles he's played and they are really unfunny. They get wrecked and PB comes clean about it not being his birthday, and how he knew that Rick was trying to do an intervention. This would be a cool reveal if only everyone was pissed at him for this. Rick is the only one and the others don't say anything about it except that Rick's in the wrong. It doesn't even matter because Rick goes back and helps try and get PB his wife back anyways. Their plan fails when the predator from Predator that PB hired to spy on his ex-wife starts to date her. Like I said before, there are infinite possibilities and they just make the antagonist something from a different piece of media. They don't even try and do a parody of it like with Scary Terry. No, it's just the Predator. It feels lazy. PB kidnaps PB Jr. and the Predator attacks them. The group takes him down, then PB realizes that he's been crazy and should get his life back together and yada yada yada, I don't care. It ends with a pretty funny scene where all the characters fade away while PB does a voiceover explaining to the audience what they did later in life. Then Rick over explains that they have pills that make them fade, and he took an unfading pill to come back, and the cab disappeared because everything you touch disappears, and yeah, it's bad. They could have just had PB already have the fading pill and he takes it and says, man, does this help with hangovers? So this is a really bad episode. I didn't get much enjoyment from it. I just kind of stared at the screen blankly. I definitely didn't hate it as much on a rewatch. I used to think this episode was worse than the Dragooners episode, which now I think it's a bit better than that one. At least this episode doesn't make me uncomfortable. My initial hatred of this episode is probably due to how much I love season 6, and this being the first episode in season 7 didn't give me high hopes for the season. It's a terrible season premiere. If they would have put it in the middle of the season, I probably wouldn't have that bad of a reaction. I mean, most Rick and Morty season premieres are fantastic, so this one's an outlier. The only season premiere feeling thing in this episode is showing that Rick is still searching for Rick Prime, but that goes nowhere in this episode, which is lame. I do like to see Rick's friends together again. It's been a while, and it also confirms that Squanchy didn't die or get captured in the season 2 finale, which is cool. I just wish they brought him back for a better plot. PB is a fun gag character, but centering a whole episode around him was doomed to fail. There is a huge lore drop in this episode that I forgot to bring up. PB's real name is Wade. This episode is bad, and a terrible opener. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 60th spot, below Pickle Rick but above Claw and Hoarder, Special Rickdom's Morty. Episode 2 is the Jer-Rick Trap. Hell yeah, another Jerry and Rick adventure. This episode starts off with Jerry talking to Rick about getting his Rick back from Gene. They argue about who would use Rick's intellect better and eventually switch minds. This is a bit confusing. They don't switch bodies. They switch their intellect. This is a fairly interesting concept. A unique take on the classic body swap episode. I wonder what wacky antics they'll get up to.
Wait, no!
Yeah, that's right, they end up killing themselves almost immediately. Such a hilarious cold open. I love how Jerry can't handle the immense amount of knowledge, so he just finds a gun and ends it. Pretty dark, but hilarious. The garage puts them back together, but since their minds were swapped, it had no idea what brain parts to put where. Jerry and Rick's brains are all mixed up, so both of them are both Jerry and Rick. Now this is a fantastic concept, especially since it's Rick and Jerry. They have the most interesting dynamic in the show, and both have positive opinions of the other that they won't admit. At first they are pissed at each other. They go to get Morty from Chuxley, a mob boss. Chuxley being pissed at the new hire because he took Morty hostage not knowing who Rick is was really funny. I also like Morty taking advantage of the situation and asking for a milkshake.
My milkshake is empty! Okay.
I love that interaction, it just cracks me up. Rick and Jerry go and get Morty, but Chuxley grows some balls and attacks them. Rick and Jerry both realize they love their family, so they start to work together to take down the mobsters. They're having fun killing mobsters together. The song We Are Going to Be Friends by the White Stripes is playing during the sequence, and it's a pretty great song. Back at the garage, Rick and Jerry work together to get back to normal. This scene is amazing. It's just them having fun together. And I love when Rick says that when they get back to normal, the person in his body will probably yell at the person in Jerry's body, and that he's sorry. And then Jerry says that Rick is the closest thing he has to a friend. This episode has a lot of great character moments between these two, and I love it. They decide to run away and become a crime buddy duo in Hawaiian shirts and mess with criminals. Their designs are great. Then it's revealed that Chuxley is alive and has kidnapped Morty, Summer, and Beth to try and lure the duo out. They agree to rescue them, but first, they merge together into one being called Jarek. When I first watched this episode, I was so surprised. This is a great escalation of the situation, and the design of Jarek is actually unnerving. I hate it in a good way. They save the family and go back to the house, where Jarek is preparing to leave. Then Gene comes over and gives them the rake back.
You guys don't give a goddamn shit about Gene.
You're right, Gene. I don't. You're boring and I hate you. Yeah, I know I'm beefing with a fictional character, but I don't care. I'd kick his boring ass. Jarek accidentally steps on the rake, causing Rick and Jerry to gain consciousness. I'm assuming because of the pain, and reveal that they're in hell, and want to be put back to normal. Then we get the final scene of Jerry and Rick arguing over breakfast, while We Are Gonna Be Friends starts to play again. This is a pretty great episode. It was fun all the way through, and it's very unpredictable. Like, who predicted when they first watched this episode that Jerry and Rick were going to combine bodies? I love body horror, so this shit is right up my alley. It's genuinely terrifying that both Rick and Jerry are conscious in Jarek. This episode is really funny. Jerry and Rick getting along is always great to see, and I'm glad that they admitted they actually like each other. It's a great progression from the last Jerry and Rick adventure, where Jerry says him and Rick are now friends. Now we know Rick secretly also considers Jerry as a friend, which is fantastic. An all-around enjoyable episode. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 25th spot, below Big Trouble in Little Sanchez, but above Rick Mansing the Stone. If you are enjoying the video, please consider liking and subscribing. What's your opinion on Season 7? If you want to see my videos a day early, you can become a channel member today. Last thing, if you want to go follow my letterbox, the link is in the description. Okay, self-promotion over, back to the video. Episode 3 is Air Force Wong. This episode starts off with Rick at therapy. This is great. It's not even a trick or anything. Rick is truly seeking therapy. I'm really liking his slow progression of becoming a better person. Then the president calls and Rick ignores him, leading to him showing up and interrupting his therapy session. The president and Dr. Wong flirt and Rick goes off with the president. Rick says that he can't date her, but the president doesn't care. A bit later, the president calls Rick again because the whole state of Virginia is acting weird. All of the residents seem to be doing amazing, and there is a culty vibe about them. The president puts a team together, but he needs a psychologist. Rick is pissed because he knows that the president put a team together just so he can see Dr. Wong again. Rick leaves because he thinks it's bullshit that he invited her. On the team, there is a guy who might be able to predict the future, showing a drawing of Rick getting killed by Bigfoot, which happens later this season. That's just a really cool detail. The team goes to Virginia, and everyone gets taken out by the residents throwing up in their mouths and being brainwashed. As you might have guessed, Unity is back. This episode feels like the writers put a bunch of Rick and Morty characters into a hat, pulled out 3, and decided to try and make an episode about them. And somehow they pull it off. Rick comes to the rescue and they get out of Virginia. They put a dome around Virginia, cutting off Unity. Rick and her talk, and she tells him that the only reason she took over Virginia was because Rick was ignoring her calls. She was worried about him because she heard that he's looking for Rick Prime again. I love this. At first it felt a bit cheap to bring Unity back. It felt like the creators brought her back for fan service. But after she explains why she's back, I love that she is. She still cares for Rick and wants to know if he's alright. She knows what happened the last time he went searching for Rick Prime. And this is where the episode's main theme comes in. Rick is not willing to trust most people. He trusts Morty and Bird Person, but that's really it. This episode is challenging him. He's changing for the better, but he still has things to work on. The president taking over America wouldn't have happened if Rick just let Unity explain herself in Virginia. But he didn't trust her. Since Unity can't control the people in Virginia, she can't release her control. Rick says that he will deal with it himself and Unity leaves. But then Rick leaves because he can't deal with Dr. Wong and the president's relationship. Once again, he doesn't trust them, and he's being very selfish. But I do see why he's mad about this one. Then Dr. Wong leaves the president because he's acting like a baby. Earlier in the episode, we are shown a news report that explains people's frustrations with the president. There's been so many problems while he's been in presidency. Some not his fault, like the dinosaurs, and some his fault, like the mutant turkeys and the lightsaber being dropped vertically. I love that they bring this up. It makes sense for people to start to hate him after everything that has happened. I wonder if they are going to do something with this next season. Maybe Rick has to help him get re-elected. Anyways, the president connects himself to the hive mind in Virginia and becomes the new host. My god, I hate the throw up. Unity's was fine because it was unrealistic, but this is just gross. The president starts to take over America, brainwashing everyone, so he can get a higher approval rating. I can make a very obvious joke, but I'm just not going to. I don't want to piss off anyone. Rick and Dr. Wong go to Unity for help. Dr. Wong says Rick was in the wrong by being hostile, and that he brought her with him so he can show Unity that he's changing. This is another great aspect of the episode. Rick has too much pride to admit that he's changed, so he makes someone else do it. Unity agrees to help take back over the Earth, and she does. Then she has to release everyone in America, which causes her a great amount of pain. Rick tries to help, but she just tells him to leave. The episode ends with the president and Rick drinking together, which is a fun ending. When I first watched this episode, I thought it was fine. I thought the characters they chose to center around were a weird pairing, and it felt disjointed, but I feel the opposite now. I love how they work together to show Rick's trust issues. They bring Unity back in a pretty interesting way, and add to the hive mind concept well. Unity has some Gromflamites on her ship who are the aliens from M. Night Shyamalan Aliens, which is pretty cool. Rick slowly changing is cool, and I like how it's displayed in this episode. I especially like the scene where Summer comes into the garage to ask if he's okay, since she saw that Unity was back, and he yells at her, but then he says sorry. It's a little moment, but I like it. The president being so desperate to win over the American people and also win over Dr. Wong is pretty funny. I'm liking Dr. Wong more the more episodes she's in. She's a great foil to Rick. One thing I've noticed is that this season has started off with very little Morty. 3 episodes with just Rick adventures feels a bit strange. It does make sense to focus on Rick more due to what will happen in episode 5. I have nothing else to say. It was a pretty decent episode. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 35th spot, below Lawnmower Dog, but above Mort Dinner Rick Andre. This episode is going in the 22nd spot, below Look Who's Purging Now, but above Rickternal Friendshine of the Spotless Mort. Episode 5 is Unmort Rickin'. This is going to be a long segment. This episode starts off with Rick and Morty coming back from an adventure, and Morty complaining like usual. It seems pretty normal until Morty is in his room making something. He goes to Rick, who is a drunken mess, and puts on an eye patch. You would not believe the amount of hype I had watching this for the first time. I was not expecting them to bring evil Morty back so soon. The first part of that line I'll say a lot during this segment. We are shown evil Morty's backstory. One day he got fed up with his Rick, enslaved him using tech. Then it recaps close encounters of the Rick kind and the Ricklantics mix-up from his perspective. Was this really necessary? No. It doesn't add much to his character. We could already assume he got sick and tired of his Rick and went AWOL. But the fanboy in me is saying, I don't give a fuck. This is awesome. The song they use during this scene is amazing. No matter what the series does right or wrong, they always hit it out of the park with the music. My god, it's always so fucking great. My favorite part in this montage is the recontextualization of the line in Close Encounters of the Rick Kind, where evil Rick tells the Mortys to kill him. In that episode, you think he's just crazy, but it turns out he had attempted to end his own life many times, but evil Morty wouldn't let him. So seeing the opportunity of him being killed, he screamed at the Mortys to do it and set him free. Such a fantastic detail that the writers didn't have to add, but they just decided to write peak. Then, we get to see outside the central finite curve for the first time in the show. Once again, I was not expecting to see this so soon. Honestly, I get why the Ricks made the central finite curve now. Being outside of it seems like hell. Just a bunch of portals opening from different dimensions and dangerous creatures. But evil Morty is loving it, until our Rick and Morty start to frack the central finite curve to try and find Rick Prime. Evil Morty confronts them because they are somehow messing with his home.
Evil Morty! Should I grab the net?
Yes!
That caught me off guard. I don't know why I find it so funny they have a net just in case evil Morty comes back.
Shouldn't you be turning yourself into a pickle?
Guys, You have to let that go. Evil Morty tries to help Rick find Rick Prime so they will leave him alone, but then they get sucked into a trap set by Rick Prime. There are a bunch of Ricks there who are looking for Rick Prime. Rick Prime puts them into a battle royale, pinning all the Ricks against each other.
Yo sé que te gusta verme, J. Carlos. Yo sé que te gusta verme como lo hago, J. Carlos. Aquí va tu jame para ti, hermano. Jame.
Sorry, I love that clip and I have nowhere else to put it. The gang wins and uses the black goop that sucked them into the trap to get out of there before they're killed. Then Rick attempts to use the goop to find Rick Prime, and he actually does. Once again, I was not expecting them to find Rick Prime this early. Rick goes to confront Rick Prime and tells Evil Morty and Morty not to follow. They do follow him, of course. Then we finally meet him, Rick Prime, the actual Rick Prime. He destroys Rick's car and says that its voice sounds a bit like Diane's. Once again, amazing writing that takes a simple concept of Rick's car speaking and makes it tragic. Then comes the biggest lore drop of the episode. Ever since Rick revealed his backstory in season 5, I wondered why he didn't just go to a new dimension with a Diane in it, like he did with the Smith family. Well, it turns out that Rick Prime made a device called the Omega device that erases someone from every dimension. And he did this to Diane. Actual peak. My god, someone needs to stop them. They just keep making amazing lore reveals. It's actually kinda uncanny how great they are. They're never bad. Hell, they just keep getting better and better, giving us a deeper understanding of Rick as a character and why he hates Rick Prime so much. The Omega device is a fascinating concept that is also terrifying. Then Rick Prime shows the power of the machine by erasing Slow Mobius from existence. You remember him, right? The guy at Rick's party and Risky Business? I love how Rick Prime is actually a bit sad about this. Rick, Morty, and Evil Morty fight Rick Prime because he's going to erase all of Rick's family to get him to stop his pursuit of revenge. I mean, that just gives Rick more motivation to get revenge, so I don't know what Rick Prime was thinking. This scene is awesome. The choreography is great. The animation is great. I love R. Morty taking action. And Rick Prime having giant robots of Diane is fucking metal. R. Rick is out for the count, and Rick Prime is now focusing on Morty. I love how he's just like, hey grandson, I'm going to kill you now. I'm glad they addressed the fact that R. Morty is Rick Prime's grandson in this way. So being so nonchalant about killing him is hilariously tragic. But it turns out that Rick Prime was talking to Evil Morty, who took off his eye patch and put it on Morty to trick him. Ah, the old Stan Pine switch up. I like that you can tell this is Evil Morty just by what he says.
Oh, jeez. Nice to meet you, I guess.
Evil Morty doesn't know R. Morty too well, so he doesn't know that Morty's not that much of a pushover. He's just doing the stereotypical Morty dialogue. Evil Morty then stuns Rick Prime. Evil Morty takes Rick Prime into a room and makes sure he has no decoys left. I love how Rick Prime is jokey during this, but the more decoys Evil Morty disconnects, the more desperate he starts to sound and act, even offering to team up with him. Which, as we know from last season premiere's post-credit scene, Rick Prime doesn't like to team up, so we know he's desperate. Evil Morty revives our Rick and leaves the two Ricks alone. Rick goes up to Rick Prime and punches him to death. The shock when I first watched this was massive. Like, Rick Prime is the big, overarching villain of the series, and he's just gone. The voice acting is fantastic here, with Rick Prime sounding so cocky at first, but the more he gets punched, the more he starts to break.
What's your life without me? And eventually, you did! You lived in my house!
Gosh, what a great scene. It's so great because it's taken completely seriously. Rick doesn't go like, well, that just happened, and references something. No, he just beats the absolute shit out of Rick Prime with an intense fury. Rick leaves the room and talks with Evil Morty, who reveals he took the schematics of the Omega device and threatens that if they ever come after him, he will use them. He also says our Rick is different and he could use him eventually. Then Look On Down from the Bridge by Maisie starts to play as Rick looks lifeless. Morty hugs him and they go home, where Rick just kind of looks at his family with no emotion. I love this scene so much. This mirrors Morty's experience in Rick Potion number 9, obviously with the song, but also just like Morty in that scene, Rick has no idea what to do now. Rick just killed the man he's been hunting for most of his life. Now what is his purpose? So yeah, I love this episode. The writers played all their cards, and it still has me wondering, what now? Rick Prime is dead, Evil Morty is out of the picture for now, and Rick has no more motivation. This is very subversive, but it's not like the subversion in last season with the rift being sealed up. This subversion makes you satisfied and makes you excited for the future. Sure, there are still things that we don't know about Rick Prime, like why he did any of this. He had a family. What was his motivation to do this? So a flashback episode about him would be cool. But what after that? What I'm thinking they're gonna do is that there's going to be a big bad outside the central finite curve that wants to do something, so Evil Morty enlists Rick's help to stop them. Because other than that, I can't imagine what they'll do. I also just want that because Evil Morty and Rick's dynamic is just so much fun. They're basically just having a smug off, trying to see who is the most smug, and it's hilarious. This episode is nearly perfect. From the lore reveals, the music, the plot, the emotion, the voice acting, the comedy, it's all just so great. I love the placement of this episode as well, halfway through the season. This feels like a season finale, but I'm glad they put it here, so they have time to explore Rick's feelings on what happened. It also has me so excited for season 8. I know I still have half this season to go, but I love theorizing what will come next, and I can't wait to see what happens. This episode definitely made up for the first episode. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 6th spot, below A Wrinkle in Time, but above Wedding Squanchers. Episode 6 is Rick Fending Your Mort. This episode is this season's take on interdimensional cable. After last season's disappointing entry, this one is a great return to form. This episode starts off with Rick in the garage, a drunken mess. Morty enlightens the audience on Rick's condition. He's been like this for weeks, not wanting to go on any adventures. Morty wants to use one of his punch cards from Me Seeks and Destroy to force Rick to go on an adventure, but Rick doesn't remember stamping any of the cards. Morty says he does it himself because Rick always forgets. To ensure that Rick can't deny these stamps, Morty keeps a list of all the adventures that Rick and him go on. So Rick does an audit, grabbing an observer, whose race observes and can show clips from any part of anyone's life. So there's a lot to love about this setup. After the last episode first premiered, I wondered what Rick would be like after completing his goal of killing Rick Prime. As it turns out, he has no motivation to do anything and just drinks a lot. Centering this episode around Morty trying to get him to go on an adventure with the punch cards is great. I've always loved whenever they bring these punch cards back, and this is a fantastic use of them. It's a really clever way to bring them back. This opening shows how lost Rick is mentally without anything to work towards, and I think this is a fantastic direction to go. The audit is underway and is going fine, but it quickly devolves into the observer showing clips that are unrelated, so Rick pays him to leave. But then the observer starts to play clips right outside the house trying to embarrass Rick and Morty, and eventually the entire family. I love when the observer plays something embarrassing of Jerry, and Jerry isn't fazed because he knows everyone already sees him as embarrassing. Very funny. This sequence also reveals something that might be important later. Space Beth and Bird Person are working together to fight against the Galactic Federation, or at the very least have in the past. Right now nothing has come of it, but it could be important in the future. Morty gets pissed at the observer and accidentally kills him. Then Rick and Morty are tried in a court full of observers to see if they are really evil or good. Normally, something like them playing a clip from earlier in the show, like here in the courtroom, where they play a clip of Rick and Morty in the giant courtroom from Me Seeks and Destroy, would make me a bit mad. But I kinda like it, because it's them being tongue-in-cheek on how they already did something similar to this. That's also the episode they started the punch card system, so out of all the episodes to connect this episode to, it would be Me Seeks and Destroy. Also, Me Seeks and Destroy is in my top 5 favorite episodes of Rick and Morty, so seeing a clip of it in season 7 made me fanboy a bit. I'm only human after all. Eventually, Rick and Morty turn the case around on the observers, showing that the observers themselves are pretty evil. The observers fight each other and Rick and Morty leave. Then Rick agrees to go on an adventure with Morty, ending with a pretty sweet moment between them, flying off to find an adventure. Last season I complained about the video game interdimensional cable plot because it felt like they were running out of ideas. I mean, that was the first episode not to center around the idea. It was the B plot, but maybe they just needed a break because this episode comes back full force with a great concept for the clip show type of episode. But the thing that makes or breaks these types of episodes is how funny it is. So, is this episode funny?
People died!
So by your logic, 9/11 was an adventure?
Very well. Bear witness to 9/11.
No! Dude, don't. Just...
Yeah, this episode's hilarious. I remember when this episode first came out, all the blue checkmarks on Twitter tweeted out the gun gag, where Morty keeps misunderstanding the uses of guns Rick gives him. And all the blue checkmarks said something like, wait, Rick and Morty is funny again? And usually I don't like to agree with blue checkmarks, but it was a really well-crafted joke. Even jokes like Rick turning himself into a leg, obviously a homage to Pickle Rick, which would usually annoy me, actually got a chuckle out of me. This season's references to past episodes don't make me that annoyed compared to last season, and I can't put a finger on why and what changed. Even a meta joke made me laugh, where Rick killed the versions of them that were in Space Jam 2. It's not that clever, but it's still pretty funny. This episode is definitely the funniest of the season so far. We'll talk more about that in the conclusion, but the season's comedy is a huge improvement from the last couple of seasons. I would compare it to season 3 in terms of the jokes. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 25th spot, below Rickternal Friendshine of the Spotless Mort, but above Risky Business. Man, other than the first episode, this season has been great. Hopefully it stays that way for the rest of the season. It doesn't. Episode 7 is Wet Caught, a Morty Can Summer. This episode starts off with Summer doing chores for Rick. Since she completed all of them, Rick rewards her with an attribute slider, which is a device that can customize your attributes, like getting rid of intelligence and gaining muscle. This is a great concept with plenty of story opportunities. Morty comes into the garage and complains because he wants one for a party. Summer says no since she's also going to a party. At the party, Summer is showing off and Morty is brooding. It's a bit weird that Morty is at this party, since it's full of popular kids older than him, but I like it. He's gained a lot more confidence over the seasons, so he would have a chance to get invited. Morty steals the device, and Summer and him wrestle and end up in the pool. This causes the device to malfunction, which causes Morty and Summer to combine, with Morty becoming a Quado, which is a psychic baby thing that is connected to someone. I don't know, it's from Total Recall, and I haven't seen that movie, and this episode doesn't make me want to watch it. I was excited for this episode at first. It seemed like it was going to be a more grounded episode, centered around a rivalry between Morty and Summer. We haven't gotten a grounded school main plot like this since Big Trouble in Little Sanchez, so it would have been a nice change of pace. But no, it turns into this. I hate the designs of the Quados in this episode, and having Morty and Summer kind of combined is just gross and weird. And Morty keeps saying this.
Open your mind!
Preach.
It gets old quick. Summer goes to Rick so he can separate them, but Rick says she needs to do some chores first. She does, but then starts scrolling on her phone, seeing cringe Instagram stories of her and Morty from the party. Then she randomly gets an ad for a Quado party. They are really going with this plot, aren't they? Summer goes to the Quado party and has fun. Then she gets kidnapped, Morty gets surgically removed, and Summer is almost cremated alive, but her cybernetically enhanced ponytail saves her. I like how they set this up at the beginning of the episode, with it being a reward from Rick for Summer doing chores. You can call it Chekhov's ponytail. Yeah, I know I've done that joke before, but I don't care. Beth asks Rick where the kids are, so he goes to try and find them. I love the gag where Rick beats up the wrong people, and they're just like, dude, I get paid minimum wage. I'll tell you anything. You don't need to beat me up. He eventually finds Summer with one of the Quado guys that she took hostage. Summer finally opens her mind, whatever the hell that means, and now she can talk to Morty telepathically. Summer's hostage takes them to where Morty is. Summer and Rick search for Morty.
What is this, your first Taken?
So you're telling me that Summer hasn't watched Die Hard, but she's watched Taken. I know it's more modern, but come on. Also, to all the people commenting that they haven't watched Die Hard, I'm disappointed and go watch it after this video. Summer and Rick fight off goons, while Summer complains that Rick always gives Morty what he wants and it's not fair that she has to work for it. I mean, Rick doesn't give Morty an attribute slider at the beginning of the episode. If they just had Morty being at the party and being jealous of Summer having an attribute slider, this plot would have worked. But since the things she's complaining about is literally contradicted at the very beginning of the episode, it feels weird. But I do get where she's coming from. Rick definitely does more with Morty. This does lead to a great moment, where Rick says that he respects her and that she reminds him of Diane. That's such a sweet moment, and I know you're probably tired of me saying this all the time, but it shows that he's changing. He never brings up Diane, unless if it's with the context of Rick Prime, so him bringing her up and comparing her to Summer is such a great moment. Also, him saying he respects her is another fantastic moment of Rick opening up. They find the leader of the Quado trafficking ring, Kenneth, who looks like Jesus, and he reveals that his Quado has a Quado who is the real mastermind. I don't know what it is about this gag, but it actually made me cringe. I thought it was so unfunny, especially when they revealed that he has another Quado. The Quado knife actually got me though, it's so fucking stupid. Morty attacks Kenneth after escaping, and eventually the gang realizes that Kenneth is lame. So Rick just hijacks his spider thing and walks him into the ocean. That got a laugh out of me. Then it ends with Morty playing frisbee golf still in Quado form, and Summer going out with a girl she saved. Yeah, so this episode is pretty bad. I don't give a shit about Total Recall, so maybe if you're a fan of that movie, you might get a kick out of this episode. Probably not though, because this episode is just kind of boring, gross, and lame. game. They do basically nothing with the Quado idea, except rich people like to buy them, but they could have done that with anything. I also hate the designs of them. They make me deeply uncomfortable, especially Slime Morty. He reminds me of a horrific version of the pupa from Solar Opposites. To be fair, there are a couple good jokes, and a sweet moment between Summer and Rick, but other than that, there isn't much else going for this episode. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 60th spot, below a Morty Can Graffiti, but above Rattlestar Rick Lactica. Episode 8 is Rise of the Numericons, the movie. This episode starts off on the planet of Alpha Betrium, where Water T is talking to his father. This is a direct sequel to Get Swifty, following Water T trying to stop the Numericons, who are trying to take over Alpha Betrium. Magma Q is dying and gives Water T an artifact that can stop the war.
Take this thing. It's a prophecy or some shit. Ugh. I'm dying.
That's one of two things that made me laugh this episode. Yeah, this is a rough one. Water T was just a funny, stupid gag character from Get Swifty, so making a whole episode following him in his fight against the Numericons wasn't the best idea. It's kind of the same thing with PB in this season's premiere. Water T is a fun character in small doses, but centering a whole episode around him and having half of the script consist of letter and number puns was not fun to watch. It's also a parody of Star Wars for some reason. Water T goes to Earth to get Goldenfold, since he knows math and there's math on the artifact that Water T can't solve. I love Goldenfold, so having an episode that he stars in is great, but they did my boy dirty by making him star in this episode. Goldenfold and Water T have beef because Ice-T used to be in his math class and he never did his homework and disrespected math. But Goldenfold taught him 4-4 time, which helped his rap career. But at the Grammys, Ice-T didn't thank math in his speech, causing the president, who was the governor at that time, to get mad at Goldenfold. Holy shit, I don't care. I guess it's somewhat cool to see the president before he became the president, but that's it. Goldenfold deciphers the math on the artifact and they end up on the planet E10, which is inhabited by a bunch of primitive shapes. They also took number 7 hostage. At E10 they party, but in the morning it's revealed that 7 took the artifact. Water T finds her and they start to get down. God, the pacing in this episode is abysmal. Like, watch this.
Coming out of Helvetica Lightspeed and approaching planet E10.
God damn.
Maybe it knows it's home. What the math is happening?
Die, letter scum!
That's fast, right? Well, that's the pacing of the entire episode, and it gave me a headache. There is no time to breathe, and they are doing a parody of Star Wars, but I don't remember Star Wars being this fast-paced. The Numericons arrive at E10 and they reveal Oxygen S is actually 8. Then 8 betrays 0 and becomes infinity using the artifact. I'm sorry how terribly I'm explaining this episode. I just want to get it over with because it's so bad. It's revealed that Water T didn't thank math because his dad yelled at him beforehand. So him and Goldenfold are now good.
Huh? I was there. Ceiling fell on him.
That ceiling was poisoned.
There's the second laugh. Infinity attacks Alpha Betrium and Numericons. So Water T, 7, and Morty, who I didn't bring up because he doesn't matter much to the plot, he's just there so one of the title characters is in the episode, sing a rap song and the numbers and letters come together to fight Infinity. Then Ice-T and 7 start getting down and dirty to make the artifact glow, which then Water T turns it into a gun and shoots Infinity in the dick. Why am I doing this to myself? Water T also becomes Magma T because Magma Q gave him the... Why am I explaining this? Who cares? The episode ends with Morty loving math and Magma T finally completing his homework. The post-credits scene also teases a sequel to this episode with Ice Cube. Ice Cube, I love you, but I hope that never happens. If I had to describe this episode using one word, it would be brain rot. It feels like a big budget shitpost, and not in the funny way. The pacing is awful, and it's extremely unfunny. I actually just can't with it. It's not as egregious as other episodes, but at least with those episodes, they were so bad that they had some merit. This episode has nothing going for it. It makes me mad because I love Goldenfold and they waste him here. This is his first starring role, and probably his last, which makes me sad. Justice for Goldenfold. I love stupid plots in Rick and Morty, but there is a point where they can go past just being stupid and become terrible. And this episode surpassed that point. Even in terms of the placement in the season, it's bad, because Rick is nowhere to be seen. That would have been fine in any other season, or even the first part of this season, but since it's placed in the latter half of season 7, they don't get to explore Rick's feelings on the Rick Prime incident more, which sucks. I tried to go as quickly as I could talking about this episode because I legitimately don't want to think about it ever again. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 65th spot, below Vindicators 3, The Return of World Ender, but above Pickle Rick. Episode 9 is Mort Ragnarok. This episode starts off with Rick discovering that heaven actually does exist by killing Jerry over and over again. This is a hilarious way to start off the episode. What makes it even funnier is Jerry is willing to get killed 20-ish times, and now his dead grandparents are mad at him for blueballing them. This is another great instance of Jerry and Rick actually being friends. Rick isn't forcing him, Jerry volunteered. Rick wants to get to heaven because there is infinite energy there, but Rick can't get into the Christian heaven because he is so atheist, so he attempts to get into the easiest heaven there is to get into, Valhalla. The first time when I watched this episode, I didn't like this concept. I don't know what I was thinking. Rick scheming his way into heaven so he can obtain infinite energy is a brilliant concept. I think I was mad at the fact that Rick is so overpowered that he can cheat death, but honestly, I've kind of gotten over that criticism. If the episodes are creative and fun, I don't really care if Rick's overpowered anymore. That's character development right there. To get into Valhalla, you have to die in battle, so Rick has Bigfoot kill him. Rick apparently loves to mess with Bigfoot, so he is up to the task. Bigfoot kills Rick, and he makes it to Valhalla, which is just a bunch of people fighting in an open field and drinking. Rick starts to create a beacon to get back and obtain the infinite energy, but Morty shows up after he was tricked into letting Bigfoot out, and he was killed in a really gruesome way. Like, damn, what did he ever do to you, Bigfoot? Rick and Morty piss off the Vikings, so Morty kills the Vikings while Rick is making a way to get back home. They make it home. This is where the episode starts to lose me. So the Pope captures Bigfoot and releases a clone of Rick in enemy territory so Bigfoot will take out his enemies while chasing after Rick. I don't know, the plot about the Pope being secretly evil feels so Reddit atheist to me. Also, his justification of killing his enemies with Bigfoot is really flawed. Like, he is still causing the killings. Bigfoot is rewarded for his good work with the chance to kill Rick, but Rick apologizes for messing with him because Rick thought he was dumb. Rick learns the lesson that people are smart in different ways. Then they go to kill the Pope. I like while sneaking into the Vatican, they try not to kill the guards, but eventually have to, and Morty thanks Rick for trying it his way. Rick is willing to try Morty's ideas and not kill anyone, which shows he's changing. The Pope has infinite energy now and easily kills them. They return to Valhalla. Then there's a montage of them trying to kill the Pope and dying, which was pretty funny. Then Bigfoot frees his comrades, who are classic monsters like Frankenstein and Dracula, and yeah, this is stupid. Not in the good way either. The Pope sends the group to Valhalla, where Rick apologizes to the Vikings for thinking they were stupid. This is a nice moment, showing Rick has learned from underestimating Bigfoot. Like he said, people are smart in different ways. Then Rick makes the Vikings mad and leaves the monsters to defend the beacon. He does this so right when they arrive at the Vatican, the Pope will lose his power. Quick question, why did the monsters have to defend the beacon? It was pretty fucked up for Rick to leave the monsters there. Like, they could have all gone home. They just had to outrun the Vikings. Then when they got home, the Vikings would immediately destroy the beacon. I guess Rick just wanted to be there when the Pope lost his power. This is a very Rick thing to do, but I'm surprised Morty didn't object to this. Does this matter? Not really, I'm just nitpicking. The Pope is defeated and Rick and Morty release the now human Bigfoot back into the wild.
Ow!
Go on! Get out of here!
I'm going, okay?
It's really funny that Rick and Morty are so adamant on Bigfoot going back into the forest. This episode was fine. It was a reasonably fun episode with some problems. I don't like the Pope stuff, but I do like how he's commentary on how people with religious power will misuse their position, literally using the power of heaven to kill people he doesn't like. I like the look of Valhalla. It's neat. Not much else to say about this one. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 51st spot, below Rick No More Poons, Rick Miss Morcation, but above Bethic Twinstinct. And finally, episode 10 is Fear No Mort. We're at the end of another season, and what a way to end it. This episode starts off with the intro, which I do believe is the first time they started an episode with the intro. I know this part doesn't matter much, but I do believe it was the right choice. It would have felt a bit odd to have the intro play anywhere else in the episode. There really isn't a cold open. After the intro, we are shown Rick and Morty at the Carnival of Nightmares, a haunted house type attraction. They're not scared of anything from the attraction. This is a great concept. Of course, after everything Rick and Morty have been through the entire series, they would not be scared of gross looking creatures hurling insults. It shows how much Morty has changed throughout the series. Season 1 Morty would have been shitting his pants enhance here. A man overhears that they were not scared of anything and tells them of the scariest place in the universe, and it's on Earth. They go there and it's a Denny's. Oh no, they're gonna run into Walter White there. I guess Walter did also go into the fear hole. Rick and Morty think that the guy just wanted a ride back to Earth, but after getting their food, the waiter tells them that there is a fear hole in the men's restroom. They go to investigate the hole, and it's pretty gross. There's a TV in the stall that plays a video explaining the hole, and the guy that brought them there is the host. The hole shows you your biggest fear and helps you get over it. There is even a place to put your photo on the wall once you escape. I love the mystery this hole sets up in the beginning. I mean, only 3 people are on the board, and since the video is being played from a VHS player, it plants the seed in the back of your mind that this hole can indeed kill you. Or maybe not many people are stupid enough to jump into a hole in a Denny's bathroom. Rick calls it stupid and they leave. But then Morty runs back and jumps into the hole. Creatures start to attack Morty, and I love their designs. They are so creepy and gross, and their muted color palette is gorgeous. Rick comes in and saves Morty, and they leave. Okay, so I believe this is the best written episode in the show. That's a high bar, but this episode sets up the mystery of the fear hole and what is actually going on extremely well. The episode sets up that Rick and Morty are in the hole together, but there are hints that would allow you to guess that Rick never jumped in. I know, shocking. The first of these hints is right when Morty screams Rick, Rick shows up immediately. This is the moment where the fear hole clocked Morty. It knew that Rick not jumping in would be a fear Morty would have, just by his simple scream for help. Rick and Morty go home, but there, a Rick from the past crashes into the living room with Diane and dies, leaving Diane confused. I love this so much. Watching this episode for the first time was an experience. I thought they weren't going to do anything big with this episode, since they already had so many big moments in Unmort Rickon. That's one of the reasons why Diane showing up out of nowhere was so shocking. Rick and Morty realized that they are still in the fear hole, because this would be impossible in the real world. She's gone and can't come back. They have a talk on what's going on, and Rick says that Morty's biggest fear must be Rick going back to Diane. This lures Morty into a false sense of normalcy. He believes that the fear hole is actually going after Rick's fear of a second chance with Diane. So he lowers his guard, not knowing that Rick isn't even there. We get a couple scenes of Diane warming up to this older version of Rick, and it's really sweet. We also get to see her personality for the first time. She is a lot like Rick, playing off of him extremely well. She's headstrong, passionate, and can deal with Rick's nihilism and joke around. But is this how Diane really was, or how Morty would assume she was like? Rick isn't in the hole, so it couldn't use his mind to see what she's really like. What I believe is that the hole is like an observer from Rick Defending Your Mort. It can see everything and uses that to craft the perfect experience. So this is how Diane actually was. But hey, that's just a theory. During Rick and Diane's bonding scenes, there's another hint that something is up. Morty is always there. I feel like in the real world, Rick would have just left Morty, especially going to a bar. But Morty is always there. Such a clever way to set up that everything is centered around Morty. Morty goes into the garage and sees how awful Rick looks. Morty believes that the hole is feeding off of Rick's fears, but Rick believes that he looks like this because Morty's biggest fear is to watch him die. I love this back and forth, not knowing who is really getting the fear hole experience, or are they both? Morty goes to Denny's and talks to the fear hole guy. He is very intimidating, talking about how happiness can't last forever and how delicious Rick's fears are, alluding to the fact that they are sucking Rick dry, which will potentially kill him. Morty won't let that happen, so he starts to put himself through situations that would make himself fearful, and figures out that a big fear he has is not being accepted by society. So he goes around doing dumb shit. If this was the fear that the episode was centered around, Morty not being accepted, it would have been fine, but not nearly as impactful as the ending reveal of his actual biggest fear. I feel like Morty has grown past this fear, or at least it has lessened. I mean, he got invited to a party and wet caught a Morty canned summer, so this feels artificial, which is all part of the hole's plan. Because Morty is hogging the fear hole, Diane starts to act up, leading Rick to go to Morty. You might be saying, hey, Morty isn't in the scene where Rick and Diane eat tacos, so that disproves your statement about how Morty is always there. Well, Morty is making Diane act up, which gives Rick motivation to go back. This is mostly for the audience, explaining why Rick would be mad at Morty, so it still makes sense. Rick sees that Morty is dying, so he goes up on the stage with Morty to conquer the fear hole, and they sing a hilarious rap song. Rick and Morty have finally escaped the fear hole, leaving Diane behind. But the writers went above and beyond with this one.
So yeah, I'd say there's a 100% chance that we're still...
God damn it!
They keep climbing out of the fear hole, trying to figure out what fear the fear hole wants them to conquer.
$8 for a side of bacon?
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's a symptom of a larger concern, Morty.
Eventually they think they are finally out of the hole, playing a montage of their life as they grow old, ending with Morty looking like Jerry and they climb right back out of the hole. This is a hilarious reveal. Obviously we knew they were still in the hole, but having the fear that takes them back as Morty looking like his father was hilarious. The song is also good. Rick then says something that makes Morty realize what is really going on.
No, we're Rick and Morty. I'm not leaving without you.
What did you say?
I said I'm not leaving you in here. Come on, you're irreplaceable. Irreplaceable. Irreplaceable.
Morty finally realizes that his biggest fear is that Rick wouldn't jump into the hole with him. He's afraid Rick would never say something like that in real life. He is replaceable, and Rick might one day leave him. I love this reveal. I've been talking about the effect that Rick Prime dying had on Rick, but never once considered how it might affect Morty. Rick completed his biggest goal in life. Now Morty is worried that Rick might leave or replace him. I mean, the reason why Rick kept Morty around for so long is because he's Rick Prime's grandson. Morty leaves the hole and tells Rick that Diane was in there, and to trust him not to go in there. They leave, but Rick runs to the hole, mirroring the beginning of the episode, with Morty running to the hole, seeming like he is going to jump in. But then he pulls out a photo of Morty and puts it on the wall. My god, not only is that insanely sweet, this one action also disproves Morty's fear. Rick loves him and trusts him, so Rick won't leave. This episode is fantastic. Like, everything is perfect. I can't think of a single criticism. Harry Belden as Morty was superb in this episode, proving that he was the right choice to replace Roiland. One detail I didn't mention is how simple Rick's inventions are, like de-aging serum, a robot that delivers food, and a beer dispenser. This is because Morty can't think of crazy inventions, which might take away from my theory about the whole knowing all, but This is a great character study of Morty, really digging deep into his fears. I love how extremely well written Morty is. He's changed throughout the series, mostly in believable ways, which is a problem I have with a lot of adult animated shows. Their characters never change, and when they do, it's hardly ever for the better. This is an episode that defied all odds, and shows that even if Rick and Morty will still have some bad episodes, there will always be a surprise episode that will surpass all expectations, which keeps the hype for future seasons real. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 3rd spot, below Total Recall, but above Me Seeks and Destroy. I actually never thought that a new Rick and Morty episode would be in the top 5 ever again. But Fear No Mort stopped my fear of that. And we're once again at the end of another season. In my opinion, this season has 3 bad episodes, 1 mid episode, 2 good episodes, 2 great episodes, and 2 amazing episodes. I'm just gonna put this out there. This season is better than season 3. I know, I am almost as shocked as you. Sure, this season did break the streak of no bad episodes that season 6 had, but this season just has higher highs than that season. And now that I'm thinking about it, if you get rid of the bad episodes in each season, I'd say season 7 would be more enjoyable to revisit than 3. Sure, season 3 has my favorite episode in the entire series, but right now, it's the only season 3 episode that's in the top 10. Season 7 has 2, which is insane. I think the writers did some amazing stuff this season, and it seems like they respect their fans way more than back in season 5. I might be wrong here, but I can't recall a single incest joke in this season. Holy shit, that's a big accomplishment for this series. Speaking of jokes, there's a lot less groaners in this season. There are less jokes of someone referencing something from media, and that's the whole joke. There are still jokes like that, don't get me wrong. I mean, Wet Caught a Mortycan Summer is basically just that. But there is a noticeable decrease in those types of jokes. This might be because of them getting rid of Justin Roiland, so we can't improv. But then again, apparently the new voice actors just voiced over Roiland's lines. I guess we'll see if Roiland was the problem next season. Same with the meta jokes, they are just more enjoyable and there are less of them, and I'm glad they didn't try and up themselves from last season's full meta Jack Rick. Then there's the self-references to stuff earlier in the series, and they actually didn't bother me this season. Most of the time the references were used for plot reasons. Even when they weren't, I didn't mind them. I guess I've matured over the past month. The animation and character designs are astounding. The animation team just keeps improving. It kinda sucks that more American animated shows don't have this quality of animation. I know Rick and Morty is extremely popular, but so is Invincible. Why does that show just keep getting worse animation-wise? I know, low low-hanging fruit. This might be Rick's best season in terms of his character. On the first watch, there were plenty of moments I missed, showing that he was trying to change, which on a rewatch made me appreciate the season even more. The writers did an astounding job making so many subtle moments depicting Rick changing. And of course, Rick killing Rick Prime was amazing. I'm still dumbfounded that they did that, and even more dumbfounded that it was actually satisfying. Morty is kind of the same old, he is less jaded than season 3, which is another reason why I like this season a bit more. I like how Morty knows more, but he isn't being a Reddit edgelord. Most of the plots are creative and fun, and even when they aren't, they are memorable, which is something. I do have some problems with this season. There are hardly any classic B plots in this season. Sure, there are B plots, but most of the time, they relate directly to the A plot. Let me explain. Back in season 1, let's take the season finale plots. The A plot is Rick, Morty, and Summer throwing a party, and the B plot is Beth and Jerry going on a Titanic getaway. Sure, they do merge in the end with Beth and Jerry coming home angry, but they were separate things. But in this season, there are no subplots that don't directly relate to the A plot. In Mort Ragnarok, there's a B plot about Bigfoot being kidnapped by the Pope, but there's only 2 scenes focusing on this plot, and then he goes after Rick. This is why I feel that Summer, Jerry, Beth, and Space Beth were extremely underutilized this season. Summer and Jerry both got 1 episode that focuses on them, and that's it. Beth and Space Beth got 0 episodes focusing on them. I mean, Goldenfold got more focused than them. They're just kinda there most of the time. I do miss when the family got to do stuff when Rick wasn't around. But this season wasn't focused on that. They allowed themselves to have more time to make the plots fully developed. I'm not saying that's bad. Some of these episodes would be hurt by having a B plot, but there are some episodes that needed a B plot, mostly the bad ones. In season 1, when there was a bad plot, usually the other plot was decent, so it didn't feel like the episodes were bad overall. I don't know, I might just be talking out of my ass, but I hope next season has a couple B plots separate from the A plots. Other than those things, I can't really think of anything negative to bring up about this season overall. So for the last time in this retrospective series, I'm going to ask, was season 7 of Rick and Morty great? Yes, I do believe it was. It had some shortcomings, but what this season did right, it really did right. Season 8 of Rick and Morty is finally out, and I definitely have a lot to say about it. Or at least I hope I do. This part I'm recording before I even watched anything from Season 8. I wanted to write the intro before watching any of Season 8 to give my hopes for the season knowing little about it. So let's get into my hopes about Season 8. Hope number 1, be at a similar or higher quality than Season 7. I thought Season 7 was great, and an improvement from Season 6, which I already thought was an improvement from Season 5. I hope this season continues the upward trend in quality. Hope number 2, do more stuff with the family. Last season, the family got sidelined. Jerry and Summer only had 1 episode each focusing on them. And don't get me started on how little Space Beth and Beth showed up. They were lucky if they got a cameo in an episode. They haven't gotten to do much since Beth Twinstink back in season 6, and I would like to see them have the spotlight again. And maybe actually do something with Space Beth and, you know, space? Hope number 3, no bad episodes. This one is a long shot and very subjective, but I would love for this season to be great with no bad episodes like season 6 and season 2. That's probably too high of a standard, but this list is just for fun, so who cares? Hope number 4, reveal the next big storyline. With Rick Prime dead and Evil Morty gone, for now, I'm intrigued to see what they're gonna do next with the overarching plot. I wouldn't be too bummed if they don't do anything overarching this season though. Last season they gave us a lot of lore reveals. Maybe just a season of wacky adventures would be enough, and then next season do something drastic, like kill Jerry or something, I don't know. Hope number 5, have Rick continue to improve as a person. The thing I love most about the last 2 seasons is that it feels like Rick is changing, and really is trying to become a better person. Now, I don't want Rick to become a saint, obviously. That would take away almost all of his personality traits that make him likable. All I'm asking is him to be nicer and more considerate to his family and friends. And those are my biggest hopes for season 8. I'm excited to see how many actually come true. I'm hyped to get into the season. After rewatching the series twice over in the past 9 months and making that retrospective series, which if you haven't watched you definitely should after this video, I've been craving new Rick and Morty content. That's not the anime. So, without further ado, let's get into Rick and Morty Season 8. Episode 1 is Summer of All Fears. This episode starts off with an older Summer who is a tech billionaire. People around her are acting weird, constantly telling her if she borrows a phone charger, she should give it back to them after she's done using it. She meets up with an older Morty who definitely has a couple screws loose, and they argue about going back to the real world. I love their designs here. They remind me of something a fan would draw. In a good way. Morty reluctantly agrees to go with Summer. Then she launches a device that turns this guy into a phone charger, making phone chargers obsolete. This breaks the matrix Rick trapped him in. Morty and Summer wake up strapped to a device that Rick created to punish them for taking his phone charger. This is a hilarious concept. Rick planning on leaving them in a matrix where everyone tells them not to steal phone chargers is a hilarious but extremely fucked up way of teaching Morty and Summer a lesson. But what makes this plot interesting is that Rick left them in there for 17 years. It was only hours in real life, but in the Matrix, they had lives, they loved, they lost, and now Morty and Summer have matured. And all of this happened because Rick fell asleep. Rick leaving them in this machine for years is awful, even if he didn't plan to trap them there for 17 years. I know I said I wanted Rick to be nicer this season, but I'll let this one slide because he didn't intend to traumatize them, and more importantly, that shit's funny. Summer cries to Beth, trying to get her to stop Rick, who is just going to erase their minds. Beth tells Rick not to, and Rick says she'll regret it. Summer's excited because she basically has a second chance at life, and she can now make something of herself. Then two teenage girls make fun of her, and she remembers how awful high school is. Summer and Beth go out for drinks and start to bond, which would be sweet if older Summer wasn't such a bitch. Summer is being extremely passive-aggressive to Beth. Her behavior makes me feel bad for Beth, which is really hard to do. They make it home and Beth tries to erase Summer's mind, but Summer's like, no, and leaves. I love seeing Beth and Summer paired up together, even if it's just for a little bit. I also don't blame Beth for wanting to erase Summer's mind. I would have done that in a heartbeat. Summer and Beth reconnect and talk about how it's better for Beth to be her mom and not her friend, which is a cliche sitcom resolution, but I like it. In the other plot, Morty and Rick are bonding and repairing a tank together. Morty gets flashbacks to what happened in the Matrix, where he went to prison for stealing something, becomes a firefighter, makes friends, then goes to war. The song during this montage is fire. There's obviously something wrong with Morty, but they don't quite reveal what happened to him yet. And on a first watch, it has you on the edge of your seat, wanting to know what happened to Morty in the Matrix. I mean, Morty isn't very easily shaken at this point in the series, so it has to be something fucked up. Morty then traps Rick into the Matrix machine, and instead of people saying stealing phone chargers is bad, he makes them say putting people into a Matrix is bad, which is such a good gag. It was well built up with Rick saying the machine can do any punishment, and it's just a really funny reveal. Also, seeing Morty outsmart Rick and knock him out was very satisfying after what Rick did to them. Morty then hijacks the tank they were building together. Summer sees that Morty is about to destroy America by blowing up a nuclear power plant, so she goes to stop him. We see the rest of Morty's flashback showing his adventures in war. Morty's killed, but every time he dies, he gets revived. So he slowly watches his friends die, while he can't. Damn. Yep, that was a great payoff. It's extremely fucked up, so you understand Morty's psychotic break in the episode. Also, I called the Osama bin Laden joke. I know, I'm so smart. I mean, I watched Rick and Morty, so you already knew that. While Morty breaks into the power plant, my favorite joke of the episode happens.
There's not a tank on Earth that can cross that water.
Oh shit, it's got a snorkel!
Classic Rick and Morty stupid humor. That joke got a belly laugh out of me. Like, why the hell would a tank even need a snorkel? Earlier in the episode, Morty also tells Rick he should install one, which is hilarious foreshadowing. Summer stops Morty and has a heart-to-heart with him, apologizing for the terrible things she did to him in the Matrix. Morty's confused at first because all she did was run away when he got arrested. But then she reveals she needed lithium to get out of the Matrix, so she purposely started a war, and she knew she was going to win because Morty enlisted and he couldn't die. We'll get to that later. Then it ends with them thinking they are back in a Matrix because a guy says they shouldn't steal their grandpa's inventions. But then Rick comes in after escaping the Matrix and tells them that they're in the real world, and that guy is just weird. My headcanon on why that guy knows that Morty stole Rick's shit is because Rick and Morty are infamous after all the shit they have done, so he would know who Morty is, and the obvious conclusion he would make is that Morty stole the tank from Rick. Also, when Rick escapes, he says wubba-lubba-dub-dub, which as we know from season 1 means I am in great pain. I don't know if the writers intended this, but it shows that Rick is still lost after Rick Prime's death. They probably didn't. It was probably just a reference, but how cool would it be if it was intentional? Then the episode ends with Summer and Morty getting their minds erased after Morty gets a tattoo to remember CJ, his friend in the Matrix. So this episode is a great premiere that has a lot to say about the characters and the world in general. They went a really interesting route with Summer this episode where she became kinda cold-hearted. I mean, she made her brother go through a war, watch his closest companions die, just to get what she wants. That sounds like something someone else in the family would do.
Oh my god, I'm totally turning into my mother.
No, I meant Rick. But the show has made a point about how Beth is a lot like Rick as well, so that works too. So I do believe that they are saying that Summer will become more like Rick when she's older. Summer might have became more cold-hearted because of the circumstances she was in, but I have a feeling they are going to keep exploring this route for her. I love how they explore trauma in this episode. Showing Morty having a psychotic break after seeing his friends die shows that Morty will never become like Rick, because he has humanity and has a limit. Summer used to be one of my favorite characters in the show, but ever since season 4, I thought she just kept getting worse. And after last season's episode focusing on her was bad, I lost hope that the showrunners would do anything interesting with her. But this episode does something interesting with her. I'm not going to say Summer is likable in this episode. She isn't. But that's the point. They are doing something different with her character, and I'd like to see if they explore this concept more. Like, maybe do a thing where she becomes more vindictive throughout the series, who knows. The most interesting thing about this episode to me is the commentary on war, which is actually a really good compliment to the plot in general. Morty goes to war and loses his innocence, and when he goes back to being a kid, he can't forget what happened. What I got from this, I might be completely wrong, but it's my opinion, is the creators criticizing war and how you take young people who are optimistic and ready for life and break them. It also shows the bigwigs controlling the war, throwing people away like they are nothing with Summer. She doesn't care what she has to do in order to win the war. Summer believes that these people mean nothing because it's all a simulation. But to Morty, they are his friends. This mirrors the real world, where some bigwigs only see numbers, not real people. I just thought it was an interesting parallel to the main plot with Summer and Morty's loss of innocence. I forgot to bring up how much of a hell living in this Matrix actually would be, because people are obsessed with phone chargers, constantly talking about them. I mean, they go to war because someone chopped a phone charger in half. And every other sentence is someone saying you should not steal phone chargers. This would drive me insane. This episode is extremely funny, with a lot of great gags like the snorkel, the cool tank guy, Summer getting bored of her future self's video, and a lot more. Definitely a great episode. So far, this episode is the best of the season. Duh. Oh yeah, I'm continuing my ranking of every episode, but to keep this less confusing, I'm going to save the overall ranking for the end of the video. So stick around if you are interested to see where these episodes rank for me compared to the rest of the series. Episode 2 is Valky Rick. This episode starts off with Space Beth going to assassinate the Galactic Federation's queen. Holy shit, they are actually doing something with Space Beth? Not only are they doing something with Space Beth, but this is the first episode that focuses on what she actually does for work, and not just her hanging out with the family. This is pretty neat, especially since she's been in the show since season 4, and has only gotten one episode focusing on her. That would be fine if she was a side character, but she's been a part of the main cast for 2 seasons now, and only having one episode starring her in that time frame is disappointing. So this was a nice surprise. She finds the queen, but someone has already assassinated her. Space Beth is caught, which triggers a red alert, and the people that she works with, the Defiants, are taking too long to figure out a plan to help her escape. So she is forced to call Rick to help her. I love how Rick's hanging out in the sushi restaurant in the basement. I'd love to see more of these sub-levels explored. We haven't seen much of them. It's interesting to see Space Beth's reluctance to call Rick. She might be Beth, but unlike Earth Beth, who is a Rick Glazer, Space Beth isn't that fond of Rick. She doesn't hate him, but they are also not on good terms. Rick saves her and tells the bugs that she is as dangerous as him, which was nice of him. Then he takes her to the Defiance headquarters, where he talks shit on them since he used to work for them and gets her fired. Space Beth isn't too happy about that. In Rick's defense, she was probably going to get fired anyways for defying orders and going to assassinate the queen with no plan, but Rick definitely didn't help in the matter. It's also revealed that the queen is still alive. Whoa, 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 whoa. She was dead. How did this happen? Whoa. Jesus Christ, that was a great bit. Rick helps Space Beth get to the bottom of this mystery, and it turns out that this mad doctor created a spore that infects Gromflamites and turns them into big hulking monsters. He also replaced the queen with a robot and is going to release the spores into the air at her birthday party, turning all the Gromflamites into a hive mind controlled by him. There's a bit the doctor does saying that he lives rent-free in people's heads, and I hate it. Hearing an old scientist using modern day lingo just feels weird, same with Space Beth saying cooked. I don't mind when Rick, Morty, or Summer say trendy stuff, like, that makes sense, it fits their characters. Morty and Summer are teenagers, and Rick is a fourth wall breaking Redditor. But I just feel like Space Beth and a random mad scientist wouldn't keep up with this lingo, so it feels weird. And that's my pointless rant of this episode. Rick and Space Beth formulate a plan to stop him, and I really like this bit. Rick and Beth are voicing over the plan, but everything gets fucked up because one of Rick's friends, Cisco, doesn't show up. Space Beth is complaining that Rick is putting all his faith in Cisco showing up and won't make a plan B because he trusts him as much as Bird Person. Then on the screen we see that Cisco doesn't show up. This bit went on for a while and it became a bit unfunny, but then it kept going, coming back around to being funny again. Space Beth and Rick thwart the queen bomb, but Beth is stabbed and infected by the spore. Rick and Space Beth team up with some Gromflamites to find a cure, and to stop the mad doctor, who has created a big hive under the planet, planning to take it over by force. The leader is voiced by Stephen Root, and it's always a pleasant surprise to hear his voice. 63 dead Gromflamites later, Rick finds the cure and cures Space Beth. It's a nice detail that Rick tests out the cure on himself first, just in case it backfires on humans. This shows that he cares for Space Beth, even if they haven't gotten along in the past. Then the group, including Bird Person and Bird Daughter, go to the big hive on the planet to destroy the nest with a payload. They are basically doing the ending part of Seeds of Time in Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 2. Now that's what I call a timeless reference. I like that Bird Person is back, and we actually get to see more than 10 seconds of Bird Daughter. She's bloodthirsty and loves killing.
She gets it from her mother.
At least he can joke about it now. Rick and Bird Person have a sweet conversation, with Rick telling him that he is trying not to blow it with Space Beth. This shows that Rick does care about staying in his maybe daughter's life, which is nice to see. They make it to the hive, and the evil doctor reveals himself, talks shit, and accidentally kills himself. Space Beth also tells Rick that she's glad they went on an adventure together, which is sweet. With the problem taken care of, Space Beth is welcomed back into the Defiance, and after 8 seasons of the show, Rick and the Gromflamites are cool now. That's nice to see. I mean, they are hardly in the show anymore. They probably gave up trying to get Rick's knowledge of interdimensional travel after he destroyed their government in the season 3 premiere, since they never go after him again. Having an episode where the first real villains of Rick and Morty make up with Rick is a great choice, ending their plotline with one last big hurrah. But also, why is the Defiance at the planet of Gromflamites? Aren't they still enemies? Just because Space Beth solved a mutual problem doesn't mean the Defiance and Gromflamites are cool now. Or maybe they are. The writers might have just wrote out the Gromflamites so they can take the Defiance in a new direction. That's just a theory though. I really enjoyed this episode. I love that they paired up Rick and Space Beth. That hasn't happened since the season 4 finale. And hell, even there, they had like a total of 1 minute of screen time together. So exploring their relationship is nice to see. And I like Space Beth slowly easing up on Rick. Sure, he's done some messed up things and is a terrible father, but he's trying to make things right with her. I hope they keep this character development and not just return back to the status quo. Seeing more of what Space Beth actually does is nice to see. We get some Gromflamite lore, with a throwaway line saying that the queen is 70 days old, which means the Gromflamites don't live that long. I mean, they are bugs, so it makes sense, but being a talking, sentient creature that knows it won't live long would be super depressing. Some of them are even wanting to die because they want to pay for their kids' college. Definitely the top 5 worst alien races to be, and Rick and Morty. This episode has plenty of funny jokes, like the ordinary sand gag. But the best thing in this episode is Bird Person and Rick hating on Gene.
I think it's time we remove Gene from the text thread.
You can't respond, it only feeds the beast.
Yes, let's go, fuck you, Gene! In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the number 2 spot, below Summer of All Fears. Episode 3 is The Rick, the Mort, and the Ugly. This episode starts off with Rick and Morty collecting trash from the Citadel ruins. Also, Morty is playing with a fidget spinner, and that's cringe. They make a joke out of it, but I don't care. I don't want to go back to that time. The ship gets hit by some debris, and they go to repair it on a nearby asteroid. On this asteroid, there's a town of Mortys. Now you might be thinking, why are there still so many Mortys in this universe? Wasn't everyone sent back to the realities of Origin in the Season 6 premiere? That's correct, smartass. These Mortys are clones, and since they were made in this universe, they either stayed or returned there. Rick and Morty crash land on a farm where a redneck Rick shoos them away. Then we see a day in his life, and get a bit of foreshadowing to who this Rick really is, with some fucked up looking animals. He's later revealed to be the head of the Citadel's cloning department, so he obviously made these weird looking animals for companionship. Whatever floats his boat. He goes into the Morty town to get supplies and meets with Arcade Morty. His trip gets cut short when a bunch of Ricks show up and they start abducting the Mortys. This is so fucked. Like, it's crazy to think how most Ricks are pure evil. I guess that's what makes our Rick different, even though he's not far from it. Anyways, Redneck Rick gets shot like a lot, and the Ricks leave. They go back to a broken part of the Citadel, where it's revealed that they kidnap Mortys to try and clone them, but it's not working out. Hothead Rick gets his payment, which is portal fluid. It's a very simple decision to make currency here portal fluid, but a great one. The other Ricks are talking about where they want to go, but Hothead Rick says that they need to think bigger, and that he has plans. Redneck Rick gets healed, goes back to his house, and sees that the Ricks burnt it down, and killed his cloned animals. Redneck Rick decides to get revenge John Wick style, but instead of his puppy getting killed, it's his pig abominations. On the way to the Citadel, Arcade Morty reveals himself and his companion. They want to save the Mortys that are kidnapped, and Redneck Rick agrees to let them tag along. They start killing the Ricks, and eventually make it to the cloning room. Then Southern Rick comes in and offers Redneck Rick his old job back. Redneck Rick agrees to help out Southern Rick, but then creates a super-powered Morty that starts killing all the Ricks. This leads to Redneck Rick helping the Mortys escape while he stays behind. I love how he slaps the go button like slapping a horse to move. I know the title of the episode is a reference to The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, but I haven't seen it. But I do know it's a Western, so that and Redneck Rick's revolver are cute references to the genre. Redneck Rick starts wreaking havoc around the Citadel, but is beaten up really badly. Southern Rick finds him and starts monologuing, but then he finds out that Redneck Rick is kinda his father. Then Redneck Rick sacrifices himself and blows up the Citadel. The Mortys decide to stop hiding and live their lives how they want to, which is a nice way to send them off. It's funny to think about how this universe will just have a shit ton of Mortys running around now. Arcade Morty buries Redneck Rick, and he might want to think again about marking the grave with a cross. Ricks generally don't believe in that stuff. Then Rick and Morty come back to find Morty's fidget spinner, accuse Arcade Morty of killing Redneck Rick when he is in earshot, and then they leave. I get Rick not caring about Arcade Morty, but Morty is being a bitch and cuts him off when he starts to explain what happened. Like, damn, have some compassion. You're the same person. Rick does admit that he was wrong about Morty not checking in between the seats for his fidget spinner, which Morty praises him for admitting that, and says that he's changing. A nice moment of Rick being recognized for his better attitude. This episode came out of left field. I love when the writers go crazy with random episodes, not following our Rick and Morty. This is kind of a pseudo-sequel to the Ricklantics mix-up, where it starts off with a seemingly normal Rick and Morty adventure. Then we follow the lives of the Ricks and Mortys who live at the Citadel. Now, is it as good as that episode? Hell no. But that's too high of a standard to hold. That's one of my favorite episodes of any TV show, period. This episode is also trying to do something completely different. It's about a man trying to take revenge, but also about him taking accountability for the clones he created, and what horrible things they did to the cloned Mortys. These Ricks were killing Mortys left and right, and Redneck Rick feels responsible because he is the one who created them. That's why he blew everything up in the end, seeing his creations doing such terrible things. Also because they killed his pig creatures. I really like the Western vibe. It really fits the story they were telling. It's really melancholic to see the Citadel finally being completely destroyed. I mean, it's been destroyed 2 times at this point, and I don't believe it will be gone for good. Some Ricks will probably make another one. But this version of the Citadel has finally fallen completely. Like, it's been in the show since season 1, and whenever there's a Citadel episode, it is always a banger. So it's bittersweet to see it finally go out in a blaze of glory. This episode is very similar to the last, in the way they both resolve plot lines from the first season. I wonder if they are resolving these plot lines so they can reveal something big at the end of the season. I hope so. I mean, you guys already know, so don't tell me, oh my god, I really wrote tee-hee. Jesus Christ. The only problem that I have with this episode is that the relationship between Redneck Rick and Arcade Morty feels forced. They never got along, but when Redneck Rick sacrifices himself, Arcade Morty is devastated. It just didn't feel like he would care all that much. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the second spot, below Summer of All Fears, but above Valky Rick. Real quick, I just want to say, if you are enjoying the video, please like and subscribe. Also, my letterboxd is in the description if you want to go follow. Okay, self-promotion over. Back to the video. Episode 4 is The Last Temptation of Jerry. This episode starts off with Jerry singing a Christmas-style Easter song while decorating the house for the holiday. I'm quite happy this episode's an Easter special. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of the holiday, but it's a nice breath of fresh air to tackle a different holiday. Also, Easter specials are hard to find in shows. The only one that I can think of is the South Park one. Maybe because it's a religious holiday that isn't peak like Christmas, but who knows. I don't know if it's me getting older, but I feel like Easter has been getting less popular. It makes sense why. It's always been a weird holiday where you celebrate Jesus' resurrection by searching for eggs. But it feels like it's had a steady decline in popularity. But this episode is gonna make it the most popular holiday of all time. The family won't decorate with Jerry because they're bitches. He is so happy they had to make him suffer. What vindictive pieces of garbage. Sorry, I had a white knight for Jerry for a second. While going to get more Easter supplies, Jerry hits the Easter Bunny, killing him after throwing up in his mouth a lot. Gross. Jerry brings the corpse to Rick, and Rick finds an amulet on the Easter Bunny from Germany. Jerry starts to act weird, like eating a lot of lettuce and drinking water like a rabbit, and Rick reveals that Jerry is turning into the Easter Bunny. Rick and Morty go to where the amulet is from, and discover that the Easter Bunny was frozen atop a mountain and had thawed out because of global warming. If only we listened to Al Gore.
You're old and gay! You can't say that anymore!
Microscope that would have made me retarded.
Ooh, oh boy, Rick. I don't think you're allowed to say that word.
History repeats. During this scene, Morty is talking about how he doesn't know movies like Encino Man because the 80s were so long ago, and it's funny. But then in the next scene, they contradict this by having Morty reference The Wicker Man, which is a 70s movie. Hey, stop. I know what some of you are about to type. I swear to God, if you bring up the terrible Nicolas Cage remake, I will flip out. They find a broken egg from a place called Andromeda, and these angel-coated warriors come and attack them, stealing the egg. Rick and Morty go to investigate Andromeda, and find out that these aliens who have their butt in the front send the Easter Bunnies to planets, where the Easter Bunny releases a hormone, convincing everyone to repopulate, killing off the planet using overpopulation. Then the aliens ransack the planet. If you didn't get it, the thing is because bunnies have sex a lot, so the Easter Bunny's power is making people have sex a lot. You clever sons of bitches. I actually don't hate this idea. It's a pretty dastardly way of ending a planet, but it would take a while for it to take effect on Earth. I mean, it takes 9 months for a baby to be born. I love how genuinely interested Rick is with the butt aliens. He's like a kid in a candy store. The angels come and both of the groups fight, but Rick just steals the egg and goes back to Earth. In the other plot, Jerry slowly turns into the Easter Bunny, and I love his transformation scene. I'm a huge body horror fan, and the ways they make Jerry turn into a bunny are both gross and awesome. Like when his teeth fall out. God, it's so gross in a good way. This scene has to be a homage to The Fly, which is one of my favorite horror movies, so of course I love this. Then Jerry goes around and gets everyone to have sex. Okay, serious question. If this is a magical bunny that's only purpose is to make people have babies, why is Jerry making men have sex with other men? That won't create babies. Very serious question. Rick and Morty arrive at Easter Island because the head statues there are actually spaceships from the planet of butt aliens, and that's why it's called Easter Island. You clever sons of bitches. I'm criticizing this because I can't write a show and need to feel better about myself. The angels reveal that they are a race that hates sex, and that's why they want to stop the Easter Bunny. It turns out that Jesus was one of them, but of course, we had to go and crucify him. I like the visual when Rick cuts this alien guy that looks like Jesus in half and his blood splatters against a wall. The blood makes a cross outline, and also he dies and comes back to life. Epic religious symbolism. That's not me being sarcastic, I actually really like that part. Back at the Smiths, Beth trapped Jerry and they reverse him, but then all the Smith turns into bunnies, and then the butt alien came, and but then Jesus alien comes and steals the bunny thing. Yeah, that's the best I can explain that. The episode ends with the family hating on all holidays throughout the end of the year. And my favorite gag from this episode happens when they realize that Summer has been on spring break for half a year, and we cut to see a cult has formed of the kids whose parents never picked them up. Genuinely funny stuff. This episode's pretty bad. I just feel like a lot of what happened was done to shock people. Some of it works, like Jerry's transformation, but others not so much, like Jerry throwing up in the Easter Bunny's mouth, which I will not show you because I bet YouTube would not like that. And the big sex pile. Like, did that need to be in the episode? No. But they were funny on a first watch. Second watch, not so much. I loved Rick and Morty's dynamic in this episode. It was done perfectly. Like when Rick stops for 45 minutes to tell Morty the plot of an alien movie for no reason. It's just a fun gag. This episode did feel like it was doing a bit too much, setting up a mystery that doesn't have a great payoff, and the pace is really fast. My biggest gripe of the episode is that they set up a good arc for the family. I wish when Jerry turned into the Easter Bunny, the family realized that they should appreciate him more, and then in the end, celebrate Easter with him. Sure, it's cliche, but it works. It just feels like Jerry got tortured and no one apologized to him. The ending of this episode is still pretty funny, even if Morty breaks the fourth wall, which I only like when Rick does it. There's also an over the garden wall reference, which is epic. In terms of the ranking, this is going in the 4th spot below Valky Rick. Episode 5 is Cryo Mort a Rickfer. Jesus Christ, I just got what that title meant. That is a good title for this episode. This episode starts off with Rick and Morty driving in space, when they stumble upon a ship full of passengers in cryosleep. Rick wants to rob their vault, but when he attempts to blow up part of the ship to get the vault, Morty takes issue. His retaliation causes the ship to catch on fire, waking everyone from their sleep. Rick and Morty take the places of the 2 dead people in cryosleep. I mean, Rick could have just portaled into the vault, avoiding this situation, but maybe since his portal gun was destroyed last episode, he just hasn't fixed it yet. This is the classic Rick and Morty formula, where Rick tries to do something and Morty stops him because he has morals, but then it leads to a way worse outcome. I usually love these types of episodes, so let's go. Rick is presumed to be this rich couple's son. They believe the cryosleep container malfunctioned, aging him up.
Short answer, no. Long answer, nope.
Rick and them hang out for a bit, bonding, and they eventually say that they are going to throw a coming-of-age party to make sure their son becomes a man before he dies. And the sweet part is that Rick is actually loving this, and is very sweet to them, even feeling guilty for lying to them. We haven't heard anything about Rick's parents in the series, but from this, I'm going to presume that they weren't the best to him, because of how much he is liking having loving parents. He's nice to these people, and they are loving towards him, making him feel something that his real parents never gave him. This is just an assumption, but when they show us a flashback to Rick's parents in the future and their assholes, I'll be the one laughing. Morty got the shit end of the stick, with him being a worker. He eventually starts an uprising on accident, which comes to a head during Rick's party, where the Makeys and the Takeys go to war. At first, when they called themselves the Makeys, I thought they were saying Mickeys, like the movie Mickey 17, where Mickey was also a worker doing shit jobs. It could have been a cool reference, but no, it's Makeys. This was just an excuse to bring up Mickey 17. If you haven't seen it, it's so good. They get into the vault revealing that everything was stolen by Jimmy and Chinchaco, the people who Rick and Morty were pretending to be. The dead things in the cryopods were monkeys. This is a very simple twist, but great. I mean, I didn't see it coming. I am stupid though. Then they have a space race, with everyone racing to get the money for themselves. Rick and Morty are the first ones to make it to Jimmy, and Morty kills Chinchaco by releasing the airlock, which also launches all the money into space, which forces everyone to fight out in space with so many dying. Now I'm not sure the writers intended this, but I'm pretty sure they are saying classism is bad. I know, crazy. It's bare bones commentary, but it works. Rick puts chips in everyone's heads, making sure they don't start a war again, and Morty and Rick ride off into the sunset. Then they find another ship in cryosleep, and Rick goes to raid it for drugs. Great ending. I'm gonna say something that might piss a lot of people off, but this is a very classic Rick and Morty adventure. And what I mean by that, to clarify, is an adventure where Rick and Morty get themselves into a predicament. That's it. Some people got mad the last time I said that. I don't mean like an episode from season 1 or 2. I just mean the structure of a classic Rick and Morty adventure. Now that I've covered my ass, I really enjoyed my time with this episode. Some of my favorite plots in Rick and Morty is when Morty accidentally gets a lot of people killed because of his moral standing. It's just so funny to see him stumble around and regret his actions. And they do something different in this one, where he's just agitated the whole time with the stuff going on. He's angry that this type of situation is happening again, and he's pissed at Rick for making him a worker. This episode has some very funny bits, like when Morty is kicking the shit out of Rick in a sailor suit. Him actually enjoying his time with them is a nice twist on what would normally happen, where he would only care about getting into the vault. Therapy is really opening his mind to letting his guard down more. The first 2/3 are great, but it loses me a bit during the space race. It's a homage to wacky races, which is cool. I just didn't find anything too entertaining about it. Last thing I'll say is that I'm glad they took this line out from one of the animatic trailers.
They have a basketball court?
Basketball court, huh?
Ball is life!
I would have gone on a 2-minute tirade on why Morty would never say something like that, and it would have been pointless. But like, Morty would never say that. He's a nerd, and he has never showed a single interest in basketball at all during this entire series. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the second spot, below Summer of All Fears, but above the Rick, the Mort, and the Ugly. Episode 6 is the curious case of Beth, Jim, and Button. This episode starts off showing us Space Beth and Beth's lives and how they are miserable. What's new? It's small, but I really like how we see Beth actually working and seeing the horse hospital again. The last episode that showcased the horse hospital was the sperm episode, and you know how I feel about that episode. During the sequence, the Cheers theme is playing, which is a great choice. It perfectly sets up the best problem. They are stuck where everybody knows their name. They are doing the same thing in life with no change. While the rest of the family are off at Earthworld, an amusement park that is supposed to showcase everything wrong with Earth, the Beths talk and wonder why they are so fucked up. They want to blame Rick and how he left them as kids, but they think that's lame. They then remember when they were last happy, which was when they were kids. That's pretty sad. This gives them the idea to de-age themselves so they can live without responsibility again. But they kind of forgot how psychotic they were when they were younger. They set traps, they kill animals, and they set Gene's house on fire and attack him. Fuck yeah, let's go! Get him! Fuck you, Gene! The Beths are now mad at each other and attacking each other when Rick comes back to re-age them. But they trick him and make him 360 years old and start beating the shit out of him. They start crying and asking why he left them, but then Rick says that he didn't. His Beth died. Holy shit, how did I not realize this? Every time Beth made a snarky comment about how Rick left her, and Rick just took it, Rick was actually just bearing down his emotions and the truth. Like, Jesus, that must have hurt to hear a different version of your daughter say that you left her, even though you watched yours die. The only person who knows that his Beth died is Morty, so him revealing this to the Beths is great. Once again, it shows that he's changing, but also coincides with the other plot where he wants to go to Earthworld because it's supposed to be really shitty, but when it's actually really nice, Rick is pissed. Morty tells him off for not being able to enjoy things unironically, and this got to Rick. Later in the episode, when Jerry, Summer, and Rick sneak into the old Earthworld with the park's creator, Rick realizes that a disease-filled death trap isn't cool. Then Rick goes back and he reveals that his Beth is dead to the Beths. It's him showing genuine emotion and not him being ironic and an asshole like usual. It's a nice arc for Rick that also pokes fun at people who can't like anything ironically. The reason why Rick revealed this could be because he's more emotionally vulnerable in his old state, and that probably has a part to play in it, but I believe that Rick really wanted to say this. The scene where old Rick and the Beths break down crying is really gratifying. They are all fucked up for different reasons, but Rick is trying his best to be a good father, and the Beths now see this. Rick doesn't have to stay with this version of the Smiths, especially after killing Rick Prime, but he chooses to because he wants a family, and is trying to strengthen his relationships with everyone. This also reveals that the Beths are miserable in some part due to their shitty childhood. It took them being kids to admit that. Wait, I just thought about something. If Rick left Beth when she was young, and if every version of Diane was erased at the same time, did Beth grow up without either parents? It would make sense why she's so miserable now, because both of her parents left her at a young age. I got a really big laugh when the Beths break Rick's arm and they all start laughing and Rick just starts shitting himself. They build a treehouse together, giving the Beths a chance to actually spend time with their dad when they are young. Then the Cheers theme plays again and we are shown another day of the Beths' lives, but this time the Beths are more happy. The other plot ends with the park creator, who is voiced by Danny DeVito, which is sick, making all the mascots attack the guests because, like most stuff on Earth, it should end in tragedy. I love all the celebrity and film mascots, like Pennywise, the entire Culkin family, and even Danny DeVito, who kills the park creator. Oh yeah, Morty's plot is about a girl wanting to fuck him because he is human and it goes nowhere. Morty does stand up for himself and won't say something racist, so that's an arc, I guess. I'm pretty sure this is a hot take. I've seen a lot of people calling this episode bad or mid, but I love this episode. It literally has everything I wanted from season 8. I wanted episodes to have B plots, and this one does, and even has a C plot. The whole family is here, and they all get a moment to shine. Rick shows genuine growth, probably the most in the series so far. And Space Beth and Beth get something to do, even if they are aged down. I love the idea of exploring how Beth was as a kid. The ABCs of Beth revealed that she was terrifying as a kid, and this episode showcases that well. They are terrifying. I get why all the Ricks left. Summer and Jerry get a plot line together, and that is a pairing we never get to see, so that's awesome. The A and B plot are extremely enjoyable. The Morty one, on the other hand, isn't. The plot is literally just a girl swooning over him, but that gets like 1 minute of screen time, so it doesn't matter much. This episode is really funny. The concept of an Earth amusement park is amusing, and Jerry loving it is really funny. I hope after this episode, the Beths are less miserable, and they move on to something new with them. They really need to do something new with Beth's character other than her being miserable. The treehouse staying in the backyard could symbolize her change in attitude, so it better stay in the background in later episodes. The biggest gripe I have with this episode is that Gene survived. Why didn't he get killed? God damn it! Some people are going to be so confused why I hate Gene so much, and I find that very funny. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the #1 spot, above Summer of All Fears. It might just be recency bias, but overall, this episode is in the #14th spot for the entire series for me. Episode 7 is Ricker Than Fiction. This episode starts off with Rick, Morty, and Jerry watching Maximum Velocity's 9. Rick thinks the series has gotten way worse, so he storms into the director's office to give him a piece of his mind. And the director is James Gunn. Oh God, why? I've heard enough discourse about James Gunn the past couple of weeks. I didn't need to hear more from Rick and Morty. Don't get me wrong, I really like his movies. I'm just sick of hearing about him. And like, why James Gunn? I get that most of his movies he directs nowadays are movies from pre-existing franchises. But the most movies he's made in a single franchise is 3 with the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. And all of his movies are praised for being different and more fun than most other superhero slop coming out now. Wouldn't it make more sense for the director to be Michael Bay? Because he made the Transformers movies, and the Velocity movies are very clearly a parody of those movies. James Gunn is the director just so James Gunn can voice himself. It's kind of fun having James Gunn poke fun at himself and show that he's not super serious, but I'm going to say the same thing about having Hugh Jackman play himself and How Poopy Got His Poop Back. I don't like when they get a celebrity to voice themselves in the series. I'm fine with them playing a different character, but not themselves. There are infinite possibilities and character concepts, but they chose James Gunn. At least it makes sense for the plot to use a director, and it doesn't feel pointless like the inclusion of Hugh Jackman in How Poopy Got His Poop Back. I don't know why I'm such a stickler on this topic, it just irks me. I know I'm being unreasonable. Rick goes and tells James Gunn that he can write a better movie. So Rick takes the Maximum Velocity's 10 script and makes a machine that can help them make it better. I do like the commentary on how some hardcore fans of certain franchises, Star Wars, think they can make a better movie than the professionals, even though directors have to think about many more things than appealing to hardcore fans because the movie has to make money. I'm not saying that they can't criticize a director for making a shitty movie. I'd be the biggest hypocrite of all time. All I'm saying is that they wouldn't do better 99% of the time. Rick tells the machine to kill the main villain, Baron Thistle, and completely derails the plot. Then Rick and Morty get sucked into the machine, and they have to fix Rick's changes in order to end it so they can get out. Morty becomes the new bad guy, and Rick goes to get Tannenbaum, the character Rick forced to kill Baron Thistle, so Morty can kill him, which was the intended ending. I'm so glad Justin Roiland is gone. I could already see him using the same voice he uses for 50 side characters for Tannenbaum. Rick gets cold feet about killing Tannenbaum because he grows to like him, which causes Rick and Morty to fight, outing their plan to both the good guys and the bad guys.
And I didn't even think the last Maximum Velocity was all that bad! Seriously, reintroduce each character? This is the 9th movie! Don't just stand there, Redwood! He's still in range! Shoot him! You're ruining my childhood!
Morty's such a fake bitch. During all of this, Zack Snyder has a talk with James Gunn about how he shouldn't care about what Rick thinks, since he is the smartest man in the universe and he will never be happy with what they make. This scene is actually fine. I know people are making fun of it, but I like the sentiment about how creators shouldn't think about the haters, because no matter what, you can't please everyone. Hell, there are people who call Parasite a bad movie. That's how you know you can't please everyone. The one part I don't like is when Zack Snyder starts criticizing James Gunn's new Superman movie. It's really unfunny. I'm also just mad at Snyder cultists trying to hate on the new Superman movie. Newsflash, it's a great movie. I know Zack Snyder isn't to blame for these cultists, but I still just hate them. It doesn't help that this episode came out the same week Superman did, which was obviously staged to get people talking about this scene. Also, they talk weird. It's not natural for both of them to say their full names when they're talking to each other. Yeah, I'm getting real nitpicky there. Then James Gunn goes and tries to steal the movie-lizer, but Jerry beats the shit out of him, which is very comedic. Rick and Morty are now on the run from the villains and the heroes, and Rick gives Jerry Adderall so he can write an actual ending. That's hilarious. They make it to a doomsday device that Morty made and they turn it on. Tannenbaum convinces the robo-trees not to kill Rick, but then Rick pulls out an ornament Tannenbaum gave him earlier, making it look like Rick is going to pull out a gun, causing him to go out Gran Torino style. Then Rick and Morty do a vat of acid in the doomsday laser and die, and the movie ends. Then they come out after James Gunn cries on the machine. That kinda gives the plot zero stakes on a rewatch. They could have died anytime but still survived. Also, Rick was under the presumption that if they died in the movie, they died for real, so he just willingly killed himself in Morty. That's kinda based, Morty deserved it. Then it ends with a strange bit where James Gunn gives the script to a Hollywood bigwig and they shoot him. I don't know, it's weird. I know I was hating on this episode a lot, but I think it's fine. The idea is great with them trapped inside of a movie and having to keep the plot on course in order to escape. Jerry was great in this episode, and I like how they brought back him being an author. The colors and art direction are astounding in this episode. It looks so gorgeous. It really embodies the essence of an action movie, unlike the Numericons episode. There's some good commentary on how a machine can't create a good story, with Jerry's writing saving the day. It's commentary about how AI sucks. No matter what, the machine can't write a good story without human interference. I wish they leaned into that a little bit more, but that's fine. The most disappointing thing about this episode is that from the animatic trailer, it seemed like it was going to be Interdimensional Cable 3, which would have been so epic. Interdimensional Cable 2 Tempting Fate was released nearly 10 years ago. Holy shit, no way, that can't be true. I wanted to see a new one so we could see the improv skills of the new voice actors, but I guess not. What we got was still entertaining, so that's a plus. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 6th spot below Valkyric, but above The Last Temptation of Jerry. Episode 8 is No More Land. This episode starts off with Jerry eating cereal, and he has a 5 o'clock shadow. Then the real Jerry comes downstairs, chases the imposter, and tackles him. Damn, 2 episodes in a row of Jerry kicking ass. That's my man. Scruffy Jerry, called Mooch, reveals that he is a part of a group of Jerrys who hop dimensions and do whatever they want. They didn't steal a portal gun. They use cracks in the multiverse, most of which are caused by Rick's inventions. Jerry joins Mooch after sneaking him to this universe's crack, and after attempting to make small talk with Rick. This scene is hilarious. Rick is baffled at first, then he makes small talk, and then he's pissed that Jerry blindsided him. This shows that he's trying to be nicer to Jerry, while also being a bit of a prick.
And don't blindside me with small talk!
Jerry, I'm still angry at you for talking to me. Ah!
I think Rick wants to make small talk with Jerry. They go through a couple dimensions and end up in a freezing dimension. In this dimension, we are shown that the family froze to death outside, and unlike normal where this would be played off as a joke, it's taken seriously. The Jerrys that go through this dimension put objects up on a wall to remember the family. This is so sweet and makes sense for Jerry's character. He is emotional and compassionate, so of course a bunch of Jerrys wanted to do something after seeing their family dead. Even if it isn't much, it shows why Jerry is such a great character to have in a show full of nihilists. Then a montage plays with them traveling universes, while the song Send Me On My Way by Rusted Root plays, or as you may know, the Ice Age song. They end up in a dimension where Rick turned the moon into a disco ball and they drink beers while talking, and it's fantastic. Mooch makes Jerry realize that he's kind of a badass, at least for a Jerry. I mean, it's true, he'd be a pissmaster. Most Jerrys would never even attempt that. They lose track of time and miss the portal to get out of this dimension, so Jerry is now stuck and can't get home. Mooch says they can just wait a week, and Jerry is pissed. What makes it worse is that Mooch says that his family won't even know he's gone. That's so mean, but it also sets up Mooch's mental dilemma, with him thinking his family doesn't miss him. Mooch has a solution, and takes him to Grand Central, a place where Jerrys go to get to other roads, and is a place where Jerrys with no family stay. It's basically a more messed up Jerry Barry. It's run by Boss, who is a Jerry that took control of his Rick, mainly because his Rick is hopped up on drugs all the time. Boss takes their money and bans them from coming back. Then he sends them to Mooch's original dimension. Mooch confesses that he left his dimension for a bit, but when he came back, Beth remarried. So he left for good and never came back. That's why being banned from the road is so devastating to him. In his mind, he has nothing left. He left in the first place because he felt unappreciated, which is such a Jerry motive. Probably my favorite gag in this episode is when we are shown Mooch's family and they all have 5 o'clock shadows. That genuinely surprised me. It's a really funny visual gag. The family tells him that they do hate him a bit, but they still love him and just want him to be there, even if Beth did remarry. Then Mooch's Rick fixes the door, allowing them to get back to Grand Central, where, holy shit, Straw Hat Jerry, he's gonna be king of having no job. So, basically Luffy anyways. Boss catches them, and a montage plays of them trying to get back to our Jerry's dimension. I love that they just sped up the song from the earlier montage. They kill Boss, which Mooch is devastated that he killed a man, but is also relieved that the road can be open once again. Then Jerry goes back to his dimension where the family was looking for him. They were worried and missed him. That's so wholesome. And then they all start to yell at Jerry because he accidentally made a joke about jerking it. Classic Smiths. Rick finds out where Jerry has been, and instead of being mad, he says it could be good for him. So this episode is fantastic. I shit you not, I had a smile on my face the entire episode. This is one of the reasons why I still tune into Rick and Morty. Almost every season has at least one banger, and this episode is this season's, unless one of the next 2 episodes tops this one, which would be insane. Jerry is my favorite character in the series, so having an adventure with 2 of them hopping dimensions was so much fun. We haven't gotten a solo Jerry adventure since Morty Night Run in season 2, if I'm not mistaken, and even then, that was just the B-plot. This plot is the only one. I love Mooch and Jerry's dynamic. They are the same person, but our Jerry does have a backbone, and Mooch learns stuff from him. He would have never seen his family again if it wasn't for our Jerry. They are so adorable together. This episode is a very nice character study of Jerry. He's an easygoing guy, and he truly loves his family, but when shit goes down, he can stand up for himself, and he never doubted for a second that his family would replace him. This probably stems from them jumping dimensions together. They have a bond from that that's deeper than most other families, even if Jerry isn't technically related to any of them. It's nice to know Jerry does love his family, even if they are all assholes to him. This episode clearly shows how much Jerry has grown as a character. He used to be a whiny, arrogant, and spineless man. Now he stands up for himself, shown by him mouthing off to Boss, isn't whiny, and doesn't only care about himself. Speaking of character growth, Mooch's dimension shows how much Rick has grown to like our Jerry. Mooch's Rick is terribly mean to him and wishes he'd stay gone. Our Rick would miss Jerry. I mean, they were watching Naked and Alone together, naked during the post-credits. Rick has to like him somewhat. I wouldn't even do that with my homies. I'm so glad they didn't turn Mooch into a villain, with him wanting to replace Jerry. I got that vibe on a first watch. That would have undermined the legit emotional moments this episode pulled off, so I'm glad they kept him on Jerry's side. Chris Parnell does amazing as all the Jerrys. He has such a great voice, and all of his line deliveries are golden. If I had to nitpick, Mooch apparently talked about his family on the road a lot, but we never see that. Yeah, that's my only nitpick. This episode is fantastic. This episode redeemed the last Jerry adventure. The Easter one, not the jail Rick trap. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the first spot, above the Curixus Case of Bethjamin Button, and also at number 9 on my series ranking. Episode 9 is Morty Daddy. This episode starts off with Morty getting a call from his son in the hospital. Morty Jr., not Naruto. You cannot believe the relief I felt after I found out that this episode had nothing to do with Naruto. If you don't remember Naruto, you're lucky. Morty goes to the hospital and Junior says that he wants to pay respects to his mother. If you don't remember, Junior's mom is a sex robot. So they go where she is. and Rick's garbage dump. Huh, maybe Garbage Goober finally did something with his doctorate. We can only hope. There's a salvaging robot that says Morty and Junior are valuable, and since the last time one of the Salvatrons took something valuable to Rick yelled at them, so now they just destroy anything valuable. Salvatron is played by Charlie Day. Man, this season is collecting its Always Sunny cast members like Pokemon cards. Morty and Junior run and find a hidden trash village of Rick's old inventions. They find Junior's mom, and Junior pays his respects. I just have to say, I was a little bit skeptical about bringing back Morty Jr., especially since he wrote a book on how terrible Morty is, but their relationship is actually really enjoyable. I'm a sucker for characters with a bad past reconciling. Man, I sure hope nothing ruins this.
I never said out loud, I was dying.
What?
I needed material for my new book. A sequel to my horrible father.
God damn it. I do not like this twist. It just makes me hate Junior. Like the first book he wrote is understandable. Morty was in fact a terrible father. But to go on an adventure with Morty who presumes Junior is dying just so he can write another hit piece on Morty is terrible. At least in the original episode, you understand why he wrote the book. Morty wasn't a good father because he was 14. But here, Morty is trying to make up for his past mistakes, and Junior is just an asshole. A garbage abomination kidnaps Morty so he can escape the trash hell, and he also shoots Junior. Thank God. Morty can't get out because Rick thinks Morty is doing a Goonies, and he hates the idea of that for some reason. Then the Salvatrons come and attack Morty, but Junior saves him. They revolt against the big tower controlling the trash land and kill it. They create a new world where trash can live free, and Morty Jr. wants to live there now, mostly because he doesn't want to pay child support. And Morty is the bad father. Then he writes another book, which was a funny way of ending the episode, just because of how absurd it is that he got a book deal down in the garbage land. Also, the family seems to be going on a trip at the end of this episode. I wonder if this is going to lead into the finale, or if it's just a way to get the book mentioned. The other plot follows Rick and Summer going to a restaurant where the chefs already know what you want. When Summer gets avocado toast instead of something wacky, she's pissed. She gets mad at the Cogs, the chefs that can predict the future. Then they want Rick to take them away, so he takes them and they hang out. Summer feels left out. All she wanted to do was hang out with Rick, and Rick just ignored her. Man, the characters are great this episode. Summer kidnaps the Cogs, and they tell her that they wanted her to do this. And to get whatever they want over with, she agrees to follow their orders. And with a pretty funny ending gag, the Cogs wanted to open a hot dog food truck. So this episode was fine. I never found myself too interested in either plots, but not uninterested either. I know it's a nihilistic show, and they have been doing great character moments this season, but this episode just feels mean and bitter. Rick's an asshole to Summer, which isn't fun to watch, and Junior is a piece of shit. I do really like the concept of Rick's trash heap. I always love episodes and shows when characters are thrown into big worlds of discarded items, like the one Lost and Found episode in SpongeBob. Rick's thrown away inventions are fun, and I love how Rick just had a phase where he made talking machines. I'm glad to see them do some episodes with an A and B plot. Even if this one isn't the best, I still like seeing the two plots. This season definitely has an obsession with season 1. First the Federation plotline wrapped up, then the Citadel plotline wrapped up, then they bring back Morty Jr. They are ramping up to something, I can just feel it. So I hope something big happens in the next episode. I mean, I don't know right now. I sure do hope something happens, or I'll look stupider than usual. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the 8th spot, below Ricker Than Fiction, but above The Last Temptation of Jerry. Real quick, they just announced a spin-off show from Rick and Morty following the president. I just wanted to talk about it real quick so no one comments, hey, did you know they're making a spin-off show of Rick and Morty? So I love the president, and I think a show about him could be cool. Yeah, that's basically it. Make sure to like and subscribe because I'll probably make a video on it when that's out. And finally, episode 10 is Hot Rick. Of course, right when the final episode gets released, I wind up sick, so sorry if I sound rough during this segment. This episode starts off with Rick hooking up with Bug Ann, who was the girl Rick used to hook up with in the Defiance. We saw her back in Valky Rick, and even though Space Beth told him not to fuck her, he does it anyways. Bug Ann invites Rick to a barbecue and he drops big lore just out of nowhere. Bug Ann knows about Diane and Rick tells her that he can hardly remember her. The Omega device fries people's brains and makes them not able to remember the certain person who was erased very well. That's even more fucked up than we first thought. We are later shown one of the memories Rick has of Diane, but it's safe to assume he has one more memory of her, the one that haunts him, the one where she is killed. This means Rick Prime allowed that memory to stay with Rick, which is so messed up. Rick goes home after rejecting Bug Ann's offer, and Jerry starts talking about how great Rick is. It's revealed after Rick and Jerry's minds got mixed in the Jer-Rick trap, Memory Rick from Returnal Friendshine of the Spotless Mort traveled over into Jerry's brain, and is implanting false memories of Rick being loving into Jerry's head. Rick takes him out and puts him in a really nice prison and fixes Jerry. Then Rick gets an idea from Summer, when she says she wishes she can erase her exes from her memory. He goes into his memories and finds one of Diane shooting at a gun range and looks at her longingly. Then he removes the memory from his brain. God, I love this scene. There are no jokes and hardly any dialogue, just Rick wishing for Diane back until he finally does the one thing he hasn't tried, and gets rid of her. It's a very somber scene. It's definitely my favorite scene from this season. The portal that sucks the memory out is also really cool. Like, look at it. Memory Rick escapes the prison into Beth's mind. Then Rick reveals to the family that he removed Diane from his mind. No one knows how to react, but Rick seems to be a bit happier. Then Rick goes to Bug Ann's barbecue, where he's a bit too open and tells her family that they are hooking up, which in their culture is looked down upon, so he has to fight in a coliseum. And like usual, he bails. This shows that Diane was really never the problem. It's that Rick won't let her go, which we'll get to. Back in Beth's head, we are shown Rick leaving Beth as a kid, and I have a theory. I believe the reason that all the Ricks left Beth was because Diane was erased. Ricks are always crazy about Diane, and when they look at their Beth, all they see is their dead wife in her, so they leave not knowing what else to do. Memory Rick starts training Memory Beths and tells them that Diane is trapped in older Rick's basement, and this makes the real Beth go down there and rescue her. Memory Rick and Memory Diane reunite, and it's a very sweet moment. Even if they are just memories, we are shown in one simple scene how deeply Rick loves Diane. They go back into Beth's mind. Real Beth is about to leave when Space Beth comes down and figures out what she is doing. Then Beth does this.
Is how we stay a family!
When I said do something drastic in this episode, I wasn't expecting that. Sure, Space Beth isn't dead. Rick revives her later, but I was fully under the impression that Beth just killed her on a first watch. It makes sense. It would get people talking about this episode, and they had a couple episodes focusing on Space Beth this season. A lot of times in shows, when they start focusing on a character a lot, that means they're probably gonna die later. Luckily, they didn't go through with it, but it still was a shock. Beth is now going crazy. Inside her mind, Diane tells one of the Beths that they are memories, which causes that Beth to gain sentience, which causes her to go and round up all the Memory Beths to hunt them down. Diane and Memory Rick go through recent memories, which are episodes of the season, which is fun to see, and they end up the farthest they can go, with Beth driving away after thinking she killed Space Beth. Rick and Space Beth chase her, and Beth drives off a cliff, fully intending to end her life. Rick saves her, and Space Beth fights her with some really good choreography. She's defeated, then Beth grabs Space Beth's gun and says that she wants to end it all because the voices are too much. During all of this, the Memory Beths capture Memory Rick and force him to watch what he did to his daughter. Beth says she remembers loving and hating her dad, and Rick says that's how it should be. He comforts her, making all the Beths think Rick is being a loving guy, then he knocks Beth out. I love this scene. It's quite poetic, with Rick being loving and wronging her, just like Beth said she remembers. Then a nice scene of Rick and Beth plays, where Beth said it was nice having Diane in her head, and Rick says that she loved her. Then Rick gets Memory Diane and Rick out of her head and tells the family they're gone. Rick leaves because the family is sad that Memory Rick is dead, but Rick drives off into space, revealing that he saved them. He lets them live in paradise forever and launches them out into space. First off, the space in this scene is gorgeous. Secondly, this is metaphorical of Rick moving on. Rick's problem wasn't that Diane was in his head. Rick's problem was that he wouldn't let her go. Earlier in the episode, even if he removed the memory of Diane, he still kept it in the basement, showing he's not willing to move on. So him physically letting his memory of Diane go, he has finally completed the fifth step of grief, acceptance, after 40 long years of depression. We already see him moving on, with him trying to reach out to Bug Ann, probably to apologize. Now, is he perfect? No. He says he's going to erase his memory of them, but I don't think he will. Also, he keeps this burden to himself, showing his growth from the Pissmaster episode, where he had to tell Morty about his selfless act. And thirdly, the song Don't Look Back by Ryan Elder and Kotami is significant because it's Rick not looking back on the past anymore. And it's also a banger. Yeah, this episode is pretty great. It's a very satisfying finale that finally shows Rick moving on from his past. I love the vibe they went with this episode. There are still jokes, but this is definitely the most serious episode of Rick and Morty. A lot of scenes have no jokes, and Beth trying to end her own life is heartbreaking. It shows Rick how hurtful constantly looking to the past can be. His younger self will ruin his daughter's mind just so he can see Diane. This makes Rick realize how he's gone too far. He's moped around for too long. It's time to move on and finally enjoy life. I hope they stop the Diane plotline here. To show more of her would just defeat the purpose of Rick's arc, plus she can't come back. The only way I can see this working is if evil Morty comes back and forces Rick to help him with something, and he baits Rick with the false hope that he found a way to bring Diane back with the blueprints of the Omega device. But in the end, he can't bring her back. I want to give some props to Sarah Chalk. Sorry, I'm really bad at pronouncing names. She was fantastic as Beth this season, and this episode really shows her range as an actress. I'm not sure what the fan reaction will be to this episode. I thought it was great, but I feel like some fans will be disappointed because the next big plotline isn't revealed. But to me, that doesn't matter. I'll take big character arcs anytime. In terms of the ranking, this episode is going in the second spot, below No Mortland, but above the Curix's Case of Benjamin Button. And that's another season of Rick and Morty done. Before I get into my full thoughts on this season, let's look back and see if my hopes came true. Hope number 1, be at a similar or higher quality than season 7. Sadly, I do not believe this one came true. I think season 7 has higher highs, but not as low of lows. But season 7 highs were so high. But that doesn't mean season 8 was bad. I think it was a great season that was a bit messy. Hope number 2, do more stuff with the family. Yep, they certainly did. Jerry got a couple plot lines and so did Summer, and of course, Beth and Space Beth had a lot of time to shine this season. The writers bringing back the family into the show more when season 7 hardly had anything to do with the family other than Rick and Morty was great to see. I also do believe it's because they brought back a couple episodes with A and B plots, so they could focus on the family way more. Each family member got an episode to shine, which is awesome. Hope number 3, no bad episodes. This one did not happen, but they were so close. If the Easter episode didn't exist, the season would have passed this hope. But like I said before, this hope was a bit of a long shot, and the season only having one bad episode, in my opinion, is still amazing. Hope number 4, reveal the next big storyline. This one did not come true. But like I said before, I would enjoy a season just of episodic adventures, and I sure did, so this one isn't that big of a loss, even though some fans are going to go crazy. Hope number 5, have Rick continue to improve as a person. This one mostly came true. Most episodes show his improvement subtly, but there are 2 episodes that feel like he was regressing. Those of course were Morty Daddy and Summer of All Fears, but Rick gets his comeuppance at the end of those episodes, so it's fine. Also, it shows that no one is perfect, even if they are trying to improve, so it paints a more realistic portrayal of Rick's journey of betterment, which I like. And those were my hopes. I'd say even if some of them did not come true fully, I was still satisfied with most of the things they did this season. This season was very character focused, with it giving us many character studies of the main cast. Each character had some interesting mental dilemmas that showed who they really are as people, so the characters were great. But what about the comedy? This season was really funny in my opinion. Most episodes got an audible laugh out of me. That might not sound like much, but nowadays, I never really laugh out loud, unless if I'm with a group of people watching something, so this is high praise. This season has a shit ton of Jerry, and he's better than ever. This season cements Jerry as my favorite character in the show. From one of my least favorite characters to my favorite is a crazy journey. Beth and Space Beth have definitely become more likable this season. Summer I'm still iffy on. She used to be one of my favorites, and now I think she's kinda mid. Summer of All Fears did show us an interesting angle with her character, so that's a plus. Morty is becoming more assertive with multiple scenes where he yells at Rick. He's done dealing with Rick's shit and will put him in his place, which is a great way to take his character. And Rick, like I said before, is improving, which is great. So the family is in this season a lot, and for the most part, I think they were all extremely enjoyable. The colors and animation is great as always. Some bad things about this season is that there was no interdimensional cable type episode. There is always one in each season, so it feels weird not to have one. and a bit sad. Like, this was a tradition for the show, and now it's gone. Hopefully it comes back next season. Now the worst thing about this season is that Gene is in it. I'm racking my brain right now trying to think of critiques that were not episode specific, and I can't come up with anything. Yeah, this season was a great, beautiful mess. So I guess without further ado, let's get into the final ranking of the series. In the 81st spot is Rick Dependent Spray. In the 80th spot is Claw and Hoarder Special Rickdoms Morty. In the 79th spot is How Poopy Got His Poop Back. In the 78th spot is Pickle Rick. In the 77th spot is Rise of the Numericons, the movie. In the 76th spot is Vindicators 3, The Return of World Ender. In the 75th spot is Gotron Jerrysis Rick Vangelion. In the 74th spot is The ABCs of Beth. In the 73rd spot is Rattlestar Rick Lactica. In the 72nd spot is Wet Caught a Mortykin Summer. In the 71st spot is a Mortykin Graffiti. In the 70th spot is Child Rick of Mort. In the 69th spot is The Last Temptation of Jerry. In the 68th spot is Raising Gazorpazorb. In the 67th spot is The Ricturian Morty Date. In the 66th spot is One Crew Over the Cuckoo's Morty. In the 65th spot is Promortius. In the 64th spot is Full Meta Jack Rick. In the 63rd spot is Interdimensional Cable 2 Tempting Fate. In the 62nd spot is Bethic Twinstinct. In the 61st spot is Mort Ragnarok. In the 60th spot is Rictional Morpoon's Rickmas Morcation. In the 59th spot is Morty Daddy. In the 58th spot is Anatomy Park. In the 57th spot is Edge to Morty Rick Die Rick Pete. In the 56th spot is a Rick Convenient Mort. In the 55th spot is Something Ricked This Way Comes. In the 54th spot is a Rick and King Mortars Mort. In the 53rd spot is Ricker Than Fiction. In the 52nd spot is Morty's Mind Blowers. In the 51st spot is Jurassic Mort. In the 50th spot is Autoerotica Simulation. In the 49th spot is The Old Man in the Seat. In the 48th spot is Never Ricking Morty. In the 47th spot is Mort Dinner Rick Andre. In the 46th spot is Air Force Wong. In the 45th spot is Lawnmower Dog. In the 44th spot is The Whirly Durly Conspiracy. In the 43rd spot is Rick A Mort Well Lived. In the 42nd spot is Rick and Morty's Thanksploitation Spectacular. In the 41st spot is Valky Rick. If you made it this far, comment down below Goodbye Moon Man to confuse everyone and also to show that you watched the video all the way through. In the 40th spot is Rick's D Minutes. In the 39th spot is Starmort Return of the Jerry. In the 38th spot is Ricksky Business. In the 37th spot is Forgetting Sarah Mort. In the 36th spot is The Pilot. In the 35th spot is Rick Mancing the Stone. In the 34th spot is The Jarrett Trap. In the 33rd spot is The Rick, the Mort, and the Ugly. In the 32nd spot is Big Trouble in Little Sanchez. In the 31st spot is Cryo Mort a Rickver. In the 30th spot is Rick Defending Your Mort. In the 29th spot is Rickternal Friendshine of the Spotless Mort. In the 28th spot is That's a Morte. In the 27th spot is Look Who's Purging Now. In the 26th spot is Analyze Piss. In the 25th spot is Rest and Relaxation. In the 24th spot is Get Swifty. In the 23rd spot is Summer of All Fears. In the 22nd spot is Final Dismissation. In the 21st spot is Morty Night Run. In the 20th spot is Mortyplicity. In the 19th spot is M. Night Shyam Aliens. In the 18th spot is the Vat of Acid episode. In the 17th spot is the Curixus Case of Beth Jamin Button. In the 16th spot is Solo Ricks. In the 15th spot is Rick Potion number 9. In the 14th spot is Rick Mirai Jack. In the 13th spot is Hot Rick. In the 12th spot is the Rick Shank Redemption. In the 11th spot is Night Family. In the 10th spot is the Ricks Must Be Crazy. In the 9th spot is No Mort Land. In the 8th spot is Wedding Squanchers. In the 7th spot is Unmort Rickon. In the 6th spot is A Rickle in Time. In the 5th spot is Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind. In the 4th spot is Me Seeks and Destroy. In the 3rd spot is Fear No More. In the 2nd spot is Total Rick Call. And of course in the 1st spot is the Ricklantics Mix-Up. Sorry for going so fast, I just wanted to get that over with. Oh my god, it feels so nice to be done with Rick and Morty for a bit. I've been constantly watching it for the past year and making videos on it, and I need a break. But that doesn't mean I'm done. I still have to do a video on the anime. I have a couple rankings I want to do. There's the new President TV show that I will review. And of course, there's always Season 9. So if you want to see those, please like and subscribe. Thank you for making it this far. It means a lot to me. What did you think of Season 8? If you haven't seen my retrospective videos, I would watch them if you like this video. That's all I have to say. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.